Shobhna Mishra on behalf of Department of Women and Child Development Government of Odisha and team UNICEF Odisha, let me extend the warmest welcome to everyone present over here to the State Conclave on Take Home Ration here at Hotel Mayfair Lagoon, Odisha. Thank you so much everyone. Greetings. We are here at the beautiful temple city Bhubaneswar, which has a lot of heritage, views and stories to offer. We hope we all have a great 2-day conference and you have a wonderful stay here at Bhubaneswar, Odisha, our incredible and beautiful state. Now to start with the 2-day conference, may I have the privilege of welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest and Honorable dignitaries to the dais, please, to start with the inaugural session. I would request to come and take her seat on the dais our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Mission Shakti, Tourism, Government of Odisha, Srimati PravatiParida, Madam. Namaskar, ma'am. Welcome on the stage. May I invite on the dais esteemed Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Manoj Ahuja, IAS. I would invite and welcome on the stage esteemed Principal Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, Srimati Shubha Sharma, IAS. I would welcome on the stage esteemed Director, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, IAS. A warm welcome. And now I would request our Additional Secretary, Shri Nityananda Barik, to get started with the greetings. But first of all, I would request our Principal Secretary, Srimati Shubha Sharma, to kindly welcome and greet our Honorable Chief Guest on the stage, please. A very warm welcome to the State Conclave on Take Home Ration, Madam. I would request our esteemed Principal Secretary to kindly greet and felicitate our Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Manoj Ahuja, IAS, on the dais, please. A very warm welcome to the State Conclave, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would request our Additional Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, Shri Nityananda Barik, to kindly greet and welcome our esteemed Principal Secretary, Srimati Shubha Sharma, IAS, on the stage, please. A very good morning and warm welcome, Madam. Thank you. I would request our Additional Secretary, Shri Barik, to kindly greet and welcome our Director, DWCD Odisha, Ms. Monisa Banerjee, IAS, on the dais. A warm welcome, Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shri Barik. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, since 1975, Integrated Child Development Services, that is ICDS, has been providing take-home ration services through supplementary nutrition program. It addresses the needs of children, pregnant women and lactating mothers. The take-home ration aims to prevent malnutrition in communities by providing safe and nutritious food. THR is distributed through Anganwadi centers to children aged from 6 months to 3 years, pregnant women, lactating women, and out-of-school adolescent girls aged 11 to 14 years. Now, malnutrition can lead to disease, morbidity, and unequal opportunity. So, to give good nutrition has been the aim, and it is essential for the healthy living and achieving full growth potential. Government of Odisha has taken an in-principle decision to give ready-to-eat, that is wheat-based chattua, in form of THR to all eligible beneficiaries. The THR program is decentralized with the local self-help groups preparing and supplying the rations to AWCs. UNICEF supports the Government of Odisha program of Purna Ahar for providing augmented THR to children with severe acute malnutrition. Today we are at a conference organized by Government of Odisha and UNICEF together to bring all the stakeholders under one roof to discuss the current systems, the ways and means of take-home ration in Odisha, and to also focus on the guest states systems so as to develop a wholesome set of ideas for better execution of the same. With the warmth of our hearts and respect, we welcome all our esteemed guests, dignitaries from various parts of India and abroad. Our guests and counterparts from the state of Assam, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh are highly welcomed here. A round of applause for all our guests. We also welcome our esteemed guests from NIN, CFTRI, WFP, AMUL and all our other participants to this beautiful conference. Let us start the conference with its inaugural session and let us wish for a great, successful and an effective 2-day conference here. Welcome to the Temple City once again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin. So to offer the welcome address, may I invite esteemed Principal Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, Srimati Shubha Sharma, IAS, to the podium, please.
Namaskar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and esteemed Minister of the Departments of Women and Child Development, Mission Shakti and Tourism, Chief Secretary Odisha, my fellow Principal Secretaries, Director of ICDS and Social Welfare, distinguished dignitaries from the states of Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, representatives from UNICEF, World Food Programme, UNFPA, from the Central Food Technology Research Institute, Mysore, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, and AMUL, members of academia, Shri Ota, valued development partners and colleagues from different line departments. A very, very warm welcome to all of you who have made this effort to travel to Bhubaneswar to attend the THR Conclave in Odisha. It is an honor for us to host this gathering where more than 300, 400 years of experience is accumulated within one hall. We are united by a shared commitment to the issue which is critical to the future of India as well as the world, which is improving nutritional outcomes for children, adolescents, mothers in their communities. Through this conclave, we hope to learn from you and also to demonstrate to you the significant strides that Odisha has made in recent years to address malnutrition, thanks to targeted interventions and innovative policies. My colleague, Monisha Banerjee, who is Director of ICDS, will be making a detailed presentation, so I will not belabor the point, but I would just like to highlight 2 or 3 things. One, Odisha is one of the first states which has a separate nutritional budget. Together, we cover 36 lakhs beneficiaries under the Supplementary Nutrition Program. As all of us present in this hall know, the financial entitlements for the Supplementary Nutritional Program are inadequate with the changing times and changing prices, and therefore the state government has stepped in through an ambitious scheme called the Mukhyamantri Sampoorna Pushti Yojana, which does a top-up for SNP. Over and above that, Odisha has till now adopted a decentralized approach towards manufacturing, towards production of take-home ration, involving women's self-help groups. I once again welcome all of you, extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for having taken out valuable time, having accommodated the changes and revisions in the dates of this conclave, and finally made it possible for you to join us today. I look forward to 2 days of extremely fruitful discussion, wherein more than the presentations that we see here, we will also be engaging in informal discussions on the sidelines, over tea breaks, over lunch breaks, and hopefully learning from each other. I welcome you to the temple city of the country, Bhubaneswar, and hope that you enjoy your stay here and also have an opportunity to taste its culinary delights as well as experience its rich cultural and craft heritage. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome address. Now, I would invite our esteemed Director, DWCD Odisha, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, IAS, to address the gathering with her presentation for setting the context.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister WNCD, respected Chief Secretary, respected Principal Secretary WNCD, our esteemed guests from across the country, ladies and gentlemen, a warm good morning to one and all. Today, I take this opportunity to present before you an overview of the overall nutritional status in the state of Odisha, along with the various interventions that the government of Odisha has been taking up through the Department of WNCD. And through this conclave, we aim to carve a path forward for us towards ensuring better nutrition and improved outcomes for our citizens. The data from the National Family Health Survey has shown considerable improvement in the nutritional status in the state. While during 2005-2006, the survey showed around 45% children as stunted, the number has reduced to 31% during the latest survey. Similarly, the figures for underweight and wasted children has shown considerable improvement over the years, and as per the latest survey, we have reached figures of 29.7% and 18.1% respectively. Next slide, please. Similarly, the data in case of children between 6 to 23 months receiving adequate diet has improved from 8.5% during the Family Health Survey of round 4 to 20.4% during the recent survey. The parameters under children receiving solid, semi-solid food, breast milk, being fed within 1 hour of birth have also shown considerable improvement. Next. One of the reasons that can be attributed towards this improvement is the increased outreach of the ICDS services in the state. While during NFHS 4, we see that only 78.9% in the scheduled tribe areas were covered by the overall services, the number has improved to 90% in the latest survey. And for the overall population, the figures have improved from 74.9% to 86.5%. We have 338 ICDS projects running in the state, which cover 118 scheduled areas and over 74,000 Anganwadi centers, catering to children between 6 months to 6 years at a population clocking around 32 lakhs, pregnant and lactating mothers around 5 lakhs, SAM children around 11,000, underweight children around 54,000, as well as adolescent girls around 3 lakhs. Next. Coming to the focused nutritional interventions that have been going on in the state, the overarching program, of course, is the supplementary nutrition program, which has 3 components: the morning snacks, the hot-cooked meals, and the take-home rations. While the morning snacks and the hot-cooked meals are served in the Anganwadi centers, targeting children between 3 to 6 years, these are prepared and distributed by the Anganwadi workers. The take-home ration is given for children between 6 months to 3 years and to pregnant and lactating mothers. These are prepared by our SHGs in a very decentralized model. Next. We have been following the decentralized model both for hot-cooked meals as well as for the take-home rations. While for hot-cooked meals, the fortified rice kernels are supplied by the Odisha State Civil Supplies Corporation. For take-home ration, the wheat is procured from FCI, and the other components are procured and supplied in a decentralized way by the Anganwadi workers and the SHGs. Next. In order to improve the quality of the SNP, we have collaboration with CFTRI. There is a fixed-day approach towards THR mixing and distribution. We regularly undertake capacity building of our executing agencies, as well as the feeding norms and the financial management guidelines are also revised from time to time. Next. The Mukhyamantri Sampurna Pushti Yojana is a targeted intervention that has been implemented in the state of Odisha in order to augment the supplementary nutrition program. This has been started in the year 2023, and it has a budget outlay of approximately 3,400 crores. The target, of course, is to improve the nutritional status of our adolescent girls, pregnant lactating mothers, SAM-MAM children, and severely underweight children. There are various components under this program, like Purna Ahar, the Para Pushti Karyakram, the Kishori Melas, and various IC activities that are taken on from time to time. We'll be going into the details of these programs now. Next. These are some of the photographs undertaken under MSPY. For pregnant and lactating mothers, the additional entitlements over and above SNP that are given include til laddus, roasted chana, paushtik bhel, and dates. For adolescent girls, we give roasted chana, paushtik bhel, eggs, and Kishori Melas are conducted from time to time. The aim of these Kishori Melas is to help these girls identify and showcase their talents, and it also helps us to identify girls who are at risk. For example, girls who might be severely suffering from anemia and other such issues. We also target the severely underweight and MAM children under this, where additional modified chatwa, besan, atta premix, bananas and eggs are given to these children. Next. Under the Purna Ahar, the specific focus is on the SAM children. Here, a pilot was done in the districts of Koraput and Navrangpur, and subsequently this has been scaled up across the state. We identify the children with the help of Poshan Tracker. Following this is a medical examination of the children, and subsequently additional 100 grams of THR and 1 egg for 16 weeks is given to these children. They are regularly monitored, their weight is monitored, and also there is a home visit program. We have seen next slide. We have seen remarkable results under Purna Ahar in a very short span of time. As many as 75.8% children have been reported as cured, 21.2% children have been reported as partially cured, and as we go forward, we are sure this is going to give us even better results. Next. These are some of the pictures which show how the children are being targeted by the Anganwadi Didis and by the community as a whole. Next. The Ojan Utsav, it aims at ensuring that every child is weighed in a proper way and the data is properly entered in the Poshan tracker and subsequently monitoring is done. This is done twice a year during the month of July and January. And here we see beautiful convergence amongst various departments that ensures that all our children are weighed and measured in a proper way and their data is entered. Next. The other initiatives being implemented in the state are the Para-Pushti Karyakram. This aims at extending our outreach programs to hamlets and villages which are hard to reach and do not have an Anganwadi center. The Mo Upakari Bagicha or the Nutri Garden is implemented at the Anganwadi centers. This helps us getting seasonal vegetables for our hot cooked meals which are used by the Anganwadi workers. This complementary feeding program. Our partners are the World Food Program, the National Institute for Nutrition, Central Food Technological Research Institute, and Azim Premji Foundation. We also receive additional funds from DMF and Ombadsi from time to time. Next. These are some pictures of children receiving their food and the Nutri Gardens and the various IEC activities that take place from time to time. The Para-Pushti Karyakram is a unique initiative where we have tried to reach the areas where there are no functional Anganwadi centers. Here a one-time fund is given to set up the site and also procure utensils. Incentives are given for cooking the food for these children and spot feeding is ensured both through hot cooked meals as well as morning snacks. And the children are monitored regularly for their growth developments. We have also received the Scotch Gold Award for this initiative recently. Next. In Odisha, we have ensured that we have smoke-free Anganwadi centers, and all our Anganwadi centers have now LPG connections. Next. Going forward, we want to further improve our nutritional strategy and revamp our take-home ration. We would like to discuss with all of the members present in this conclave, the best practices that are taking place in the country. We want to learn from it and we want to replicate those practices so that we ensure that our mothers and our children are receiving the very best.
Thank you, esteemed Director, for the detailed presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of Miss Marie-Claude Desilets, Chief Nutrition, UNICEF India on the stage. We welcome you, Madam. And I would request our esteemed Principal Secretary, Srimati Subhadra-W, to kindly greet and welcome Miss Marie-Claude Desilets on the dais, please. A warm welcome on the dais, Miss Marie-Claude. Please have your seats. Thank you, Mrs. Subhadra-W. Now, to offer the special address. I would invite on the dais to have a seat esteemed Deputy Country Director, UN World Food Program India, Ms. Nozomi Hashimoto, please. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Hashimoto on the dais. And I would request our esteemed Principal Secretary to kindly greet and welcome Ms. Nozomi Hashimoto on the stage, please. A very, very good morning and a warm welcome. Thank you, Srimati Sharma. Thank you. Please have your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our esteemed Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Manoj Ahuja IAS, to kindly offer the special address to the gathering, please.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, Principal Secretary, WCD Department, Director, our esteemed guests from UNICEF, World Food Program, Principal Secretary, WCD, Government of Assam, distinguished guests, officers, and representatives from various research organizations and other organizations which are working in the field of nutrition, health and related aspects. Let me welcome you to Odisha, and I would like to express my thanks for all those who took the trouble to being here with us on this seminar and workshop where we would be talking about take-home rations and how do we improve the quality and accessibility and ensure that the objectives we have with the THR are achieved. We had a detailed presentation from the director, and the principal secretary also highlighted some of the aspects. I would take the liberty of putting forth before you a slightly larger canvas, which I think as citizens of this country, or representing and being in positions where you can actually think and do and bring about changes, which puts us in a unique position. So I just wanted to frame certain issues which you can all discuss and deliberate, and while you talk about THR, also think about those issues. The country, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, you would all be knowing, and you will be working in the states, we are talking about a vision 2047. And this we feel is possible because country after country globally has done that. 2 decades have been enough to transform a country from let's say from a lower income country or a least developed country into, let's say, a middle income country or a developed country. So 20 years or 2.5 decades should be enough time for us to bring about the change we are envisaging. And one of the fundamental issues which we would have to tackle is also bring down these numbers which Monisha showed on the screen. Talking about 30% of the children being underweight. I think that was the figure which was shown, 31. India would be slightly less. Talking about stunting, which has in these 20 years come down for Odisha from 45 to again around 31. Then talking about wasting was the third figure, which has come down to 18% or something from 25. I really don't have, but I think most of the developed countries would have these figures in single digits. I don't know, you will be knowing much more, I'm just hazarding a guess. And if we have to achieve that, what do we have to do? I think that's a fundamental question before us. The take-home rations is one aspect of that. And I was quite impressed by and you would have been too, by the presentation where you showed how much the government is making efforts. The additional budgetary support, the additional help in various aspects, and bringing about convergence. So it's not that resources are not being put in, efforts are not being put in, or we have trackers like Portion trackers and all, finding out what is the issue. But the rate of change has to increase. If we need to achieve these targets, we really will have to work very hard. And since this means that a lot of this is, it's not within one department. Just to highlight what I'm saying is, let's talk about nutrition. We saw what we are doing through the Anganwadi Kendras, through the WCD department. We also have the food department, which also provides food grains under NFSA. We also have a millet mission under agriculture and food department and tribal department, where we are also procuring ragi or millets and distributing it in tribal areas. In schools, again, we have midday meals, which is run by the education department. Right, and we have a lot of, incidental to this. So if you talk about food, then the second thing about women's health. So you've seen special programs for that, tracking the mother, right from adolescents. We have programs to ensure that anemic mothers, we are helping them, giving them extra food. And then when they're pregnant and lactating, THR is there. Also about sensitizing, about correct feeding practices. So again, there's a whole role which has to be played. Even I think that there'll be a role played by the school and mass education department, telling children also about all these things. Children can be very good vectors to bring about knowledge to their parents, So even if the mothers you are not able to catch directly, even through children you can do that. So that is there. We saw one of the slides, there were these gardens, nutritional gardens. So agriculture department has a huge role. Then just the fact about livelihood. I'm sure one of the general issues was that people don't have the ability or the access, they don't have their money. Maybe poverty is one of the issues. Then now there are a huge number of programs where we are trying to give livelihood support. We are having direct benefit transfers. In fact, under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister, the government has launched a scheme, a direct benefit scheme for women, where 10,000 rupees a month is given to them. And a part of that would probably go into these aspects also. We know issues about, let's say, diseases and sickle cell anemia, or the fact that you don't have, there is diarrhea and you don't have clean, hygienic drinking water. That can also cause a lot of these issues. So it's a whole ecosystem which has to work together in synergy to deliver the results we want. And India's had successes in such kind of programs when, number one, you have to have an institutional structure for that. You know, we find when we talk about governance, one of the very important thing is to have the institutional structure, and this is Nobel Prize in Economics. I think Darren Acemoglu, Simon Johnson and a person is essentially about this. I think you can improve, you can bring about an improvement. I'm not talking about resources, I'm not talking about what you're thinking how to do, but to enable what you're doing. And that approach of a mission, where we have an institutional structure, we can bring convergence, we have the right leadership, you know, and a time-bound kind of programs to address this is something I feel which is very, very essential. And I think the government is thinking about it. The Deputy Chief Minister was also discussing about it. It's a high priority for the government of Odisha, and I'm sure for the entire country, that we tackle all these issues in a time-bound manner with the whole of government approach. We have the resources, and I think the collective knowledge which is here should be adequate. I mean, you are the best minds, you know what the issues are. There's enough literature, enough research which has been done over the years, which you are cognizant of, and any new findings, I'm sure you can bring it together. So I don't think there's a, let's say there's a binding constraint or something restricting us in terms of either knowledge or how to go forward, or resources. At least in Odisha, we are we're providing resources, and it's a priority for us. The third thing which like I said is important is this governance structure, institutional mechanism, and that that accepting and going about it in a manner where we make it a very, very high priority. Because as a developed country, we can talk about economic growth, we can talk about other things. There would be some decrease in numbers just because of that economic growth and all. But we feel that very structured actions, focused actions, both at a macro level, at a granular level, where you are able to respond to the needs and the changes which would anyway be required in any system you make, respond to them, and very effectively kind of change whatever we feel is not working to make it work. So I feel this seminar in that sense, this workshop is very important in that sense, because it's an issue which the country and the states are being kind of addressing. We made successes. You could see the graphs which were declining in that NFHS. But like I said, that graph should go down much more steeply. And whatever needs to be done, at least the state of Odisha stands committed. But it's something which, as responsible citizens of the country, we cannot afford to let it exist. It's a concern all of us have, and collectively we have to address it. I think that's the bigger message I wanted to give. And I'm sure, like I said, if we have everything, if we have the knowledge, if we have the resources, we have systems and a readiness and a willingness and a commitment to do these things, then I'm sure all of us collectively will be also be able to do it. And that's what I am hoping for. Besides the THR, where we are learning from best practices, I'm sure there'll be, it's a forum where whatever ideas you have, other on the bigger aspect of malnourishment, if you can put on the table, it will be very, very helpful. And I'd like to thank the department, and also thank the Deputy Chief Minister for her kind presence here, and the department for giving me an opportunity to address all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words and addressing the core issues. Thank you. Now, may I have the privilege of requesting our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Mission Shakti and Tourism, Government of Odisha, Srimati PravatiParida Madam, to address the gathering with her keynote address. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Madam.
टेक होम रेशन रो स्टेट कॉन्क्लेव रे उपस्थित थिबा आम मुख्य शासन सचिव मनोज आहूजा महोदय, महिला शिशु कल्याण विभाग रो शासन सचिव शुभा शर्मा महोदय और डायरेक्टर निर्देशिका मनीषा बनर्जी महोदय, उपस्थित थिबा चीफ न्यूट्रिशन ऑफिसर यूनिसेफ इंडिया रो मैरी क्लॉड, UNWFP डेप्यूटी कंट्री डायरेक्टर नाजोमी हाशिमोटो, मो सामने उपस्थित थिबा विभिन्न UN एजेंसी रो आसीथिबा अधिकारी माने, विभिन्न स्टेट को प्रतिनिधित्व करुथिबा प्रतिनिधि माने एवं ये न्यूट्रिशन उपरे आलोचना पाई उपस्थित थिबा समस्त एक्सपर्ट माने, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रिंट्स मीडिया रो बंधु माने एवं महिला शिशु कल्याण विभाग रो समस्त अधिकारी माने, मु सर्वप्रथमे धन्यवाद देवी मो विभाग रो सचिवों को जे आमे जेतबले जो कंसर्न आम पाख को आसे आमे चर्चा करू कि एभली कथा काहे के आसुची तो तुरंत तार गोटे निष्कर्ष बाहरिबा कथा सिविल सोसाइटी और एक्सपर्ट मानकर मत नै करी कोनटा ठीक कले बहुत भलो हबो ता पई बाट बाहरिबा कथा। जेतबले आपण माने जानि थिबे गत विधानसभा रे जेतबले चारियाडे छतुआर चर्चा हैला सेतबले आमे कथा हेले कि छतुआ को केमती गोटे भलो रूप रे दबा जोथिरे हमरो अपपुष्टि बा कुपोषण रो दूर हबो। सेतबले मु आशा करिथिली कि गोटे कॉन्क्लेव हो सेथिरे न्यूट्रिशनलिस्ट माने आसी तांको मत दियंतु जे केमती कले छतुआर अल्टरनेटिव कोन हे परिबो। मते लागुची ओडिसा रे आमे समस्ते केवल खाइबा पई छतुआ देखि देखि बोधे बोर हे गलनी। बेले बेले एमती लागे जेते रुचिकर खाद्य हेले भी एका पैकिंग एका टाइप रो खाद्य एका कलर रो लुक ये बेले बेले अरुचि आसे। मो भाबुची कि स्टेट रे जेमती डायरेक्टर देखौथिले मते सेतेबेले आमे चीफ सेक्रेटरी को मोर कथा होउथलु कि स्टेट तो बहुत किछि दउछि भी आपण तथ्य देखिबे कि योजनार नाम भी अछि, योजनार हिताधिकारी भी अछंती, योजना रे अर्थ व्यवहारादि भी हेछि, प्रति वर्ष खर्च भी होछि कोटी कोटी टंका, केंद्र रो पोषण योजना रे भी पैसा आसुछि, यूनिसेफ UN ऑर्गेनाइजेशन माने भी आ पई खर्च करूचंती। ताले पुणी अपपुष्टि रहुछि कहीं यदि आमे समस्ते कंसर्न की आमे एते कथा कला परे अपपुष्टि की दूरे दे पारुने ताले कोठे ना कोठे आम पाखे कमिया अछि। कमिया को स्वीकार करिबारे किछु माने आम पाखे द्विधा तो नाही। हाँ लोक अपपुष्टि रे अछंती, अपपुष्टि रु मुक्त करबा पई ओडिसा को एक अपपुष्टि मुक्त राज्य भावे देखिबा पई आम विभाग जी तोड़ मेहनत करूछि। आमे पोषण सप्ताह पर सेप्टेम्बर मास सारा आमे मिलेट रे केमती बेटर हे परिबो पुष्टिकर खाद्य ता पई कि प्रति ब्लॉक रे प्रति अंगनवाड़ी सेंटर रे पाखा पाखी खाद्य को नेकरी विभिन्न उत्सव हेला जो थिरे मिलेट केमती खाद्य रे आसी परिबो सेटा देखिले। आपण देखंतु आमे किशोरी मानकर रक्तहीनता बा तांकर स्वास्थ्य पई लगातार भावे प्रोग्राम करूछे। किंतु रक्तहीनता तो कमुनी रक्तहीनता ता बाटरे बढ़ी बढ़ी चली आमे टेक होम रेशन रे आमे पुष्टिकर लडू आरंभ करी पुष्टिकर छतुआ बुट चना जहा जहा पिलांग पई दरकार बादाम आमे सब दउछ किंतु कोठी ना कोठी मते अनुभव हैला जो कंसर्न मो डिपार्टमेंट रो अधिकारी मान को पाखे रखी थी आज आपण माने केरल रु गुजरात रु झारखंड विभिन्न स्टेट रो जो माने प्रतिनिधित्व करूचंती से माने एठी उपस्थित अछंती आमे चिंता करबा कथा जे ओडिसा रो विभिन्न लोक माने विभिन्न रुचि रे अछंती जेमती मयूरभंज साइड रे जो माने अछंती ट्राइबल्स सेमानकु छतुआ बा टेक होम रेशन बा जोटा आमे इंस्टेंट फूड दउचे तांकु से खाद्यटी पसंद नहीं जथा मु 2-4 जन आदिवासी झियंक सहित बसिछि जेबे तुमे कहीं कि छतुआ खाउ न बोली मु पचारे से कोंती छतुआ खाइले पेट गरम हो जिवो तो ता माने आमे जत्ते भलो छतुआ देले भी से माने ताकू इंटेक करू नथिबे कारण तांको कांसेप्ट होउची छतुआ खाइले पेट गरम हो जिवो किंतु आमे जदि गोटे यूनिवर्सल फूड हिसाब रे आमे छतुआटा तांको ही दउचे ता माने सेमन सेटा को खाउ नथिबे किछि जागा रे हुए तो आमे जो छतुआर प्रोडक्शन करूचे आमे खबर कागज रे देखुचे छतुआरु पोको बाहरला छतुआरु बादाम चोपा बाहरला तार क्वालिटेटिव जेमते पैकिंग हबा कथा जे भली हबा कथा सेमते हेई पारुनी किछि जागा रे बहुत भलो होचे किछि जागा रे बहुत भलो हेई पारुनी किंतु आपण जेते भलो कले भी तार प्रोडक्शन जदि सठिक नहीं ताहले दोष तो सब बेले सरकार को ही आसीबो कि सरकार एटा ठीक कलेनी सरकार सेटा ठीक कलेनी तो गोटे थर मु सेथि पई माने आपण मानक समस्तन पाखे ए विभाग रो मंत्री होम रेशन रो स्टेट कॉन्क्लेव रे उपस्थित थिबो हम मुख्य शासन सचिव मनोज आहूजा महोदय महिला शिशु कल्याण विभाग रो शासन सचिव शुभा शर्मा महोदय और डायरेक्टर निर्देशिका मनीषा बनर्जी महोदय उपस्थित थिबो चीफ न्यूट्रिशन ऑफिसर यूनिसेफ इंडिया रो मैरी क्लॉट UNWFP डेप्यूटी कंट्री डायरेक्टर नाजोमी हाशिमोटो वो सामने उपस्थित थिबा विभिन्न यूएन एजेंसी रो आसीथिबा अधिकारी माने विभिन्न स्टेट को प्रतिनिधित्व करुथिबा प्रतिनिधि माने एवं ये न्यूट्रिशन उपरे आलोचना पाई उपस्थित थिबा समस्त एक्सपर्ट माने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रिंट्स मीडिया रो बंधु माने एवं महिला शिशु कल्याण विभाग रो समस्त अधिकारी माने मु सर्वप्रथमे धन्यवाद देवी मो विभाग रो सचिवों को जे आमे जेतबले जो कंसर्न आम पाखक आसे आमे चर्चा करू कि एभली कथा काहे आसुची तो तुरंत तार गोटे निष्कर्ष बाहरिबा कथा सिविल सोसाइटी और एक्सपर्ट मानकर मत नहीं कौनटा ठीक कले बहुत भल हम तापाई बाट बाहरिबा कथा जेतबले आपण माने जानी थिबे गत विधानसभा रे जेतबले चारियाडे छतुआर चर्चा हैला सेतबले आमे कथा हेले कि छतुआ को केमती गोटे भल रूप रे दबा जोथिरे हमर अपपृष्टि बा कुपोषण रो दूर हबो सेतबले मु आशा करिथिली कि गोटे कॉन्क्लेव हो सेथिरे न्यूट्रिशनलिस्ट माने आसी तांको मत दियंतु जे केमती कले छतुआर अल्टरनेटिव कौन हो पार मत लगुच ओडिशा रे आमे समस्ते केवल खाइबा छतुआ देखी देखी बोधे बोर हो गलानी बेले बेले एमती लगे जिते रुचिकर खाद्य हेले भी एका पैकिंग एका टाइप रो खाद्य एका कलर रो लुक ये बेले बेले अरुचि आसे मु भाबुची कि स्टेट रे जंती डायरेक्टर देखौथिले मते से तोले आमे चीफ सेक्रेटरी को मोर कथा होथलु कि स्टेट तो बहुत किछि दूची भी आपण तथ्य देखिले कि योजनार ना भी अच्छी योजनार हिताधिकारी भी अच्छी योजना रे अर्थ व्यवहार भी होती प्रति वर्ष खर्च भी होची कोटी कोटी टंका केंद्र पोषण योजना रे भी पैसा आसुची यूनिसेफ यूएन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन माने भी आ पाई खर्च करूचंती ताले पुणी अपपृष्टि रहुची कहीं यदि आमे समस्ते कनसर्न की आमे एते कथा कला परे अपपृष्टि की दूरे दे पारुने ताले कोठे ना कोठे आम पाखे कमिया अछि कमिया को स्वीकार करिबारे किछु माने आम पाखे द्विधा तो नाही हाँ लोक अपपृष्टि रे अछंती अपपृष्टि रु मुक्त करबा पई ओडिशा को एक अपपृष्टि मुक्त राज्य भावे देखिबा पई आम विभाग जी तोड़ मेहनत करुछि आमे पोषण सप्ताह पर सेप्टेम्बर मास सारा आमे मिलेट रे केमती बेटर हे पारिबो पुष्टिकर खाद्य ता पई कि प्रति ब्लॉक रे प्रति अंगनवाड़ी सेंटर रे पाखा पाखी खाद्य को लेकरी विभिन्न उत्सव हेला जो थे मिलेट केमती खाद्य रे आसी पारिबो सेटा देखिले आमे आपण देखतु आमे किशोरी मानकर रक्तहीनता बा तांकर स्वास्थ्य पई लगातार भावे प्रोग्राम करूछे किंतु रक्तहीनता तो कमुनी रक्तहीनता ता बाटरे बड़ी बड़ी चलते आमे टेक होम रेशन रे आमे पुष्टिकर लडुठू आरंभ करी पुष्टिकर छतुआ बुट चना जहाँ जहाँ पिलांक पई दरकार बादाम आमे सब दउछ किंतु कोठी ना कोठी मते अनुभव हेला जो कंसर्न मो डिपार्टमेंट रो अधिकारी मानक पाखे रखी थी आज आपण माने केरल रु गुजरात रो झारखंड विभिन्न स्टेट रो जो माने प्रतिनिधित्व करूचंती से माने एठी उपस्थित अछंती आमे चिंता करबा कथा जे ओडिसा रो विभिन्न लोक माने विभिन्न रुचि रे अछंती जेमती मयूरभंज साइड रे जो माने अछंती ट्राइबल्स सेमानंकु छतुआ बा टेक होम रेशन बा जोटा आमे इंस्टेंट फूड दउचे तांकु से खाद्यटी पसंद नहीं जथा मु 2-4 जन आदिवासी झियंक सहित बसीची जेबे तुमे कहीं कि छतुआ खाउन बोली मु पचारे से कहती छतुआ खाइले पेट गरम हो जिवो तो ता माने आमे जेते भल छतुआ देले भी से माने ताको इंटेक करू नथिबे कारण तांको कांसेप्ट होउची छतुआ खाइले पेट गरम हो जिवो किंतु आमे जदि गोटे इमर्सियल फूड हिसाब रे आमे छतुआटा तांकु ही दउचे ता माने से माने सेटा को खाउ नथिबे किछि जागा रे हुए तो आमे जो छतुआर प्रोडक्शन करूचे आमे खबर कागज रे देखुचे छतुआर पोक बाहरला छतुआर बादाम चोपा बाहरला तार क्वालिटेटिव जेंती पैकिंग हवा कथा जेभली हवा कथा सेंती हेई पारुनी किछि जागा रे बहुत भलो होउचे किछि जागा रे बहुत भलो हेई पारुनी किंतु आपण जेते भलो कले भी तार प्रोडक्शन जदि सठिक नाही ताहले दोष तो सब बेले सरकार को ही आसीबो कि सरकार एटा ठीक कलेनी सरकार सेटा ठीक कलेनी तो गोटे थर मु सेथि पई माने आपण मान समस्तन को पाखे ए विभाग रो मंत्री भावे अपेक्षा रखिबी कि आमे जो खाद्य छुआंक पई दबा पई चेष्टा करूचे ता पई कौन आवश्यक अच्छी कि माने विभिन्न जिले रे पिला को पाखे न्यूट्रिशनल कमी कौन अच्छी मो कहवा कथा जदि कोस्टल बेल्ट 10-12टा जिला रे छुआ को पाखे जहाँ न्यूट्रिशनल कम अच्छी सेम जिनस कौन कोरापुट रायगड़ा मालकानगिरी गजपति रायगड़ा छुआ मान पाखे अच्छी कि जदि तांको पाखे किछि अदर कमिया अच्छी ताल से अदर कमिटा को आमे डायग्नोसिस करी जदि एड्रेस करबा नाही ताल सेटा को आमे दूर करि परिबा नाही जदि आमे चिन्हट करबा नाही जे सठिक रोगटा कोन ता पई ताको औषध देते देले भी तार निराकरण होबनी तेणु मोर आपण मान को पाखे अपेक्षा अच्छी जे आपण ओडिशा को गोटे नजर रे न देखी ओडिशा रे बसवास करुथिबा विभिन्न रीजन वाइज कौन बेटर हो पारिबो कौन अट्रैक्टिव हो पारिबो एवं केमती आमे सहज भावे सरल भावे शिशु को खाद्य बा जो किशोरी मानक पई जहाँ व्यवस्था आमे दौचे बा माँ मानक पई जो आमे समय समय जो टेक होम रेशन रो व्यवस्था छुआ मानक पई करूचे मुख्यमंत्री पुष्टि योजना रे आमे बहुत अर्थ व्यय करूचे अपन जानतु कि यूएन एजेंसी भी लागुची कि अपपुष्टि दूर हो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज कंसर्न कि केंती एटा दूर हो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी कंसर्न कि केंती अपपुष्टि दूर हो किंतु माल न्यूट्रिशन रो कमी पई सब बेले आमे देखुचे खबर रे निश्चित भावे जदि 5टा खबर बाहर थिबो 3टा खबर निश्चित भावे अपपुष्टि रही थिबो तेणु ताको डायग्नोसिस करबा पई आमे आउ गोटे थर सेमिनार करिथिलु कि आमे देखिबा गोटे ब्लॉक को आमे फ्री करै परिबा कि से ब्लॉक को आमे स्टडी करि परिबा कि एठी कोन कमी अछि कोन कले एटा दूर होई परिबो तेणु मु भाबुची आपण माने जो माने मो सामना रे अछंती मंच रे अछंती समस्ते ये काम पाई बोधे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव न्यूट्रिशनल दृष्टि रे समस्ते सक्षम आपण माने ही गोटे रिजल्ट को आनी परिबे जे कौन कले ये जो समस्या आम पाखे आसुची कि छतुआ आउ नुहे एथर विधानसभा रे समस्त विधायक माने एकाकालीन ठिया ही कहले नहीं छतुआ हो परिवान छतुआ रे आउ अपपुष्टि दूर हो परिवान दो छतुआ रे हमें बादाम दौचे छतुआ रे हमें बुटो दौचे छतुआ रे हमें अनेक न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू थिबा खाद्य दौचे किंतु छतुआ ना सुनिले लोक भाबुचंदी छतुआ रे आउ पुष्टिसार नाही ये सब करप्शन हो जाउची छतुआ रे छतुआटा खाइलारू ये छतुआ खाद्यटा एमती हो जाइछि जे छतुआ रे ये खाद्य को गोरु भी खाइबेनी आकु केनते हम छुआ माने खाइबे तो ये जो मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न आम पाखे अच्छी मु भाबुची आज आपण माने समस्ते ओडिशा सरकार को साहाय्य करिवे कि यार गोटे बाटो बाहर करबा पई जे केमती आमे आम पिलांक पाखे भल खाद्य को पहुंचाई पारिबा केमती आस्ते आस्ते अपपुष्टि मुक्त करि पारिबा तेणु मु समस्त को आउ थरे एठिकी स्वागत करने सहित आज दिन भरी आपण माने आ भितर आलोचना करिवे मोर आपण मान कोठू अपेक्षा अछि कारण ओडिसा रे शासन बदलिछि ओडिसा रे परिस्थिति बदलिबो जदि ओडिसा रे आम छुआ मानक स्वास्थ्य बदलिबनी छुआ मानकर मानसिकता बदलिबनी ताले मु भाबुछि तांको सहित अन्याय हो जिवो तेणु गोटे माँ हिसाब रे ये विभाग मंत्री हिसाब रे मु अपेक्षा रखी जे निश्चित भावे आपण मानके जहाँ सजेशन देवे ताकू आधार करी आगो को ओडिशार छुआ मानक पई केंद्र वर्ल्ड एजेंसीज माने आम अंचल रे काम करुथिबा विभिन्न एनजीओस माने भी ए पोषण उपरे काम करुचंती ये समस्त को नहीं आमे गोटे भलो अल्टरनेट फूड आमे तैयारी करि परिबा जोटा आमे पिला को पाखे पहुंचै परिबा। मु आपण 2 दिन व्यापी रहिबे, 2 दिन जाक आपण माने आलोचना करिवे। मु आशावादी चीफ सेक्रेटरी भी कथा देइचंती, मु फेरेबे ने होता परे जे जहाँ भी आसीबो, जहाँ मो बजेट अछि ता ऊपर जदि आहुरी आवश्यकता पड़िबो आमे एई खाद्य रे लगेवा पई कि समस्ते राजी अछु, किंतु प्रणालीटा आसी जीवा दरकार। केही केही कहउचंती केरल रे ये सिस्टम बहुत भलो चली, केही कहउचंती आसाम रे भी छुआ मानकर ये जो टेक होम रोशन बा जो अच्छी ये व्यवस्था भी भलो अच्छी। गुजरात रो मॉडल भी भलो थाई पारे, मु तापर स्टडी करी, किंतु मध्य प्रदेश ये समस्त को आमे परखी आम व्यवस्था रे कौन त्रुटि अच्छी, कौन व्यवस्था अच्छी, आउ कौन अधिक हेले आमे करि परिबा। मु भाबुची समस्त जदि आमे खोला मन रे को आलोचना करिबा निश्चित भावे आ गोटे निर्देश बाहरिबो। डिपार्टमेंट रो समस्ते एठी जो भली ढंग रे अछंती ये कथा को विधानसभा रे उठुथिबा प्रश्न को पुणी आउ गोटे थर विधानसभा बसिबा पूर्वरु आमे ताको सॉल्व करबा को चेष्टा करूचे। तेणु मु पुणी थरे समस्त को बहुत बहुत कृतज्ञता जणाउचे कि आपण माने विभिन्न प्रदेश रु आम राज्य को 2 दिन पाई आपण को निज कार्यबहुल भितरे भी कार्य व्यस्तता भितरे भी आपण आसी एठी रही आम पाई किछि समय आपण को मूल्यवान समय दे ये निर्देश बाहर करिवे। मु मनीषा आम डायरेक्टर को पचारुथिली जेठी समस्त इंग्लिश रे कोन पाई कहउचंती, केते लोक अछंती जे इंग्लिश बाहर बुझी परिवे, कहले हम बाहर समस्त आसीचंती आ इंग्लिश रे कहवा दरकार, नले आमे एते भलो काम करूचे बोली से माने केमती जानिबे। मु आपन को पूरा ओडिया रे कहली, मु देखुथली के ना के साइड रे लोकन को पचारुचंती बोली, तेणु भाबिली साइड रे लोक माने इंग्लिश रे बुझे देबा पई बहुत सक्षम। तेणु मु आपन को ओडिया रे कहली जहा आपन को असुविधा हेथिबो आपण माने पर सेशन रे जो माने आसीबे आपण मानकर भितरे चर्चा हबो, आपण माने से विषय रे कथा हेबे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपण को, आपण माने समस्ते आम निमंत्रण रे आपण को राज्य रु आसी आम राज्य रे पहुंचचंती। मते कहूतिले झारखंड रु भी जणे आसीचंती, तांको राज्य रे इलेक्शन चलीचे, ता सत्वे भी एठी प्रतिनिधित्व करबा को झारखंड भी आसीची। तेणु पुणी थरे मु समस्त को साधुवाद एवं अपेक्षा रखुची कि जो कथारे जो समुद्र माने समुद्र मंथन हेले भी सेथिरु विष और अमृत एमती मिले। तेणु जदि आपण मानकर मनर कथा को आपण मानकर अनुभव को आपण मानकर शासन दायित्व रे थिबा व्यवस्था को आमे मंथन करिबा निश्चित भावे भल कथा ही बाहरिबो। एवं ओडिशा समस्तक सजेशन रे समस्तक ठू कथा नहीं आमे जेहेतु कहिचु आमे लोकंक सरकार माननीय मुख्यमंत्री निर्देश जे सिविल सोसाइटी रो समस्तंकर मत नहीं किछि आमे परिवर्तन करिबा। तेणु आपण मान ए मत ओडिशा रो सबु छुआ मानकर कल्याण रे आसीबो एतिक मोर अपेक्षा। समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Wise in Odisha, in our state, maybe western part of Odisha is lacking some nutrition and the south part of Odisha is lacking some other. So how can we find a solution to address the core issues of malnutrition and anemia in the adolescent girls? And she extends a warm welcome in Odia to every single dignitary and all the guests from Pan India present over here. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Madam, for your beautiful address. And as we respect our language Odia in here, so she has spoken in Odia. We hope everybody got a gist of it. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, time for the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. I would invite Additional Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Odisha, Shri Nityananda Barik to the podium to offer the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister WNCD, Mission Shakti and Tourism Ma'am, respected Chief Secretary Sir, Secretaries and Directors from different states, Principal Secretary Ma'am, Director Ma'am, Chief UNICEF, Deputy Country Director WFP, distinguished dignitaries from states of Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala and Chhattisgarh, representative from UNICEF, APF, WFP, CFTRI, NIN, AMUL and NIT, and representative from various departments of the states. It is my profound privilege to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for participating in the THR Conclave 2024. First and foremost, I am deeply honored and grateful to our Honorable Deputy CM Ma'am. Ma'am, your visionary guidance and unwavering support have shaped the goals and vision of this conclave. Your dedication to advancing the welfare and development of women and children is an inspiration and driving force to all of us. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Chief Secretary Sir for his leadership and for fostering collaborations that made this gathering so impactful. Sir, your direction and insights have been invaluable, helping us to set a meaningful agenda and pursue tangible progress. I would also like to thank Principal Secretary Ma'am. Ma'am, your steadfast support and commitment to this cause has strengthened the vision towards better nutritional intervention in the state. Your proactive involvement in THR initiative continually motivates us towards sustainable change. I am also thankful to our Director Ma'am, as well as the esteemed representative and dignitaries from Assam, UP, Rajasthan, Telangana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala and Chhattisgarh. Ma'am and Sir, your perspective and shared experiences will truly enrich our collective understanding by sharing best practices in THR distribution and implementation across various contexts. I would also like to offer heartfelt appreciation to our development partners, members of academia, and officials from line departments. Your technical expertise, research, and dedication to social welfare will be invaluable in strengthening the foundation of our program's goals. I am thankful to my dear colleagues and participants, electronics and print media for your presence to make this conclave a success. Thank you all.
Thank you, our Additional Secretary, Shri Nityananda Barik, for the vote of thanks. Here we come to the end of the inaugural session. I would like to thank once again our Honorable Chief Guest and dignitaries on the dais. And thank you everyone. Now we break for tea for 15 minutes. Let us reassemble in the hall right at 11:35 to get started with the national and state perspectives on take-home ration session 1. Thank you everyone. Freshened up and ready to get started with the brainstorming sessions that we are going to have back to back. Welcome back inside the hall. If possible, everybody please take your seats. All the ladies and gentlemen, everyone please take your seats and let us get started with the first session. Now we are extremely happy to announce the presence of our esteemed Deputy Chief Minister, Srimati PravatiParida Madam, for her presence. She is here with us to witness the sessions. And Srimati Shubha Sharma IAS, esteemed Principal Secretary, has decided to accompany her off the stage, in front of the stage. And to chair the session, I would invite Ms. Monisha Banerjee, IAS, Director ICDS and SW, WNCD Department, Government of Odisha, to kindly join us on the dais. I would also invite to chair the session Ms. Marie-Claude Desilets, Chief Nutrition UNICEF India, to the dais, please. A warm welcome to the ladies once again. Please have your seats. Thank you. Now we have 4 presentations in this session. We are going to start with Assam, then we will follow with Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, and then we have a representative from NIN. To get started with Assam, may I invite esteemed Principal Secretary, Women and Child Development, Government of Odisha, Government of Assam, Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IAS, to the dais, please. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IAS, from Government of Assam, to the dais. Before, sir, you get started with the presentation, I would request our Director, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, to kindly greet and felicitate the Principal Secretary, Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, on the stage, please. I'll request our lady to kindly get the Uttariya and planter. A warm welcome to Principal Secretary, Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IAS, from Government of Assam. I would request you, sir, to kindly get started with the presentation.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, respected dignitaries on the dais, Principal Secretary, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Odisha, various other dignitaries present here coming from various states, ladies and gentlemen. Today's conclave is mainly on take-home ration, but take-home ration does not exist in one silo. So I am trying to first also give a glimpse of various other activities that we have done or we are doing, especially in the last couple of years, which has sort of some direct bearing on take-home ration also. And after giving a few slides on that, then I will come to the main part, that is the take-home ration. So these are the few 7-8 items that I would like to first give a glimpse upon on the activities that we are doing, that is with regard to observation of complementary feeding promotion week, regarding NutriKit that we are giving to the people who are coming to the nutrition rehabilitation centers, regarding steps that we take in various relief centers. You all know Assam almost every year faces the flood issue, flood problem for around say 3-4 months continuously. So how do we tackle, how do we do our activities during those times? Various IC activities that we do especially to promote THR and other nutritional issues. The construction of model Anganwadi centers that the Government of Assam has undertaken. what we are doing to introduce diversified food products, a bit of capacity building of the ICDS functionaries starting from CDPU up to Anganwadi workers, and the certificate course that we have started about the Anganwadi workers. So coming to the first aspect, that is observation of complementary feeding promotion week. We all know that we generally celebrate the Poshan Mah during September. So before that, we observe complementary feeding promotion week for 1 week starting from 8th August to 14th August. And during this duration, we take various activities so as to promote the complementary feeding, because we are giving lots of THR, HCM, all those things. But finally, the solution is not in giving continued support giving for times immemorial. It is always better to have some behavioral change in our society, because how to feed is a very natural process. Only thing is that we have all forgotten. So we have to reintroduce all those kind of things, how to feed when the child is young, how to start complementary feeding after 6 months of age. So to promote those aspects, we carry out an extensive promotion on various things regarding complementary feeding. These activities are conducted in various places, including the VHSND program that we do during that week, in various hospitals, OPD patients, in schools, and various other places that we do. These are some of the glimpses of complementary feeding week that we celebrate. The second activity that I would like to emphasize is about the NutriKit. Now, whenever a child is diagnosed as a SAM with some medical complication, then we have to refer them to nutrition rehabilitation centers, where the child along with the mother has to stay for around 14 to 21 days, so that the child gets completely cured and can be taken back to the society. There are other group of SAM children which can be managed in community. We are not talking about that, but those with medical complications. Now, when the child and the mother comes to the NRC, generally the mother leaves maybe another child at home, or maybe her husband. There are so many chores that are to be performed in house. So generally the mother is always in a hurry to leave the NRC even before the child gets well. So it is very essential that the mother must be motivated to stay in the NRC for the whole period, by which time the child regains her health. So to promote that, whenever the mother completes the whole process, we have started to provide a NutriKit valuing around 1,000 rupees, which contains various aspects like milk, groundnuts, jaggery, suji, eggs, ghee, etc. And we give it as a kit to the mother if she completes the whole course and the child gets to a normal weight. Now this is regarding the flood times. Whenever there is flood, and it generally occurs between say May, June to up to September, most of Assam gets inundated. Many of the villages come to relief camps, and those relief camps, taking as an opportunity, we get a captive audience where we can promote our various activities also. In addition to, although it is a calamity, but we take that opportunity to communicate with the people also. And we do that by promoting various aspects regarding nutrition, infant and young child feeding practices. In the camp also we set up child-friendly spaces, and so that number one, the child does not get stressed, and the mother also can take care of their health aspect. So we have been doing this for quite some years, and our performance has also been recognized. whenever people are in the relief camp, our activities, including the Anganwadi activities, ECC activities, our hot cooked meal, THR, etc., they do not stop. It continues. If not in the Anganwadi center, then at the relief camps. Now coming to the IC activities, I was telling that, I mean, we have been struggling to find a solution to malnutrition for quite some time. Every state is doing, innovating. Government of India is also trying to do something. But the final solution lies with the society, with the community. If the community gets empowered to take care of themselves, it is not that they don't have food. Maybe the ideas, the knowledge, what to feed, when to feed, how to feed, those things have, with time, maybe, we have to again inculcate those habits in the community. For that, we have been taking up IC activities in simple terms, like this is with regard to like 5-finger rule for promoting complementary feeding for the child. So it says like, say one is for add 1 tablespoon of oil or ghee in the food, child's diet. 2 is for keeping 2 separate bowls and a spoon for the child. 3 is at least feed 3 times, the child feed 3 times. 4 is at least use 4 food groups in the children's diet. And 5 is that whenever you are feeding, please ensure that all the 5 sensory organs of the child are being used. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the skin, the touch, and everything. So, this is to stimulate the child and get the best that the children can get out of their food. Similarly, for mothers, lactating, pregnant and lactating mothers, we have devised like 10-finger rules. There are like, say, for one, it is take 1 IFA tablet daily after the first trimester. 2 is for taking 2 calcium tablet daily. 3 is for availing, trying to avail the 3 benefits that are available. Attend 4 is for 4 ANCs. 5 is at least have 5 meals in a day. 6 is limit the cooking oil consumption to maximum 6 teaspoons. 7 is eat balanced diet all the 7 days. 8 is complete at least 8 hours of sleep. 9 is gain minimum weight of 9 kg during pregnancy. And 10 is for having at least 10 glasses of drinking water daily. So these kinds of some simple techniques are being designed to pass on certain messages to the families for both complementary feeding as well as taking care of the pregnant ladies and mothers. These are some other IC materials on take-home ration. The next is about construction of model Anganwadi centers. Like Odisha, we also have around 60,000, I think Odisha has around 75,000. We have around 60,000 Anganwadi centers. The state has embarked upon constructing at least 10,000 by next year. Model Anganwadi centers, which will be very vibrant, attractive, more engaging, accessible to the community, clean and spacious. And this center will act as a nodal point for various activities that we undertake from our department, including holding the BHSND and various other community-based activities. So, we have already started construction of these Anganwadi centers around around 4,000 are already constructed or will be completed very soon. 5,000 has already been approved during this year. So the model Anganwadi center that we are constructing, it includes 2 spacious rooms, one for ECC activities and one for various community-based activities, separate kitchen, storage facilities, child-friendly toilet for both boys and girls, ramp, verandas for playing, etc., space for kitchen garden, courtyard, and also child-friendly furniture. This is one initiative that we had started. This is using small fish powder. This was done on pilot basis under ICDS and also under PM portion, that is midday meal school. So that was started in September 22. It was done for around 6 months time, in which a small fish powder was especially developed in Assam under proper certification, and it was added to the hot cooked meal that is being served both in Anganwadi centers and in PM portion. I will show you the quantities also, and I will show you the results that came out of this. So this is how it was added. And this was the final result that came out. The acceptability, the taste acceptability was around 92%. And there was, in the intervention area, there was a reduction in underweight from 13.79 to 8.33%, severely underweight from 1.83% to 0.15%. It was not very costly affair. I mean, just 7 gram of this small fish powder was introduced twice in a week in the children's diet for age between 3 to 6 years, and if it is Sam and Ma'am, then 5 grams thrice in the week, and for midday meal part it was 10 gram per child for twice in a week. The costing was per week around just 10 rupees or so per child. Now regarding the capacity building part that I had spoken earlier, I think ours is a very highly technical department. We have been taking this department, we have not been taking this department to be very expert and technical in that sense, the way it is required. Rearing a child, that also at so early age, is not an easy task. So continuous training is very much essential part of our department. So for that, we have created a resource pool of around 281 members. We have selected from our own officers and staff 281 members from CDPO, supervisor, statistical assistants, those who are good in communication, can train people, they have some motivation to learn those kind of things, and we have trained them, and they in turn act as mentor, coordinator, and take on all the activities of the department to the Anganwadi and others level. Similarly, we have trained 72 master trainers in collaboration with the Assam Millet Mission, who are training our field workers in THR, food diversity, and those kind of things to combat malnutrition. So this is a permanent pool of resource persons that we have created in our state, which conducts all training on existing things, and if some new items come, then also they conduct this training. Now, lastly, we have introduced this 6-month certificate course on ECCE for Anganwadi workers who are having 10+2 qualification. So this is 6 months program. We have started taking it few districts at one go like that. Not all states we have not started at one go. 4 or 5 districts as one batch we start, and then we complete it for 6 months, and then we move to another district. So the course has been developed, the modules have been developed in collaboration with the SART Assam, UNICEF, NIPSIT, all those combined, they have developed the course, and key resource persons have been trained, around 509, and they are conducting these trainings, and the results are very good. We have already now trained more than 10,000 Anganwadi workers in this manner. This is a requirement of the National Education Policy also. One of the main aspects of these ECC training is that the teaching and learning materials that we generally use in Anganwadi workers, those are all handmade by the Anganwadi workers. If we supply them, then generally we find that it is lying in the corner of the Anganwadi centers. But if something is made by them, then they have attachment, that is one part, and they also can make better and better things in future. So now I will come to the THR part, which is the main part of the conclave. So we have all been, as I told you, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister also said, that things are evolving. Even Government of India has given a lot of, they have just specified only few core areas and then left most of the part up to the states. Now, Government of Odisha and other, some other states who have resources, they are adding from their side, but not, I don't think every state is able to do that, at least not in Assam. We are mostly relying on the Government of India component of the whole ICDS program. So in that only we are trying to maybe innovate or do whatever best we can. So now what are the type of THRs that we are giving? So ours are mostly in a centralized manner. The chain, I will deliberate it a little later also. The whole supply chain is mostly in the decentralized manner, but mainly we are providing three kind of items. One is what we, these are packet things. One is called that instant dal khichdi. These are manufactured. I will show you how it is manufactured also a little bit. But the main compositions are the fortified rice, pulses, soya, oil, spices, condiments, and this is all fortified with vitamins and minerals. So the nutritional information per 100 gram is also given in the slide. The next thing that we provide is multigrain suji halwa. The one that I showed you earlier was salty, this is sweet. The component here is also fortified rice, wheat, millet, pulses, soya, semolina, sugar, oil, and fortified with various vitamins and minerals. The nutritional information per 100 gram is also shown on the slide. And in addition, we also give what we had developed from Tezpur University. We have got a university in Tezpur, Assam mix. That was like in Odisha, they were showing chatwa. Something like it's a mix of various items, groundnut and those kind of things. Some component, because unless if you give one thing only, then it does not, the people do not accept that. So we have to mix, match, bring variety, bring different tastes. So even the dal khichdi and multigrain halwa that we are giving, the taste and variety and the composition we keep on changing after some time, so that they feel attracted towards eating those things. So other things we also provide sometimes, like fortified ras, masoor dal, dry peas, locally available seasonal fruits, vegetables, eggs, as a component of the THR. So these are all mixed bags. The nutritive composition I have already shown in the earlier slide, so that is given here. Our supply chain ensures that we deliver all these things once in a month in a combination of packet. So for all the categories between 6 months to 3 years, be it normal, SAM, MAM or whatever, it is provided once in 25 days, that is once in a month. This slide has asked how it is done, whether it is centralized, decentralized. Our production is a centralized manner. So we have got various manufacturers who have their own laboratory, also accredited with the NABL, and our manufacturing takes place in those manufacturing units. So this is a small glimpse. Yeah, so that was about the manufacturing that takes place. Now, the supply chain management part, as I told you earlier, most of our things are in a centralized manner. So at the state level only, we do the assessment part. How much amount will be required at what place, what Anganwadi centers, what CDPO projects like that. Based on the projection of the portion tracker, the work order, the supply, all those things are done at the state level. Procurement, I mean, we only lift the rice from FCI, and all other things are done by the manufacturers themselves. The lifting of fortified rice from the FCI or the millet, it is done by the manufacturers, and then it is the responsibility of the manufacturer to deliver it up to the Anganwadi centers also through the mechanism of CDPO and Anganwadi Management Committee up to Anganwadi center. So the most of that part takes place in the state level, but the monitoring and quality testing, etc., are done at the district level. So at the project level, the items are distributed through the Anganwadi Management Committee to the Anganwadi centers, and Anganwadi centers distribute it, and all the entry things, etc., portion taker takes place there. Now coming to the THR distribution, as I said, the distribution up to the Anganwadi center is the responsibility of the manufacturers. So they do use the mechanism of our CDPOs and Anganwadi centers, management committee, etc. But they have to ensure that the things reaches the Anganwadi centers. Assam also has lots of riverine areas, hill areas, remote areas, forest areas. So there are difficulties. We are tackling that, but till now at least we have been able to ensure that we are able to reach all Anganwadi centers once in a month with the food items. With regard to the quality, as I said, we follow the necessary certification provisions of the Act. There are district level nutrition committees headed by the DCs who monitors monthly on monthly basis what are coming, what are going, whether they are being supplied properly or not. All the certifications of SSI and other certifications are taken care of. The ISO, before passing the bill, the certificate of each batch is taken from a NABL accredited laboratory. Coming to the packaging and labeling part, I will show you how the packet are. So, in the packet, the nutritional component, the shelf life, it should be shelf life, then how to store, how to prepare the food, all these things are mentioned in the packet also. So, just this is the packet which has been opened. So, the logos, shelf life, quantity, how much to feed, certification, nutritional information, compositions, and instructions for preparation. All these are mentioned in the package. Same for the other item also. The costing, as I said, we do not add anything from our state fund. It is all based on the what Government of India has prescribed. This is the main thing, the challenge part. I think the main issue with THR is that since we are giving it to the families, okay, it may be nutritious, it may be whatever, but whether it is reaching the targeted beneficiary or the whole family eats it, I mean, that is one of the aspects that is always intriguing. So, whatever good quantity thing you can provide to a family, whether the child from 6 months to 2 years or 3 years, they will eat, or the whole family will eat. I mean, the whole family eating is not a bad thing, but it is not meeting the objective of the program. So, how can the THR be made self-targeting so that the food will only move towards the target audience? That is, I think, one of the most critical aspect that we have to think, because in hot meal the children are coming to the Anganwadi centers and we feed them. Not so in THR. So even whether the lady of the house is getting to eat it or not, I mean, ensuring those things are not so easy. So I think that is one part that we are also working. So that's why we are trying to brand it. Sometimes branding will help that other people will not eat it. So or some IC activities. So those things we are also struggling and we are trying to find ways out. But that is one of the most, I think, important thing with regard to THR. Other than that, some other aspects have been mentioned here, like logistical issues during natural calamities. Assam is very prone to various natural calamities. Odisha also has issues with cyclone, etc. But we have various, like flood, we have earthquakes, we have landslides, all those things are there. So the movement gets obstructed during those times. Then with regard to storage, the old Anganwadi centers, single room, they hardly have much space. This is the last slide. So they hardly have much any space to store. So we are constructing these new Anganwadi centers. Then with regard to not having too many food testing laboratories at the district level, we are doing it at the state level mostly or regional level, but we need more at the district level. And lastly, the food habits of various communities. Although a 6-month child generally has not yet developed that food habit, but still the family may not prefer those kind of things for their child. So these are the issues. So I would like to thank Government of Odisha for giving me this opportunity to share some of the activities that we have done. The photograph in this slide is also one of the model Anganwadi centers that we have constructed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. Please be with us on the stage for the next 1 or 2 minutes. If we can have 1 or 2 questions regarding your presentation. We have our lady with us. If we have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 minute. 1 or 2 questions we can take, please. Oh, we have a question at that table. Thank you. Okay.
Hello. Hello, sir. This is Professor Madhuresh Dwivedi from NIT Rourkela. So actually, sir, my question is regarding, sir, that your Nutri-Kit and everything is available. So in that, sir, whether we are going for any allergen test or anything like that, because allergy to peanut or soya bean is very much prominent. So in India also it is very much prominent. So like I would suggest or I would like to recommend that it should be there. Like the test, allergen test should be there. There should be survey should be done so that if they are allergic to that thing, that will be imposing more a kind of thing. So that is what I would like to know, that whether Assam is following this trend or not.
I am not aware about any allergy test being done.
Okay.
But if there are some
Yeah, sir,
ideas,
it is very much required, sir, actually.
if you can give us some documents on those,
Yeah,
things,
sure,
I would
sure,
certainly
sure,
like
sure.
to have a look at
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. The part with the pilot using fish in Assam was very, very interesting. And I come from UNICEF Hyderabad office, and we also support the state of Andhra Pradesh, where we have fishermen communities, which are one of the most deprived communities in the state, and that is the section which is a regular fish consuming section. I would like to understand a little more from you. What was the uptake and how was the response of the community? And also if there were any significant improvements that you saw in terms of nutritional status, if there was anything which was assessed by the state of Assam, it would be really interesting to know more and learn from the state on this front. Thank you.
We can share the report on that, but it was done in a very neutral manner by involving lots of partners, including research organizations and other bodies which do in that. We had taken around 300 Anganwadi centers and some LP schools also in those areas. So this was done across from 3 years to around 10 years, that kind of thing, that age group. And the result was very good, very cost effective, and the acceptance rate from the children, the taste-wise, was around 92%, and I also showed you how much it impacted the health parameters. So it was, in fact, the experiment was very much successful. Only thing is about not all community eats, fish powder and those kind of things. So while doing that experiment, we had taken those areas only where people are accepting fish as a regular diet component for their children. So that is the only part that we have to take care. But otherwise, it was very much successful, and now we are thinking how to expand that.
Sir, if I may add one point, sir, what was the shelf life of this fish powder, sir? How much?
No, the powder that was given, I don't know the exact, because it was used, it was prepared only for that target group. It was not prepared for market thing. It was prepared for, I can't give you the exact answer because I don't know, but I can, from College of Fisheries, Raha, I can share that data with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting presentation. I am from Department of Mission Shakti. I seek some information on this transportation cost. Your model is like centralized model. This service charge is very minimal as per the cost. You are like making a centralized level. How the system is like the supply chain management is very strong. So this can be remunerated. Then second thing, costing of materials. Like how these raw materials costing and centralized model, like maintain to this enable level, like parameters, then hygiene, then all the parameter standards.
Yeah, that is the very important part, because transportation is not same for the whole of state of Assam. For some area it may be very minimal, but for some area it may be very large. That's why we have made zones, and whenever we are allotting to these manufacturers, we give them zone-wise. And we do a cost analysis for both sides, because what are the components that a manufacturer will need to buy and put in the product, what will be the costing out of that, and also whether it meets the nutritional guidelines that are prescribed. So for all those, we do an analysis, we do a cost analysis for everything, including normal transportation cost that will take for the nearest areas, farthest areas, and in between areas, and based on that we do an EOI, and then we impanel manufacturers for that.
Okay, good morning, sir. This is Ravi from UNICEF, Uttar Pradesh. So this is a question on centralization versus decentralization. So I think in your last slide also you said that there is a limitations around quality checks. So do you feel that instead of going for decentralization, which is also merits and limitations, centralization would be a better solution to quality checks and so forth? So that is one. Second is that when you are doing a decentralized model, food is also very local, so people have cultural choices and so forth. So are you also thinking of adapting that to the local context? But Minister was also saying in the morning that if somebody is from this particular area, they might have a taste and likeness for something. So are you also considering those kind of things in your Assam model or not?
I mean, this centralization versus decentralization, I will not pass any judgment on that, because these things are being experimented both ways, and either way people are getting some success, some failures, and as you yourself said, there are some merits and demerits on both the sides. We also feel that there should be some local component also. That's why I said around 1/3 part of it we also do in a decentralized manner through local food. Not the whole part is not centralized. I mean, the ready-to-eat kind of food that we are giving consists of only around 2/3 part of it. But 1/3 part we do in a decentralized at a local Anganwadi center level, whereby we give locally whatever, we give them money and then they procure and give the things.
thank you, sir, for a very nice and crisp presentation, stating many other interventions which will have an impact on the nutrition status of children. I am Pushpa Avasthi, nutrition specialist from UNICEF Madhya Pradesh. I have one question with regards to the Nutri-Kit, which we are giving to the children who are coming to the NRC, and after post-discharge they will be getting the kit. So I was interested in knowing whether the funds are coming from the health section or health department, or is it borne by the DWCD?
The NRCs are managed by the health department. The management of the NRCs are under the health department. The food that is given inside the NRCs, etc., are all given by the health department. Our part is mostly in admission. So the SAM, MAM children, we do identify, then we bring it to the local A&M, etc., and then they refer whether the child is fit for going to NRCs or not, then they decide like that. Only when they complete the whole process and they come out, that Nutri-Kit part is given by the WCD department.
Thank you very much to esteemed Principal Secretary WNCD Government of Assam, Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu IAS, sir, for the wonderful presentation, and thank you everyone for your active participation. And I would request a few of our participants, before asking the questions, they didn't introduce themselves. Please help us know you more. Please take your names and from where are you from, so that we will get to know you more. Thank you so much. There is a slight change, ladies and gentlemen. For the next presentation, we are requesting Team Gujarat to join us on the podium. And from Gujarat, I would invite the esteemed Deputy Secretary, ICDS and Director of Women Welfare, Ms. K.S. Yagnik, IAS, please to the dais. Could we have a round of applause for her? Ma'am, welcome on the dais. And before ma'am gets started with her presentation, I would request our director, Ms. Banerjee, to kindly present her with an Uttariya and planter. Thank you, madam. Welcome, ma'am, and I would request you to kindly get started.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Ma'am, Honorable Principal Secretary DWCD, Director DWCD, Chief Nutrition Specialist UNICEF, and all the dignitaries present here in the conclave. I am Mrs. Yagnik from Gujarat, and I'll be presenting the THR system being followed in Gujarat. Yes, this is the system being followed. We have around 53,000 Anganwadis and around 2,200 supervisors, 426 CDPOs, and in all the state is having 33 districts and 8 municipal corporations, and we have a state office, that is Commissionerate of ICDS, that is the team which is looking after the THR distribution, and we have state-of-art support from our dairies and GCMMF, that is Gujarat Federation of all the dairies available in Gujarat. We are providing take-home ration to, say, all the children for up to 3 years, and then 3 to 6 years we are providing to severely underweight and underweight children. Then we are providing THR to pregnant women and lactating mothers and adolescent girls of the age 15 to 18 years. We have around 30 lakh beneficiaries, and the consumption per month is 12,000 metric ton. We have state-of-art plants, and the budget is around 691 crores. Pushti was required by seeing the scale of implementation. We have faced quality and quantity required, then timely delivery was also expected, and acceptability of an online software and effective monitoring was required. It was a response to Honorable Prime Minister's call of Sahi Poshan Desh Roshan. There was a tripartite agreement amongst DWCD, GCMMF and dairy unions of the state for production and distribution of fortified THR. These are actual pictures of the THR being provided. Bal Shakti is for children, and Purna Shakti is for adolescent girls. Matru Shakti is for pregnant and lactating mothers. These are the provisions for THR for target beneficiaries. Production of THR, as I told earlier, is a tripartite agreement between WCD department, GCMMF and dairy unions. We have 3 major dairies, that is Amul, Banas and Sumul. They have set up their plants at an approximate cost of 250 crores each. This is the supply chain. The chain starts from Anganwadi worker, that she is generating the demand by 1st of every month. Second comes a supervisor who is compiling. Then comes CDPO who verifies and uploads online. Then comes program officer. Then we have state to give online approval and issuance of work order to GCMMF. Then GCMMF is online allocating and issuing the work order to concerned dairies. Dairies in turn provide raw material and quantity to the plants. Plants are producing the THR, and actually there is a verification and testing system also from the plant, that I will explain later on. Then after production and packaging, the THR packages are given to transporter, and transporters are giving doorstep delivery to Anganwadi workers. And Anganwadi worker is receiving the THR through OTP, or where there is no network or network issues, through geotagging image. And finally, Anganwadi worker is distributing the THR to all the beneficiaries on 4th Tuesday, that is Anna Vitaran Divas. This is how we try to ensure the equity in THR distribution. The areas which are hard to reach are connected by geotagging images. This is our quality assurance and control practices for THR production. All these fortification specification followed by Gujarat are as per FSSAI standards. And for internal quality assurance, even GCMMF is taking a random basis check. And when they are satisfied with the quality, they deliver the THR to Anganwadis. Another quality testing is being done by government laboratory, that is Food and Drugs Department's laboratory at Baroda, where we are sending random samples of all the THRs from the plant, from dairy plant, to the laboratory for random check, and if there is any gap or there is any complaint, then those packages are discarded and new packages are being replaced for that. Actually, the whole batch is replaced. This is the quality assurance and control practices followed by GCMMF. We have Amul people with us, so they will give some detailed ideas about their practices. Our state is having online software EHRMS for maintaining all the service records of the Anganwadi worker and Anganwadi helpers. So the data is being fetched from this software. And again, Amul has developed software for their transportation deliveries. We have an existing platform of PDS with online integration for the HCM hot cook meal commodities. The cost of this system is around 90 lakhs. That was in 2018. The challenges being faced by the state was the capacity building of all the functionaries. And last but not the least, the acceptance of the digitization by the staff and all the functionaries. But capacity building has helped us a lot for acceptance of this digital platform. Monitoring and evaluation of THR. We have a state management center at Commissionerate of ICDS, and to correct, we have 32 executives for calling various functionaries. They are contacting Anganwadi workers and helpers. They are contacting transporters also. They are getting feedback from the beneficiaries also to assure and to monitor the distribution of THR and production and timely delivery. best practices followed by THR implementation. We have a real-time tracking of the THR being distributed at Anganwadis. This is the live tracking done today and distributed today. With the use of Pushti, we have been able to achieve all the benefits which are stated in the slide. This is the recognition Gujarat has gained. We have received a Scotch Award in September 2019. Again, Niti Aayog has appreciated in 2020. We have already introduced e-sign facility to improve the transparency and accountability. We are trying to integrate with Poshan Tracker and also trying to give automated alerts to stakeholders, that is Anganwadi workers, MS, CDPO. We are also trying very hard to introduce QR codes on THR packets and also trying end-to-end beneficiaries tracking for THR through Aadhaar or mobile OTP and trying to get optimum use of SMC for monitoring and follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the lovely presentation. Ma'am has some commitments, if there are any questions, we have the team members from Gujarat. I would request the team Gujarat to kindly come and join us on the stage, and the floor is now open for questions. I'll request our team to kindly pass on the mics if we have any questions. From Gujarat, we also have consultant WCD Shri Vinay Tiwari. We have from WCD Dr. Adish, the consultant, and Dr. Kavita Sharma, nutrition specialist, UNICEF.
My question was more around the costing of the THR, because the cost norms were set in 2017, and in our experience, most of the states struggle with the cost norms. So how are you able to produce a quality product within the existing cost norms?
Okay, so the cost norms weren't revised till now. That were revised in 2017. The cost per packet for Bal Shakti that was written in the presentation, that is 64 rupees per kg, and for Matru Shakti and Puna Shakti that is around 70.9 rupees per kg. We have requested Government of India to revise the norms. In fact, there were many discussions held with the Government of India, and they have agreed to revise the norms. Sooner we will get the revised norms also, and based on that we will also revise the product, and based on the feedback we are also going to revise some inclusion. I am not saying right now because I use all millets, etc. Children, we are giving 7 packets, and for SAM children or severe underweight children, we are giving 10 packets. That is from 3.5 kg to 5 kg.
Cost, I am talking about the cost.
So cost doesn't matter because we have included cost in the packets.
So that is 64 rupees. When we are giving for normal children, that is 7 packets. 7 packets comes around 420 rupees. And if we are giving for severe underdeveloped children, that is 10 packets. So it comes around 640 rupees.
My question is, provided by the state government, or the entire cost is bear by the Gujarat Milk Federation, or what is the ratio of the cost that is bear by the Gujarat Milk Federation, state and government of India?
No, we have the same cost pattern between government of India and the state, that is 50-50. We haven't included any additional component in THR.
Okay. Regarding the transport agent, whether the same transport agent is engaged for lifting up the weight from the say golden or like that, or transporting the finished product from unit to Anganwadi center.
Okay, so the transportation pattern, that is contracting subcontracting, that is internally managed by GCMF, where they pick the product from the plants itself and they are delivering to the Anganwadi centers. They are the vehicles are bigger, which they are taking from the plants. They are distributed in smaller vehicles and they are going to provide to the Anganwadi centers. And the contracting for from delivery, from picking the THR from plant till the Anganwadi center is internally managed by GCMF.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please let the mic reach you, please. That way. Yeah. Thank you.
You broke my confidence. I was loud enough.
No, sir, you are very confident.
My name is Samir. I am from UNICEF, Delhi. I just wanted to understand how many plants are manufacturing THR. There are 3 dairies, but how many plants are manufacturing?
So every dairy has set up only one plant at each center.
So there are 3 plants?
Yes, 3 plants. And these are enough for the whole state.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Yes, Adis wants to give some response. Based on the requirements.
Do we have any more questions? Or any suggestion, anything?
Can you just explain your live tracking of THR distribution? Can you just explain in one word?
Okay, so we have developed an integrated system where the THR from production to Anganwadi center is being tracked. If I would get a chance, I can explain in the online system also. We have a beautiful system and it has been appraised by Secretary Government of India also when we have represented this system, where the particular packets delivered to Anganwadi centers, it is reported here. Within a second, there are a number of records reported in the system. So what the madam was trying to tell, that the state management center that has been established at Commissionerate of WCD, they people are contacting to the Anganwadi centers and asking, do you have received any THR? They are not going to ask the leading question. They are just only asking the question. Have you received any THR today? So the Anganwadi center, Anganwadi worker will reply yes or no. If say yes, how much quantity of Bal Shakti and Matra Shakti or Puna Shakti? What is batch number? So what is reported in the systems, they are cross-verifying with the Anganwadi worker itself so that it doesn't get out from the actual scenario. I will represent if everyone allows.
So although we are running delayed, you still have got 5 minutes from your session. With Team Gujarat finished in time, we still have 5 minutes left.
One small sub-question. Here. So are you also cross-verifying with the beneficiaries or only till the Anganwadi center level?
Sir, you have asked the question that I wanted to answer itself. So the state management also calls to beneficiaries that you have received some packets or not. Okay, based on the batch number, they are also talking to the beneficiaries and asking that have you received the THR? If she says yes, then what is the batch number? So they are cross-verifying with the Anganwadi worker, they are cross-verifying with the beneficiaries of the Anganwadi center. We are not saying that this is the best system, but we are trying to get the best.
I just have one more question. It would add to your explanation. Given you have explained that the tracking system is very good, why there is a need for QR coding?
Okay.
That's
Very
because
good.
that's what was on one of the innovations.
Okay. So, as I have told, the packets that we are providing to the beneficiaries, these are 7 packets and 10 packets to the children, and 4 packets to the adults and girls and pregnant and lactating women. We heard some news that the THR packets were found in some dairies, internal dairies, where they are producing the milk. We, after various tracking, we didn't get from where these packets were found, where the Anganwadi center have lost these packets. After the lots of verification, because we went to Anganwadi center, we have cross-verified, we have requested and verified that the signature is Anganwadi, beneficiary is written in the particular Anganwadi center records or not. Everything was there. But we were unable to find out where the packets comes from. So that's why we wanted to incorporate QR packets to the individual packets, so that we come to know that the QR, that the packet which have been issued from the GCMF to the Anganwadi centers and from the Anganwadi centers to the beneficiaries belongs to whom. That will track the individual packets to build the transparency and accountability. That is the basic need. The QR code will be the unique QR code for every packet. And besides that, we are supposed to have a QR code which have the basic details about the packets that have been mandated by Government of India. I hope everyone read that the Government of India has issued a guidelines and they have written that some basic information about the product should be mentioned in the QR code also. Also the recipes. Okay. So this is the live tracking system. Everyone, I think, can see their what? There is a 1253.177 seconds. The THR has been driven to Bhavnagar district to particular Anganwadi center Ralgaon and received by the Anganwadi worker. Now 52 to 54 seconds. It has been from Bhavnagar and it is received by some other Anganwadi centers and authentication done by OTP. We have improved this system by learnings also. Sometimes the OTP was managed by the internally some CDPOs where they have entered the wrong numbers and have received the THR. So what we have now mandated that the mobile number of Anganwadi worker and Anganwadi helper have been mandated from the THR system only. So whatever the record is available in THR will be fetched into the GCMF records into the transporter mobile app, and the mobile number is only allowed to enter which were given by the government. That we have issued 53,000 CUGs to all the Anganwadi centers. So there is no chance that the packets that has been received from the Anganwadi workers or delivered by the transporter is not correct. So this is the record 1254. If we will again refresh, the records will be to another district. Like we can see that is Vadodara urban comes, that is 55.2 seconds. What is the quantity? And Bal Shakti 11 packet, Mata Shakti, Puna Shakti, and this is the batch number that is available.
Vinayji, I have just a little query.
Yes,
if the QR code printed on every packet is being read by any device?
No, ma'am. We are trying to develop our own system where we have a QR code reader that is normally available in the mobile app also. In fact, in some of the mobiles it is inbuilt. where we can just scan the QR code and it will give the information what we have.
Yes, but are we capturing that every packet has been delivered at the Anganwadi?
No, ma'am. We are in the process of developing this. We are in the process of incorporating the QR code into THR packets. This is still not done. That we have written in the way forward.
So right now, are you doing QR code reading at the outer bag?
No, ma'am. We haven't incorporated QR code packet in the packets till now. We are in the process to incorporate it.
Okay.
So there are some pros and cons, there are some issues of real-time transactions, because we will have around 2 crore packets every month, and we will have real-time transaction from one system to another to third.
Because just in the Rajasthan, we have also introduced all the systems like QR code on every packet and online monitoring. And we have put the QR code on outer bag also, but we are not reading that. So what we have planned, the QR code on Chalan, and that is being scanned by the Anganwadi worker by the OTP.
I am not promising currently, because we are in the stage of incorporating. So what we have thought that this individual QR packet will be in the packet, and they have an aggregation on the outer bag. Like if the packet is around 20 packets in one bag, so the aggregation of that QR code will be in the outer bag. So there are some challenges in the outer bag also, because that is a loosely one.
Yes.
So we are facing the challenges. We are contacting with GCMF. We are identifying the particular agency who is excellent into implementation of this QR code system also.
Thank you, sir. We are done with the time. Okay, ma'am has been trying to ask a question. Please.
I had a question. Like in Odisha, we give a range of products under THR. We give eggs, we give chatwa and lot more other items. But there are issues regarding monotony, People, there's menu fatigue and people are bored of eating the same thing. But with your kind of product, it looks good. But since you are interacting with the beneficiaries, has there been any case of, a reported instance of menu fatigue or people getting bored? And what do you plan to do to break that monotony?
Some studies say that the THR is around acceptability of 60%, but we have internally managed to get from the state management center itself, because the beneficiary doesn't know who is the state management center, who are the people who are calling from the SMC. They are just like our girls who are directly talking to the beneficiaries and asking, do you have received the THR? They say yes. How do you like? So they say yes, we we use every day. So how much packet do you have received? So they said 7 or 10. What are you doing from this? What are you making from this THR packets? So they are taking the feedback and experience also. Someone says there is some sweetness. Someone says it must be some spicy material should be there. So we are taking the feedback from the beneficiaries. Yes, that is correct. That is well pointed. That is the human connection that what we are seeing daily, we generally get bored. But we are trying to replace something into it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for the next state presentation, and it will be Chhattisgarh. May I invite the esteemed Deputy Director, Chhattisgarh, Srimati Priyanka Kesar, to the stage to get started with her presentation, please. And before she gets started, I would invite our Director WNCD, Ms. Monisa Banerjee, to kindly greet and felicitate. A warm welcome to you, Srimati Priyanka Kesar, Deputy Director WCD, Chhattisgarh. I would request you, Madam, to kindly get started with the presentation. Thank you.
Namaskar. Respected Principal Secretary Ma'am, WCD Odisha, respected Director Ma'am, WCD Odisha, Chief Nutrition UNICEF Ma'am, and Deputy Country Director, UN World Food Program, and other distinguished guests from other states of WCD, UNICEF, NIN, CFTR, AMUL, World Food Programs. Thank you for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to give us give a presentation on take-home ration. Chhattisgarh state At a glance, we are having 33 districts, which covers 220 projects and 52 Anganwadi centers. We cover approximately 27 lakh beneficiaries under SNP, children about 21 lakhs, and SAM children 37,000, pregnant and lactating around 4.17 lakh, adults and girls only for aspirational district. We are having 10 aspirational districts where we give take-home ration to 11 to 18 years, 14 to 18 years school dropouts and school-going children, adults and girls. Next, please. This is the nutrition status of Chhattisgarh. We are seeing a steady decline in stunting and underweight over the years. In NFS data, we were having underweight 47 in NFS 3, and NFSH 5, we are having 31%. So we are still declining in our nutrition status, though we are concerned about the 1 to 3 children not growing well due to malnourishment. There was a study from the UNICEF Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey. This is a micronutrient deficiency was there, which we are trying to cover, fulfill through our fortified take-home ration and fortified atta, which we are using in our hot cooked meal. This is a different packets. We are having only one type of fortified ready-to-eat powder. It is the sweet in content, and we are using different colors for different beneficiaries. Next slide, please. It's Mukhyamantri Shishu Shakti Ahar for normal and moderate children, and for severe children it's a red color packet, and for normal and moderate it's blue color packets. Mukhyamantri Bal Ahar, which we give as a alternate take home, we are giving in the morning snack. Mukhyamantri Mahatari Shakti Ahar for pregnant, it's a green color. Lactating mothers, it's a yellow color. For Kishori Shakti Ahar, we are giving pink color. And we have introduced under CMAP augmented take-home ration. It's a pilot project doing in 3 districts. This is the composition of take-home rations. It's content of wheat, Bengal gram, soybean, sugar, soybean oil, groundnut, and we have included ragi since 2018. So we are our take-home ration contains the millet product, and we are using it regularly, and now it is fortified with vitamin mineral premix. It's contain iron, folic acid, vitamin A, B12 and D. Augmented take-home ration, it contains also ragi, but we are having a separate composition for that. We are doing milk powder. We have added milk powder in it, and it is also fortified, and this is the pilot project we are doing. Next, please. We are giving fortnightly our take-home ration. It is on first Tuesday and third Tuesday of every month. The packet size of every children is separate. For normal and moderate, we are giving 750 grams packet. And for severe malnourishment, we are giving 1200 grams packet. Pregnant, lactating, and adults and girls are getting 900 grams packets. And for breakfast, we are giving 40 grams per day. It's alternate. We are giving in morning snacks, one day poha and one day take-home ration halwa or roti. Next slide. We have a centralized production. Our centralized production is done by the government-owned units, that is Chhattisgarh Bij Vikas Nigam. And since 2022, we have introduced our centralized product. Earlier, we are having a decentralized production system. Now we have shifted to centralized production system. But we have kept the decentralized system in our supply distribution of take-home ration till Anganwadi centers. It is a fully automated plant with no human touch in manufacturing process, including grinding and packaging of food materials. Requirement of take-home ration per month is 5,500 to 6,500. A metric ton, and there is a 2 unit of Chhattisgarh Bij Vikas Nigam. One is situated in Raipur, our capital district, and another is in Raigad district. Production capacity of Raigad is 250 metric ton monthly and 7,500. Daily is 250 and monthly is 7,500 metric ton, and Raipur is 350 per day and monthly is 10,500. The wheat is supplied under the wheat-based nutrition program, and rest material is procured by the concerning agencies. We have also introduced fortified atta in our hot cooked meal. It is also supplied by this Bij Nigam only. This is the short video of our production unit. Kindly go to the play option. There's a site. This is a glimpse of the, due to technical issues, this is a glimpse of our production unit, storage of raw material, destoner machines, scorer machines, roaster machine, cooling machines are there. Next. Milling machines, pulverizer, shifter machines, packing machine, and fully automated, it's all fully automated machines are there. Our supply chain management is managed by our delegated system of DI portal. Demand is placed 2 months in advance. For January, we have started to take the entry of the DI of each and every district. And DPOs, CDPOs upload the number of weeks and the beneficiaries. The DI portal automatically generates the number of packets and quantity of take-home ration. And this DI is ordered from the state level. Demand, this is the next please. Supply is done centralized system till project level Godam. From there, the Anganwadi centers, around 613 SHGs and vendors are involved to supply till Anganwadi centers. It is managed by the concerning agency only. Supply of till Anganwadi is done before 1 month. For example, December take-home ration is supplied in November. Fixed date of distribution of take-home ration at Anganwadi centers, that is first and third Tuesday of every month. Those missed are those who missed their take-home ration. We are trying to initiate to give them their take-home ration till doorstep delivery at home. Next, please. Our take-home ration is primarily supplied to the project Godam. From there, it is distributed in Anganwadi centers through SHGs and vendors. Transportation charge are paid by the concerning agencies to SHGs and vendors. Rate of transportation varies according to the area of the districts. That is the hilly area or in any accessible areas. We are giving different rates of transportation to different agencies. Our agencies follow a fixed route chart for primary and secondary distribution of food materials. We also give the SMS alert to the CDPOs and DPOs that which truck is coming and what is the quantity of take-home ration is there and who is the driver and what is the driver's phone numbers. This is the SMS given to DPOs and CDPOs. Our quality assurance is done. Our both production unit is FSSAI certified, and it is due to it is manufacturing in fully automated plants. The good quality packaging, the quality is assured, and every month we have a 3 type of testing system: pre-dispatch testing system, post-dispatch testing system, and random. Pre-dispatch is done by the concerning agencies in their inbuilt laboratories, and after that they start supply to the project levels. Second, post-dispatch sample testing is done by the project level. They send to the concerning laboratories. We have an authorized laboratories of the state. Three authorized laboratories are there for the state sampling, and every project sends 5 samples from their project. Around to 1,100 samples has been given. Every month we are sending to the concerning laboratories. Separate state budget provision are made for the sample testing, and random sampling test is done by the directorate. Each and every state send 1 samples from their state, from their district to the state, and we also cross-check our the quality of the take-home ration is nice or not. Regular quality inspection is done by the state officials and our district officials. Cost, we are trying, we are just figuring out it. At present, we are giving the things, we are not doing additional anything. As per the Government of India things, we are providing take-home rations. With increasing rate of raw material, fuel and transportation costs, the current provision of rate is insufficient. I also agree, due to after 2070, there is no increase in rate revision. We are struggling on also that, because as per the revised norms of malnutrition management in children, increased calories and protein supplement, and as per NFSS Schedule 2, it is not possible at current rates. We are also requesting Government of India to increase the rate, but at present we are just fixed on the what Government of India is giving us. We have the next slide, please. Due to the budget constraint, complete nutrition component of THR is not fulfilled as per the revised supplementary nutrition norms. We are also requesting for the separate budget provision for the SAM, severe underweight children, MAM children. Kindly go to the play option. There is a site. This is a glimpse of due to technical issues, this is a glimpse of our production unit, storage of raw material, destoner machines, scorer machines, roaster machine, cooling machines are there. Next. Milling machines, pulverizer, shifter machines, packing machine, and fully automated, it's all fully automated machines are there. Our supply chain management is managed by our delegated system of DI portal. Demand is placed 2 months in advance. For January, we have started to take the entry of the DI of each and every district, and DPO, CDPOs upload the number of weeks and the beneficiaries. The DI portal automatically generates the number of packets and quantity of take-home ration. And this DI is ordered from the state level. Demand, this is the next please. Supply is done centralized system till project level Godam. From there, the Anganwadi centers, around 613 SHGs and vendors are involved to supply till Anganwadi centers. It is managed by the concerning agency only. Supply of till Anganwadi is done before 1 month. For example, December take-home ration is supplied in November. Fixed date of distribution of take-home ration at Anganwadi centers, that is first and third Tuesday of every month. Those who missed their take-home ration, we are trying to initiate to give them their take-home ration till doorstep delivery at home. Next, please. Our take-home ration is primarily supplied to the project Godam. From there, it is distributed run Anganwadi centers through SHGs and vendors. Transportation charge are paid by the concerning agencies to SHGs and vendors. Rate of transportation varies according to the area of the districts. That is the hilly area or in any accessible areas. We are giving different rates of transportation to different agencies. Our agencies follow a fixed route chart for primary and secondary distribution of food materials. We also give the SMS alert to the CDPOs and DPOs that which truck is coming and what is the quantity of take-home ration is there and who is the driver and what is the driver's phone numbers. This is the SMS given to DPOs and CDPOs. Our quality assurance is done. Our both production unit is FSSAI certified, and it is due to its manufacturing in fully automated plants. The good quality packaging, the quality is assured, and every month we have a 3 type of testing system: pre-dispatch testing system, post-dispatch testing system, and random. Pre-dispatch is done by the concerning agencies in their in-built laboratories, and after that they start supply to the project levels. Second, post-dispatch sample testing is done by the project level. They send to the concerning laboratories. We have an authorized laboratories of the state. Three authorized laboratories are there in for the state sampling, and every project sends 5 samples from their project. Around 1,100 samples has been given. Every month we are sending to the concerning laboratories. Separate state budget provision are made for the sample testing, and random sampling test is done by the directorate. Each and every state send 1 samples from their state, from their district to the state, and we also cross-check our the quality of the take-home ration is nice or not. Regular quality inspection is done by the state officials and our district officials. Cost, we are trying, we are just figuring out it. At present, we are giving the things, we are not doing additional anything. As per the Government of India things, we are providing take-home rations. With increasing rate of raw material, fuel and transportation costs, the current provision of rate is insufficient. I also agree, due to after 2070, there is no increase in rate revision. We are struggling on also that, because as per the revised norms of malnutrition management in children, increased calories and protein supplement, and as per NFSS Schedule 2, it is not possible at current rates. We are also requesting Government of India to increase the rate, but at present we are just fixed on the what Government of India is giving us. We have the, next slide please. Due to the budget constraint, complete nutrition component of THR is not fulfilled as per the revised supplementary nutrition norms. We are also requesting for the separate budget provision for the SAM, severe underweight children, MAM children, and WCD. And one of the major factors we are also asking for the GST. State is also giving 5% additional GST in ready-to-eat product and fortified attas. Whereas the midday meal is free from the GST. So we are giving extra 0.40 paisa to 2 rupees extra in GST. So we are requesting humbly to remove the GST effects in take-home ration as it is covered in National Food Security. We are requesting Government of India to doesn't apply GST in our take-home ration because it costs additional funds for that. I think each and every state who are supplying centralized, they are giving 5% GST. And originally it's 18% GST. They are concerning as not as a services, they are concerning as a good. So if they will consider it as a service, there will be no GST. But they are considering as a good. So they are applying 18% to 5% GST on take-home ration. I also request for the provision for the storage and handling cost till project level go down or go downs. Due to some areas, some projects don't have go downs for them. They have to take on rent or some other separate buildings to restore the take-home rations. So there must be separate storage or transportation charge for, or storage for go down rents must be there. And separate transportation cost till Anganwadi centers. If it is made, if we make separate provision for that, it will be very useful for us. We can use the food product for take-home ration only. Next please. Monitoring and evaluation is done. This is the picture of our project Godam inspection done by our district officers. And a regular inspection of Anganwadi centers is done by our supervisors, CDPOs, TWCDO. And also we have tracked our distribution by DI portal and portion tracker app. Best practices we are doing is we have an efficient route planning is done by the agency. There is a fixed date. If they are supplying on 15th of the month to Bastar, they will supply to next month 15th, they will supply their next delivery. So there is a fixed route planning done by the agencies so that we can provide our take-home ration at the time. Use of technology for tracking is online demand, which we have there for the CDPOs. It creates automatic challan in which the content of what our Anganwadi center will have, it contains everything. Product supply of SMS sent to the concerning CDPOs and DPOs, and monthly post, pre and random sample test provision is done by them. This is the DI system which used to follow for giving our demand. This is the DPO login, and one has a directed login. This is a DPO dashboard where the project's name is come here. DI upload. All Anganwadi centers are is there in our DI system. They Anganwadi project officers upload each and every Anganwadi's beneficiaries, which help to create a challan for other concerning agencies. Next please. This is the DI which we issue to Beach Nigam. We only register the number of week and beneficiaries. DI generate all the number of packets and quantity of take-home ration. Next please. This is our introduction of augmented take-home ration. It is under the CMOOdisha programs with the help of CSR and UNICEF we are doing. It is a new innovation in take-home rations. It is given to the SAM children. It has been piloted in Rajnandgaon, Manpur, Mohalla and Korba districts. Beneficiaries are 6 months to 6 years SAM children, and number of beneficiaries is around 1800. This is the content composition. I already said it is containing milk powder in it and ragi is there. And this is the augmented, and we are giving extra spoon and next slide please, and the container to the beneficiaries. This is the different recipes we are making from our take-home ration. Yes, we are giving a uniform one type of take-home ration, but out of which our state is also giving the recipe books, out of which they can make a chila, laddus, halwa, according to the taste and the requirements. And this is the new intervention is there. We are giving airtight box to the parents with the help of CSR, and in which they are containing their augmented take-home rations. This is the resource material of Anganwadi centers and caregivers has been done, how to make and how to give. And this is the record keeping of CMOOdisha Palak card. Best practices in state, according Kuposhan Mukti Abhiyan is running in our state for the malnourished children, anemic, pregnant, lactating and 15 to 49 anemic women. It is just done in Dantewada, Satluja, Korea, Dhamtari districts. Here we give hot cooked meal, egg, banana, satua and jaggery to the beneficiaries. Approximately 29,000 children are covered, and number of pregnant lactating is 9,600. It is a state innovation is done, and the recipe and the menu is decided by the district collector, and fund is provided by DMF. Another special program is Niyat Nendalar. It is the Naxali affected villages we are doing. We are providing where we don't have Anganwadi services. It is a number of districts we are covering is 5, and number of Anganwadi services who are providing extra services to them is 135, and number of beneficiaries is 5,700. It's Aapka Achha Gaon. Niyat Nendalar is done with the Home Ministry. It's a collaboration done with other departments. We are trying to give them the hot cooked meal and take home ration to the beneficiaries who cannot come to the camp areas. It is run in the camp area of Naxali affected villages. This is the glimpse of the near Pingalar. The Anganwadi workers goes there and provides take-home ration and raw material for the hot food meals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. The floor is now open for questions. So I would request for any questions. And please introduce yourself. We have our Dahana Butter, stage Ravama Butter table. Ma'am, please.
Ma'am, this is Professor Pradhan from NIT Rourkela, Odisha. Ma'am, some of the equipment or production that you have shown, like dish toner, miller, product, all. So have to maintain those equipment or what is the efficiencies of that equipment, how to do the CIP of those equipment. Because ma'am, ultimately, if the maintenance is not done, if the CIP is not done, ultimately the quality of the sample or the quality of the final product will be less, or the efficiency less, losses of the sample will be there. So how do that maintenance of CIP? Because in our experience, we have a department of food process engineering at NIT Rourkela, and we do various type of consultancy for similar type of industry, like particular rice mill and other thing. So they approach us because they face the problem of this maintenance, the problem of CIP, or how to improve the efficiency, because to minimize the loss, to get a good quality of the final products. So I want to know, how do you maintain those things in your production unit?
It is a centralized unit and it is done by fully automated plant. I was unable to show the production video. I am trying to show it at not touch on it. That's why the quality is maintained. Yeah, ma'am. It's a PPP, public partnership mode. 2 units are there. Yes, one in Raipur and one Raipur. Ma'am, one of the plant has been since 2010. The Rider plant was from 2010. We have given the work on 2022. And another plant they have established in Urbanpur, Raipur. And it was purely their investment. We are not giving any support from WCD. It's Bij Nigam and their public partnership product. No, ma'am. We were having a decentralized system from 2009 to 2021. Plant, ma'am, it was not working. It was under Bij Nigam. They were having there, but it was not due to that Supreme Court and that SHG factors. We were not going to that centralized. After the denotification of the 2017, we have gone to the cabinet and we have approved this system. Yes, ma'am. Augmented recognition. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was under the CMOOdisha program and it's a state initiative, and we done with the CSR. With the help of CSR, WCD and UNICEF, we have done this augmented take-home ration piloted in Ranjangaon, Anpur, Mohalla, and Korba has started through his DMF fund. Through his DMF fund.
How have you identified these children? Through the medical health department? Or
Yes, ma'am. Monthly, every month we take the weight, and we also organize Vajan Tehwar. Since 2012, every year we organize Vajan Tehwar, and each and every children's we have a site, and each and details of every children weight, every details are there. We identified in Vajan Tehwar, and every month we used to take weight of children in Anganwadi centers. From there we identified with the SAM children, and then we follow, and we are just, this is a new intervention we are doing in take-home ration. Due to cost restriction, we can't apply in every thing. We can't include milk powder in there. That's why. Yes, ma'am.
अभी तक जैसे इसके पहले आसाम में भी दिखाया था, ये गुजरात का भी है. Both of you have kind of a centralized or semi-centralized model, नहीं? तो जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का S&P का हमारा आता है अमाउंट पर पर्सन, आप उसी के अंदर सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, your packaging, your transportation, and that it's a viable thing also, because obviously अगर private partnership में है तो private person is also fine.
Yes, ma'am, it's viable. That's why I'm asking we are having the GST implications.
Yeah,
we are paying extra money.
I think that's a very valid point. हम लोग उसको अपने जो recommendations बना करके भेजेंगे, और कल अगर कोई मंत्रालय से आता है, so we'll make that the take-home ration and supplementary nutrition rate should be.
It's free. Midday meal is free from GST, but not Anganwadi take-home ration and SC.
I had two similar questions. I am from Madhya Pradesh, Commissioner WCD. They are almost similar, but what was the reason that we chose Beach Vikas Nigam as the, for the setting up or the manufacturing of THR plants? Because MP and Chhattisgarh have similar backgrounds.
Yes.
And we also, we are operating similarly in the Beach Vikas Nigam also. So, but what was the reason that you decided to choose Beach Vikas Nigam as your agency for THR manufacturing? Question one. Yes. And question two, you mentioned that in your special districts which are affected, where you're running a special program, which ma'am also just mentioned, you have involved the collectors for deciding the menu and the recipes.
Yes.
So how does that match with your centralized THR?
Yes. Yes. Ma'am, your first question is, this is a Chhattisgarh Beach Nigam is a state government owned undertaking. So we don't require any permission or tender things. We just taken a cabinet decision and we have just shifted and we have given the work to Chhattisgarh Beach Nigam. It's a state undertaking. It's government owned. We don't have to follow the tender process in that.
But are they running in profit?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they running in originally in profit? And
Yes,
now
ma'am.
they are in profit?
Yeah, they are running in profit only, ma'am.
I mean, because they will be preparing the balance sheets and audit reports.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
are in profit.
Yes, ma'am. They are, because it is they are doing the bulk purchase and raw material purchase in bulk, and they have their system. They don't have to investment now for manufacturing unit. It was already there. Raigad plant was since 2010, and I think it was before the partition after Chhattisgarh Madhya Pradesh. It was there, and it was modified in 2010. Due to restriction of WCDs that we have to go to the decentralized process, we were not able to give them the work. After the denotification of 2017 and circular, we have gone to the centralized system.
And there was another question.
Yes, ma'am, that is Kuposhan Mukti Abhiyan, and it doesn't affect it because from 1 to 3 years children, we are giving them hot cooked meal. And as per the SMP program, we are giving them take-home ration. So they are getting both the things from, they are giving take-home ration from our side, and from the district innovative, they are getting hot cooked meal.
Children from 1 to 3 years are also coming to
Anganwadi centers and having a hot cooked meal, khichdi types or egg or banana. According to that, Dantewada is giving egg and banana, and in Sarguja is giving sattu and egg and banana to the children. It's
Hello.
according to that.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm Sharad, working as part of the SPMU in WCD Odisha. I had one question, ma'am, regarding the production. What is the percentage of processing loss that you allow on your products?
10%.
10%. As per the
standard.
Okay, ma'am. That was
Only in wheat.
Okay.
Only in wheat.
Not on the other products.
No, we are not giving. Only in wheat we are allowing 10%. That is 33%. We are giving 30% and 3% as per the 10% we are allowing.
Okay. Ma'am, and you had also mentioned about the different transportation costs that you give for like different areas, like hilly and all. Is there like a calculation that you do, and what is like per kg ka cost?
They are giving, the concerning agency is paying for transportation. It's 1 rupee per kg, and for difficult areas it's 1.50 paisa or 2 rupees according to the requirement, and the concerning agencies is giving to SHGs. We are not having the contract with SHGs, we are having contract with Beach Nigam, and Beach Nigam authorize their SHGs and vendors.
Okay, ma'am. One thing, I think in your composition, I saw that the sugar percentage is slightly higher. So is there something that you are thinking of doing to change the recipe or something?
How can I have a question for NIN. I just written a mail to them also. They have asked to reduce it 10%.
10%, yes.
But if I will reduce the sugar, the children will not eat. They will not accept without sugar.
Yes, ma'am.
They can't eat very plain take-home ration. We have to include something.
Yes, ma'am.
If I include jaggery, it will get soggy and it will get it will be infected very quickly.
Yes, ma'am. The shelf life will be.
Yes, that's why I just came to the conclave for the NIN also. I will get the answer for that only.
Yes,
how to
ma'am.
reduce the sugar in take-home ration composition, and how could I add jaggery in it?
And also cost effective.
Yes, that's right. Jaggery, processed jaggery is very much costly.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is Satyamala from CFTR, Senior Principal Scientist. I just had a small question, ma'am. Whether other than the physical parameters like measuring the height and weight, in this intervention, are you taking into consideration, I mean, the nutritional change in the nutritional status of the beneficiaries, whether anything like that is being measured?
Ma'am, we are giving extra amount of take-home ration to them for the SAM and MAM children. We are requesting to give, we are giving MAM children the normal take-home ration. We are trying to give the extra take-home ration to MAM children. We are giving 200 per day.
So there has been any change in the nutritional status of the beneficiaries?
Yes, we are getting a positive result in Vajan Tewar also. Vajan Tewar was 40% in 2012 and now it is 16%. And September report has been not generated yet. And NFS data also it has came to 30%. It's continuously reducing.
Hello ma'am, myself Dr. Manju, Deputy Director Rajasthan. I just want to know that you have a separate portal for demand.
Yes.
So are you planning to integrate it with Portion Tracker as the MWCD has the prior concern with the Portion Tracker? Any planning?
No, not yet, ma'am, but we will try for it. We will try for it, but not yet we have planned to transfer the portion tracker.
Because it can be seen the beneficiary number may be varied from the portion tracker from this portal.
Because due to that Naxali affected areas, my Bijapur and Sukma district, we can't have the full portion tracker entry done. There is a network issue also. So 100% beneficiaries has been not covered in portion tracker. There is some technical issue also. No, ma'am, not yet.
So state government is giving some additionality apart from whatever is the center state share. You are just managing, able to manage somehow.
That's why I have given in presentation. We are doing that. We are providing the take-home ration at that cost, but somehow we are compromising in our nutrition.
Yeah.
We can't give milk powder due to the cost constant. That if they increase, we will change our menu. The rate revision is there in Government of India. We will involve milk powder and we will change the menu, our take-home ration and hot food. Yes.
Look, are you doing any annual, outcome survey kind of a thing by a third party, or you are only depending on your own people to give the feedback, which you are reflecting as improving marketing?
We are doing Vajan Tewar every year, and with the help of UNICEF and other public partners. Vajan Tewar, where we take the weight of each and every children. So we are taking the part from the third party also. We are working on that also. From timely we take the help of UNICEF and other concerning agencies, and we used to do that.
My only concern is if it will be done by a third party, the evaluation is to be done by a third party. In fact, the clear picture is ever out. You can try for that. And second thing, Chhattisgarh, you are from Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is a tribal dominated state. Acceptance of THR used to be a problem in tribal pockets.
No. There is a huge success of take-home ration in tribal belt. And they enjoy our hot cooked meal because we are giving pulses and they don't have. We are a rice-bearer district. People used to have only rice. And in take-home ration we are providing fortified atta roti and rice and pulses and with one vegetables. It is huge success in our tribal.
Who monitors this?
Our supervisors and supervisors, CDPOs, district council, DPOs and us.
Do you have unreached areas, where there is no road connectivity, in tribal pockets? It must be there. I know. We belong to Odisha. We know there are so many pockets which cannot be reached. What do you do about that?
We have started a state initiative near Nandana for Naxali affected areas. Exclusively running in Sukma, Bijapur, Kake, Dantewada. It's core Naxali area where the camp is there and we are providing Anganwadi services to them. It's with home department, with police, other department is also providing, food department is also supplying ration, our department is supplying take-home ration and hot cooked meal to the children, and other department is also working on the basic amenities to provide basic amenities to the people, to the villages.
Okay. You are saying all good things. I'll just ask you. The wearer knows where the soup inches. So you know where the problems are in your area so far as THR is concerned. Just indicate one or two.
At present, due to the new system we are after centralized process, I'm not facing that much problem. Before we are having a decentralized system, we were facing the problem about the quality and we can't fortify. Due to decentralized system, we were unable to fortify the things. After centralized process, we were able to provide fortified take-home ration in that. Some issues were there regarding supply, but it is that much not issues. We are giving 1 month before our ration. Our November ration has been supplied in October and December ration is started supplying in November. So we are giving 1 month before. We are due to automated machines, the quality is maintained. and fortified things is there, we can involve the fortification in there. So there is somehow something has, we have drawbacks in each and every system, but this is a new system for us. Since 2022 we are doing this, but till now I'm not facing that type of things in it.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. So as we are running a bit delayed, it's lunch time now. So we should all break for lunch, but we are trying to change something. As opposed to 1 hour, let us try to get back from lunch in 30 to 45 minutes at most, so we can get started with NIN's presentation, and we have all the presentations of the next panel as well. So I would request everyone to kindly finish their lunch in maximum say 30 to 45 minutes, and please reassemble inside the hall. Thank you everyone. Please have a lunch. From the previous session, we would like to start with that, and that is going to be by Team NIN, National Institute of Nutrition. Before I invite the representative, may I invite the chairs for the session. Once again, Ms. Monisa Banerjee, IAS, Director, ICDS and SWW and CD Department, and Ms. Marie-Claude Desilets, Chief Nutrition, UNICEF India. Ladies, please join us on the stage. Thank you, madams. And now, from National Institute of Nutrition, may I invite Dr. N. Arlappa, Scientist G, on the stage with a round of applause. And first of all, I would request Ms. Monisa Banerjee to kindly greet and welcome Dr. N. Arlappa on the dais, please. A warm welcome, Dr. N. Arlappa, Scientist G, from National Institute of Nutrition. And thank you, ma'am, for greeting and felicitating. I would request you, sir, to kindly get started with the presentation.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and the off the dais, good afternoon to you all. My presentation is on take-home ration to address the nutrition needs of under 6-year children, the Telangana state experience. Keeping in view the proper nutrition, the basic human right, Indian Constitution in its Article 47 emphasized that it is the state's responsibility to improve the nutritional levels of nutrition and to improve the standard of living and public health. In the similar line, it also launched the National Nutrition Policy in 1993 with direct and indirect interventions to address the nutritional needs of the vulnerable population. In the same line, it also initiated the National Food Security Act 2013 to ensure the food and nutrition security to its population, adopting the life cycle approach. As per the Act, 75% of the rural and 50% of the urban population are provided with subsidized food grains. Similarly, pregnant women, lactating mother, children of 6 months to 14 years were provided supplementary food through ICDS, midday meal and other programs, which are the world's largest flagship programs of nutrition supplementation. Similarly, India, in this direction only, India launched several nation nutrition programs to address the micronutrient needs, particularly vitamin A, iron, and folic acid, and same time iodine. The remaining programs are to address the nutritional issues by supplementary nutrition programs. In spite of all these At the same time, NNMB has carried out periodic nutritional surveys in different parts of India, rural surveys, urban surveys, and tribal surveys. The salient observation from the surveys include, in general, the population is subsisting on inadequate diets, both qualitatively and quantitatively, and the dietary diversity is poor and has not improved over 5 decades. Dietary diversity, the revised WHO guidelines, they should consume minimum 5 food groups among the 8 food groups to address the dietary needs so that we will meet our daily requirements of various nutrients. Since the dietary diversity is very poor, India is suffering from the triple burden of malnutrition. One way it is severe undernutrition, and next extreme section is the NCDs, obesity and related NCD, diet-related NCDs. In between, the hidden hunger is there, multiple micronutrient malnutrition. The causes for multiple micronutrients are dietary diversity is poor, as well the intake of key nutrients which are addressed the micronutrients, particularly leafy, non-leaf vegetables, extremely poor, and consumption of fruits and vegetables almost negligible, even the intakes of animal source foods. Even milk products, which are the very important food group to address the multiple micronutrients, 73% of tribal under 5 children, 39% of rural children, and 25% of urban children are not consume milk or milk product at all. That's why we are largely deficit with respect to several micronutrients. As per the NFHS survey also indicated that the minimally acceptable diet among 6 months to 24 months was extremely poor. Only 11% of children are meeting this criteria of minimally acceptable, which includes dietary diversity, minimum 5 food groups, and the meal frequency. It is extremely poor. It is not improved over a TIMRA NFHS 2, NFHS 4. Which is reflecting in terms of Human Development Index, where we are faring very poor with 134 among 139 countries. And as per the JAMA publication of this year, about 19.3% of 6 to 23 months children were not consuming even one single meal of semi-solids and solid foods, liquid foods, so that it is called as a zero food children. It is very pathetic. About one child of 6 to 24 in 5 children are with zero foods. Similarly, as per the latest global nutrition report, 1/3 of the global stunted children are in India. In spite of taking several measures, still we are facing very bad. Same thing reflected in a global hunger index. Latest global hunger index, it is one of rank is 105 among 127 countries. Niti Aayog asked NIN, they provided the THR and SCM supplied by various states and asked her to give the data whether they are meeting the requirement of protein and calorie and other micronutrients. We have calculated this. It is for the normal children of under 5 children. The actual recommended calorie intake as per the ICDS is 500 kilocalories, and the protein is 12 to 15 grams. You can see the THR SCM is providing more calories for majority of the states. Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, instead of 500, they are providing 700, 800 something. Punjab, all these red things are this one. At the same time, they are providing more protein. All the red colors in the protein section they are providing more than the recommendation. That's why so far all these years the emphasis was on only energy and protein. We are ignoring the multiple micronutrition. This is with respect to SAM children. A similar pattern is there. They are consuming more excess of calories and some states excess of protein. Actually, it should give only recommended protein of 20-25 of protein and 700 kilocalories, 1 to 3 years, and 800 kilocalories among 3 to 6 year children. The pattern is different. Some states are, these are the salient observations after the analysis. In most of the states, the energy intakes were more or less meeting by these ICDS norms. However, the THR content of the micronutrients like vitamin A, C, B12, riboflavin, calcium are grossly deficit with respect to their RDAs. Hence, the emphasis was to increase the micronutrient content by adding the local available foods as well as the fortification, adopting the fortification. Similarly, with respect to protein, it is a recommendation is 12 to 15 grams only, but some states are giving more than 2 to 3 times of their RDAs. Recently, last year, Government of India constituted a multi-ministerial committee to revise the Schedule 2 of the NFSA Act of 2013, which includes the PDS, midday meal and ICDS that provides food and nutrition security at household and individual level, where it recommends that the provision of the nutrition norms should go beyond the just energy and protein. That's why include quality of proteins and essential micronutrients, to include combination of the cereals and pulses with a ratio of 3:1, to include adequate quantities of vegetables, nuts, seeds, and moderate amounts of the healthy plant-based oils. These are the some of recommended to provide adequacy in terms of the quantity and quality of the most of the essential micronutrients. These are the recommended by the Inter-Ministerial Committee. Based on that, they constituted, they finalized, these are the recommendations based on the revised. But we are, so far all the THRs and the HCM are based on the
Tried dalia, but there's something called pongal, which is consumed in southern part of the country, which is like a sweet khichdi, which is also something that people are preparing out of Bharat.
Thank you. Ma'am, your question was whether it can be treated as THR. It can be treated as THR because THR is take-home ration. So when it is a take-home ration, it can be consumed like that also. And there's another form that is a powdered form that is mainly for children within 2 years. While khichdi and being appropriately mixed, yes, grains, yes, ma'am, it is treated as THR. Household level, yes.
Earlier we used to supply the food grains, that are for THR. You didn't get a homemade THR only. But in southern India, they are giving, they coming to pregnant lactate in the noon meal program. Arogya Lakshmi in Telangana, Anna Morsas in Andhra Pradesh, like that. They coming to center, they are consuming the noon meal.
I have a.
It is not a THR.
Do we have a guideline for the severely underweight children?
Yes, sir.
What is the protein requirement of
this one only. NFSS guidelines are there. Protein requirement, energy requirement, each nutrient are there.
So have you tried to form this into recipes? Like
No, so far. It is very recent only. We have not formed so far.
Yes, so
now, we
that
have to
is
revise. Even
something
Balam
we
Prasad, we
need.
have to revise that based on the new guidelines.
So I think we have sent a mail also because we would need a recipe which fits into the standard cost norms of Government of India for SUW also.
But the development recipe also, but we need to evaluate that sensory evaluation, shelf-life analysis. And no only we will give product, final product. Right, we cannot prepare based on that book of that requirements. Can supply, we can recommend. Today we have gone to the regular scientific this one.
Just one more last. When we are talking of energy dense and but say 150 grams that we are giving of balamrutam plus of balamrutam, when it is made into porridge, right, the quantity expands and that the child is not able to finish. So even if we are saying we are giving 150 grams to the child to fulfill the daily needs, but if the child doesn't consume it in that entire amount, that means we are still not fulfilling it. So is there any recommendation that to meet the minimum needs of the child, maybe the energy density or something can be higher, or we need certain specific recipes which will not increase in bulk and provide the calories?
Balamrutam, the regular balam is 100 grams, whereas this one balam plus salmon we have 150 grams. Recommending. But it is not one time they are consuming, it is multiple times, 3 to 4 times per day. Scattered the 24 hours. They can consume it. There is no complaint from that feedback from negative. People are totally consuming it. One time they cannot consume it.
But in the day,
even other states are for salmon milk, they are increasing the double ration, double this one. They are not consuming double ration. Exactly. It is highly difficult to consume.
Sir, this is linked to what Aparna was asking. I'm Pushpa from Madhya Pradesh, from UNICEF. When you prepare the THR, the bulk increases. Say for example, even if you are giving a 20 gram one-time ration to a child,
the bulk will increase when you add water or milk to it. If you are adding milk, it will enhance the value, but if you are adding water, it will have a consequence that the nutritive value will reduce for that entire quantity. That was her question, what I understand.
No, madam.
Yes.
You will consume 150 grams in the entire day. Nutritive value not to come down by addition of this one. Because you are consuming about 150 grams, you will benefit from all the nutrients.
It's extremely difficult, sir. We have checked with every child. We have tried and tested this.
One time they are not consuming it, 3 to 4 times recommendation.
So what we are saying is even in the day, forage, because it's the then same kind of recipe that the child has to eat 3 to 4 times a day. And then there is easy fatigability for that product that the child is eating. So maybe 1 week somehow the child eats. And so this is what we have tried and tested when we were developing augmented THR. So we want guidance from NIN for this and further to also ministry on how we can make this energy dense and ensure that it goes.
We will come up with the guidelines because our team will sit down, we will do some homework and that's it. Same time we are not asking them because they are consuming different forms, madam. In the milk, they are adding some of the ghee, different forms they are consuming. Not every time it is not a monotonous consumption, but they are adding chapati, laddu, different forms they are consuming.
That's the best try we could do and we are doing it. But still my request is the same.
We have to go through that to some extent. Neeraja, you have any answer? Other form, only.
Yeah, Balamrutam plus and Balamrutam also. We have given to children, as ma'am told, in the form of laddu, in the form of dosa. So we are recommending to the Anganwadi teachers also, you try to feed in different forms, not only in the porridge or milk form. Thank you.
While we were also designing our THR, we also had multiple consultations with different agencies. So I think morbid form is a solution to that. But then, how do you produce it? SHGs, we didn't go ahead with that because SHGs are preparing here. But then if it is given in a malted form, I think then the water absorption would be less. But we have to explore how do we go ahead with centralized production methods and SHGs producing. So I think
as far as the centralized production is appropriate, we have adopting this one in Telangana, Andhra, because uniform the quality point of view and this for other point of view. Central point, it is a very established industry run by government of Telangana. Even self-help I have seen in the Karnataka, the mother self group, different infrastructure, different ingredients are different, the procurement, other things are different. That's why we cannot make a uniform THR so that it addresses all the needs. That's the variations of density of various nutrients and energy products. That's the variation is we come across variation also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajlappa, for the very detailed presentation, and thank you everyone for keeping it very engaging with the questions, and really we need some of the answers, some of the solutions. I think the scientists are on to it and we will find the answers soon. Thank you. And now we will get started with the presentation by Team Jharkhand. We are going to be connected with them online. So I would request our team to kindly start setting up the connection. We do have with us physically one of the team members from Jharkhand though. With us we have Dr. Pritesh Naik, Nutrition Specialist, UNICEF, and he is connecting with so we are connecting with Director ICDS Jharkhand, Srimati Kiran Kumari Pasi, and Assistant Director ICDS Jharkhand, Srimati Preeti Rani.
नमस्कार, मैं झारखंड से प्रीति रानी सहायक निदेशक प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ। सहायक निदेशक मैडम के मार्गदर्शन में हमारा पीपीटी तैयार किया गया है और उनसे डिस्कशन हुआ। मैम थोड़ा मीटिंग में है तो वो बाद में ज्वाइन कर लेंगी। तत्काल मेरे द्वारा जो यहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन हमारा है उसके मेरे द्वारा प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है। मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am, you are clearly audible. Okay. And a warm welcome to the State Conclave. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would request you to get started.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Please start.
सर्वप्रथम आज मंचासीन प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी मैम उड़ीसा, निदेशक ICDS मैम उड़ीसा तथा चीफ न्यूट्रिशन यूनिसेफ मैम का मैं सादर अभिनंदन करती हूँ। साथ ही जितने भी सभा में कार्यशाला में उपस्थित सभी लोग हैं उनको भी मेरा हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। आज के इस कार्यशाला में मैं झारखंड राज्य अंतर्गत THR के लिए के निर्माण, वितरण और इसके प्रोक्योरमेंट और इसके लिए जितने भी कार्य किए जा रहे हैं तब भविष्य में जो इस संबंध में किए जाएंगे, जो हमारा अभी कुछ कार्य किए जा रहे हैं, पायलट किए जा रहे हैं, उसके संबंध में मेरा एक प्रेजेंटेशन है जिसका मेरे द्वारा अभी प्रस्तुतिकरण किया जा रहा है। इसमें सर्वप्रथम हम अभी वर्तमान में THR अंतर्गत क्या बच्चों को दे रहे हैं उसके बारे में मेरा स्लाइड है। सॉरी, थोड़ा सा वेट करना पड़ रहा है, हम लोग कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं तुरंत। हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन वहाँ विजिबल है, दिख रहा है कि कोई? प्रीतिश जी आप?
यस मैम, फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है।
ओके।
Yeah, now it's full screen, ma'am.
सबसे पहले हमारे यहाँ जो THR में अभी हम लोगों के द्वारा जो वर्तमान व्यवस्था है उसके संबंध में एक ये पहली स्लाइड है हमारी। हम लोग 6 माह से 6 साल के जो अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चे हैं और जो गर्भवती महिलाएं हैं, धात्री माताएं हैं, उनको THR के रूप में माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट फोर्टिफाइड एनर्जी डेंस फूड प्रोवाइड करते हैं। इस संबंध में अलग अलग, चूंकि यह देखा जाता था पूर्व में जब हमारे द्वारा THR दिया जा रहा था तो यह पाया जा रहा था कि एक ही प्रकार के रेसिपी रहने से बच्चे नहीं खाते थे या माताएं नहीं खाना चाहती थी। उनका टेस्ट जो उनका था कि डिफरेंट टेस्ट का होना चाहिए। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए इस बार जो THR की रेसिपी बनाई गई है वो 2 टेस्ट में किया गया है। 6 माह से जो 3 साल के बच्चे हैं इनके लिए 2 तरह के हैं, पौष्टिक मीठा दलिया और शिशु आहार। इसी तरह से जो गर्भवती माता है उनके लिए भी 2 हमारे रेसिपी है, पौष्टिक नमकीन दलिया और पौष्टिक मीठा दलिया। इसमें यह माना जाता है कि केवल मीठा टेस्ट किसी को नहीं पसंद आए तो वो नमकीन दलिया भी खा सकते हैं। इसी तरह से पौष्टिक लैक्टेटिंग मदर के लिए भी सेम रेसिपी है जो गर्भवती महिला के लिए थी, पौष्टिक मीठा दलिया और पौष्टिक नमकीन दलिया। इसके अलावा हमारे जो अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चे हैं इनके लिए जो बच्चों को दिया जा रहा है वही रेसिपी है। इसमें उनकी मात्रा ज्यादा दी जाती है जिससे जो भारत सरकार के द्वारा निर्धारित कैलोरी और प्रोटीन है वह मानक के अनुरूप हो सके। इसी को ये हमारे एक स्लाइड में बताया गया है और इसमें क्या क्या तत्व शामिल है, क्या क्या सामग्रियां से ये तैयार किया गया है, इसके बारे में नीचे में दिखाया गया है। इसमें मुख्य रूप से हमारे यहाँ गेहूं को लिया गया है जो WVNP अंतर्गत हमको भारत सरकार से प्राप्त होता है। इसमें शुगर पाउडर के रूप में है, वेजिटेबल ऑयल है, मिल्क पाउडर है, सोया फ्लोर है, ग्राम मतलब चना का सत्तू, इसको लोकल लैंग्वेज में कहेंगे हम लोग, उसको शामिल किए हैं, रागी का आटा है। इसके अलावा इन सब चीजों में हम लोग ये देख रहे थे कि माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट के बिना बच्चे का मतलब वो जो हम लोग अपेक्षित विकास चाहते थे वो नहीं हो रहा था। तो हमारे लिए माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट के रूप में विटामिन और मिनरल्स को भी इसमें शामिल किया गया है। इसी तरह से जो गर्भवती माता है इसमें भी लगभग वही चीजें हैं, लेकिन उनकी जो गर्भवती महिलाओं के लिए जो विशेष रूप से ध्यान रखकर कुछ विशेष अलग चीजों को इसमें डाला गया है और उसकी मात्रा को थोड़ा कम या ज्यादा किया गया है। जो गर्भवती महिलाएं के लिए सेम वो धात्री माता के लिए है और कुपोषित बच्चों के लिए वही सेम चीज को रखा गया है। ये आप एक बार प्रेजेंट यहाँ पे दिख भी रहा होगा। इसमें जितने भी वैसे चीजों को शामिल किया गया है जिससे कि हमारा जो बच्चों के लिए निर्धारित कैलोरी है 500 वो उसको प्राप्त हो सके और उसके लिए जो निर्धारित प्रोटीन है वो भी उसको प्राप्त हो रहा है। इसी तरह से गर्भवती माता के लिए जो 600 के लिए गर्भ है वो भी प्राप्त हो रहा है इससे, और उनको जो 18 ग्राम जो प्रोटीन चाहिए वो भी इससे प्राप्त हो रहा है। ये तैयार कर, हमारे यहाँ एक THR कमेटी बनी हुई है, उनके द्वारा इस पर सारा चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए और इसको यह तैयार करके इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है। इसके नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में हम लोग इसका एक बार बैक में थोड़ा सा ये बताना चाहेंगे कि ये जो पैकेट है, हमारे 2-2 पैकेट दिए जाते हैं। मतलब मंथ में 4 पैकेट बच्चों को दिया जाता है, 4 पैकेट गर्भवती माँ को, 4 पैकेट धात्री माँ को, और चूंकि जो कुपोषित बच्चे, अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चे हैं, उनकी मात्रा अधिक है, तो उनको हम लोग 6 पैकेट इसको प्रति माह देते हैं, जिसमें वो उनका जो सर्विंग साइज है वो भी दिया हुआ है। 110 से 115 ग्राम बच्चे के लिए है, 135 से 140 ग्राम महिलाओं के लिए और माताओं के लिए है, और 180 ग्राम जो है वह अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चों के लिए है। इसमें जो हमारा पिछले स्लाइड में मेरे द्वारा बताया गया था उसी को विस्तृत रूप से दिखाया जा रहा है। आप पहला वाला में जो हमारे अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चे हैं, जिनको किसी प्रकार के मतलब मेडिकल सहायता की आवश्यकता नहीं है, उनके लिए हम लोग उनको घर पे ही रखकर उनको ये प्रोवाइड करते हैं, और जो हमारी सेविका और सहायिका है वो घर जाकर उनका फॉलोअप करती है कि वो इसको अच्छे से खाते हैं या नहीं खाते हैं, वो इसको हम लोग को बगल में भी दिखाया गया है। इसी प्रकार जिसको मेडिकल आवश्यकता रहती है उसके लिए हमारे यहाँ MTC सेंटर काम करते हैं, उनको हम लोग ये पोषाहार प्रोवाइड करते हैं, और अगर उनका इसमें रिकवरी नहीं होता तो हम लोग उसको MTC सेंटर में रेफर करते हैं। वहां पर उनका डॉक्टर के गाइडेंस में उनका प्रॉपर इलाज किया जाता है, और जब उनके कुपोषण में सुधार आता है तो वो वापस घर आते हैं। इसके बाद भी उनका फॉलोअप किया जाता है। इसके अलावा जो मैम चिल्ड्रन है, इसी तरह SUW है, जो भी बच्चे हैं सभी को जो हम लोग यहाँ पे दे रहे हैं उसके संबंध में इसमें दिखाया गया है। झारखंड राज्य के लिए विशेष रूप से एक बताना चाहेंगे, ये THR से थोड़ा अलग है। जो हमारे HCM के बच्चे हैं उनपे भी हम लोग जो पूरक पोषाहार दे रहे हैं उसके लिए एक विशेष इनोवेशन किया गया है। स्टेट अपने फंड से 3 रुपया 33 पैसा को जोड़ते हुए 6 रुपया प्रति बच्चे प्रति अंडा को प्रतिदिन उनको उपलब्ध कराते हैं, जो 6 दिन के लिए सप्ताह में उनको मिलता है। इसका जो रेसिपी है वो HCM का, उसमें सुबह में हमारा सूजी का हलवा है, और उसके बाद हम लोग जो बच्चे नॉनवेज खाने वाले हैं उनके लिए चावल, दाल और अंडा है। जो नहीं खाते हैं उनके लिए हमारे पास चावल, दाल और आलू चना की सब्जी, और हम लोग गुड़ और मूंगफली को शामिल किए हैं। इसी को यहाँ पर इस स्लाइड में हम लोग के द्वारा दिखाया गया है। साथ में ये भी दिखाया गया कि उनसे पर डे हम लोग को कितने मात्रा में देते हैं और उनको किस तरह से वो लोग उपयोग करते हैं। इसका बगल में स्लाइड में दिखाया गया। बच्चे अंडे खा के काफी खुश हो रहे हैं यहाँ पर, इसलिए इसको आज प्रतिदिन यहाँ पर प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है। हमारे यहाँ जो अति गंभीर कुपोषित बच्चे हैं उनके लिए जो हम लोग अभी जो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, अभी जो दे रहे हैं, उनको यहाँ पे दिखाया जा रहा है कि उनको क्या क्या चीज मिल रहा है। 2 रेसिपी पहले भी बताया गया है, ऊपर में पहले दिखाया भी गया है। इसमें जो है 100 ग्राम की मात्रा में क्या क्या चीज शामिल रहता है उनको हमारे द्वारा दर्शाया गया है। उसमें जो है व्हीट फ्लोर है, शुगर पाउडर है, ये 100 ग्राम के अंतर्गत है। इसको हम लोग उसको 180 ग्राम प्रोवाइड करते हैं प्रतिदिन खाने के लिए। जिनको वो 4 या 5 बार में, जितने बार में खा सकते हैं वो इसको खा सकते हैं। लेकिन इस संबंध में हम लोग के द्वारा ये पाया जा रहा है कि 6 माह से 6 वर्ष के बच्चे को हम लोग चूंकि प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं अभी, तो ऐसा देखा जाता है कि जो 6 माह से अभी 1 साल के बच्चे हैं वो इतनी मात्रा में 180 ग्राम खाने में संभव नहीं हो पाता है। इसको देख के अभी स्टेट इस पर विचार कर रही है कि एज और को देखते हुए उनकी मात्रा को अलग किया जाए और वैसे सामग्रियों को उसमें शामिल किया जाए जिससे कि जो उनका निर्धारित कैलोरी और प्रोटीन की आवश्यकता है वो पूरी हो सके। इसके लिए एक THR कमेटी हमारे यहाँ जो बनी हुई है, उनके द्वारा एक नया रेसिपी बनाया गया है जिसको अभी पायलट करने के लिए चाईबासा जिला है वहां पर कार्य किया जा रहा है। एक बार नेक्स्ट हम लोग उसको दिखाना चाहेंगे कि हम लोग इसमें वो जो अभी हम लोग उसमें हम लोग किन किन चीजों को रखे हुए हैं। इसमें थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन किया गया है। इसमें शुगर पाउडर की मात्रा ज्यादा थी जिसको हम लोगों के द्वारा कम किया गया है। इस रेसिपी में मिल्क पाउडर की मात्रा को बढ़ा दिया गया है और इसमें हम लोग जो है मूंगफली को, ग्राउंड नट को इसमें शामिल किए हैं। ये मुख्य परिवर्तन किया गया जिससे कि हमारा अगर हम बच्चों को कम भी मात्रा देते हैं तो उनके आवश्यक जो भी कैलोरी है और प्रोटीन है वो प्राप्त हो सके। इसकी के दाएं तरफ हम लोग ने उसको दिखाया है कि जो बच्चे 6 मंथ के हैं उनको 90 ग्राम देंगे और उसके लिए जो निर्धारित है कि उनको 400 कैलोरी और 15 ग्राम प्रोटीन प्राप्त हो सके, उसके लिए हमारे इसके जो हमारे रेसिपी है इसके अनुसार उनको 441 ग्राम कैलोरी और 15 ग्राम प्रोटीन प्राप्त होता है। इसी तरह से 7 से 8 महीने के लिए, 9 से 12 महीने के लिए, 13 से 24 महीने के लिए और 25 से 36 के लिए और 37 से 59 मंथ के लिए अलग अलग मात्रा को इसमें लाया गया है और उनके अनुसार जितनी उनकी निर्धारित को मिलना चाहिए कैलोरी और प्रोटीन, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ये रेसिपी तैयार की गई है। ये हमारा पायलट अगर हो जाता है और इसका हम लोग लैब टेस्ट करा लेते हैं, अगर यह सही रहता है तो फिर हम लोग इसको लागू करने पर विचार करते हैं। हम झारखंड में जो कुपोषण की थोड़ी गंभीर स्थिति को देखते हुए हमारे यहाँ शुरू में प्रारंभ से ही समर प्रोग्राम किया जा रहा था, जो 5 जिले में प्रारंभ में स्टार्ट किया गया था, फिर उसको 7 जिलों में फिर से लाया गया था। वर्तमान में जो भारत सरकार का गाइडलाइन को ध्यान में रखते हुए सीमैम के तहत अभी 24 जिला में हमारा ये कार्यक्रम अभी प्रारंभ कर दिया गया है और इसी के तहत ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि एज अप्रोप्रिएट क्वांटिटी और डिफरेंट एज ग्रुप के लिए जो भी प्रोवाइड किया जाए उसको हम लोग प्रोवाइड करें और हर कुपोषित बच्चों को ट्रैक करें और उनके पोषण स्तर में अपेक्षित सुधार को ला सकें। टेक होम राशन के एक थोड़ा संक्षिप्त ये प्रस्तुतिकरण है कि जो टेक होम राशन हमारे यहाँ इनके द्वारा दिया जाता है। हमारे यहाँ 3 एजेंसी इस पे काम करती है जिसमें जिले बटे हुए हैं। एक जिसके लिए आदित्य फ्लोर मिल, कोटा दाल मिल और इंटरलिंक फूड के द्वारा ये दिया जाता है। झारखंड राज्य में 24 जिले हैं जिसमें आदित्य फ्लोर के द्वारा 7 जिले, कोटा दाल मिल के द्वारा 8 जिले और इंटरलिंक फूड के द्वारा 9 जिलों को कवर किया जाता है। लगभग हमारा जो जरूरत है वो 7150 MT का है और इसके लिए जो गेहूं हम लोग लेते हैं WBNP से हमारा FCI के थ्रू परचेज होता है। बाकी सामान जो हमारे वो एजेंसी उनके द्वारा क्रय किया जाता है। ये प्रोडक्शन के बारे में, प्रोडक्शन का जो एक स्टेटस दिखाया जाता है कि किस प्रकार से प्रोडक्शन होता है। इसमें मेन यह ध्यान रखा गया है कि इसमें कोई हैंड टच की व्यवस्था नहीं है जिससे कि इसकी स्वच्छता का जो ध्यान रखा जा सके। सबसे पहले जितनी भी सामग्रियां होती है उसको क्लीन किया जाता है, फिर उनको स्टोरेज टैंक है उसमें उसको रखा जाता है। उसके बाद उसको वो पाउडर या दलिया फॉर्म में जो होता है उसमें मिलाया जाता है। इसके अलावा जो ऑयल हमारा मिलता है, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट जो मिलाए जाते हैं। इसके अलावा ये सारे मिलने के बाद ये पैकेट के रूप में खुद ही बन के तैयार होके बाहर आ जाता है। इसमें कहीं पर भी ये फुली ऑटोमेटिक है और इसमें कहीं भी हैंड टच इस्तेमाल नहीं होता है, जिससे हमारे स्वच्छता का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। जो हमारे यहाँ THR जो जहाँ कैसे THR को हम लोग बनाते हैं, भेजते हैं और कैसे उसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होता है उसके बारे में एक छोटा सा ये प्रस्तुतिकरण है। हमारे पोषण ट्रैकर में जो बेनिफिशरीज आधार वेरीफाइड है उसके आधार पे हम लोग हर मंथ जो हमारे एजेंसी है उनको हम लोग उतने लाभार्थी की संख्या को उसको उपलब्ध कराते हैं जिसके अनुरूप वो पोषाहार तैयार कर सके। हमारे जितने आधार वेरीफाइड है 6 माह से 6 वर्ष के कुपोषित बच्चे, 6 माह से 3 वर्ष के बच्चे, गर्भवती महिला और धात्री माता, उनकी संख्या उनको उपलब्ध कराई जाती है जिसको हम लोग आपूर्ति अनुदेश कहते हैं। ये उनको देने के बाद वो उसी के अनुरूप जितने मात्रा की आवश्यकता होती है उनके द्वारा उसका क्रय किया जाता है। इसके अलावा जब क्रय करने के बाद रॉ मटेरियल का ये देखा जाता है कि उसकी क्वालिटी सही हो और उसके बाद वो अपना प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट करते हैं। प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट करने के बाद उनके द्वारा जो तैयार किया जाता है उनके द्वारा जो आपूर्ति करता है उनके द्वारा भी लैब टेस्ट कराया जाता है। साथ ही हमारे जो वहाँ पे जिला स्तर पे DSWO है उनके द्वारा भी जब उनकी सामग्री तैयार होती रहती है तो औचक रूप से जाकर उनका सामग्री को प्राप्त करके हम लोग NABL लैब से इसका टेस्टिंग कराते हैं। टेस्टिंग कराने के बाद यह देखा जाता है कि अगर यह खाने योग्य है और इसमें जितने भी निर्धारित जो भी मानक है वो उपलब्ध है तभी इसकी आपूर्ति प्रारंभ होती है। और यह आपूर्ति जो होती है ये आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों तक किया जाता है। प्रारंभ में हमारे यहाँ परियोजना तक किया जाता था, लेकिन यह देखा गया कि इसमें काफी कठिनाई थी। वर्तमान में व्यवस्था में यह आपूर्ति आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र तक की जाती है जहां पर हमारा THR तिथि निर्धारित है। उस निर्धारित तिथि पे सेविकाओं के द्वारा इसे लाभार्थी को वितरण किया जाता है। झारखंड एक सुदूर क्षेत्र है, यहाँ पर काफी कठिन दुर्गम स्थल भी है। इसके चलते हम लोग जब इसको देखते हैं कि कैसे ये सभी को सही समय से पहुंच सके और इसके लिए कुछ व्यवस्थाएं यहाँ पे अपनाई गई है। इसमें देखा गया है कि जो लोकल वहां पर जो वैन या उस तरह की चीज उपलब्ध है, उनके द्वारा भी हम लोग सामान को पहुंचाया जाता है। इसके अलावा जीपीएस ट्रैकिंग होती है, वो जब तक वहां सामान नहीं जाता है, जिस भी गाड़ी का यूज किया जाता है उसको ट्रैक किया जाता है। इसके अलावा टीएचआर में कम्युनिटी जो है उनका भी सहायता ली जाती है। वहाँ के जो मुखिया रहते हैं, जो वार्ड मेंबर रहते हैं, वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के दिन उपस्थित रहते हैं। इसके अलावा जो है जो हमारा जहाँ पे सामग्री रखा जाता है, जो हमारा भंडारण क्षेत्र है, उसका भी समय समय पर निरीक्षण किया जाता है। वहां पे भी सीसीटीवी लगे हुए रहते हैं। इसके अलावा उनकी भी ट्रैकिंग की जाती है। सामग्री के क्वालिटी के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण रहता है कि जो हम बच्चों को और माताओं को दे रहे हैं उनकी क्वालिटी कैसी हो, ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होता है टीएचआर के लिए, या किसी भी जो हमारे द्वारा फूड प्रोवाइड किया जाता है। इसके लिए हम लोग सबसे पहले इसका ध्यान रखते हैं कि जो हमारे लिए रॉ मटेरियल यूज किया जा रहा है वह सही हो, और उसका जो उसकी क्लीनिंग भी अच्छे से हो। साथ में उसका जो एनएबीएल लैब है उनसे उसका न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू की भी जांच करा ली जाए। इसके अलावा हम लोग जो हमारे पैकेट्स बने रहते हैं उसमें जिस दिन उसका निर्माण होता है उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डेट उस पर अंकित रहता है, और इसके लिए 3 महीने की एक्सपायरी डेट हम लोगों ने निर्धारित किया है कि इसका उपयोग 3 माह के ही अंदर कर लिया जाना, क्योंकि इसमें शुगर पाउडर रहते हैं, ऑयल भी मिक्स रहते हैं। तो इसके लिए 3 मंथ का एक निर्धारण किया गया, जिसकी डेट भी उस पर अंकित रहती है कि ये इस डेट के बाद इसका उपयोग नहीं किया जाना है। इसके लिए हम लोग साथ में जो ध्यान यह भी रखते हैं कि जो सामग्री पहले चली गई है उसका उपयोग अगर किसी मंथ में 2 या 4 पैकेट बच गए हो तो उसका जब अगला माह का टीएचआर हो तो 3 मंथ होने से पहले उसकी वितरण वहां पर की जा सके, जिससे इसका कोई जो एक्सपायर होने के बाद इसका दुरुपयोग या ये वेस्ट नहीं हो सके। हर पैकेट पे उसका वजन निर्धारित है जो उस पर लिखा हुआ भी है। उसके लिए भी वो जो डीएसडब्ल्यू है या सेरिका है या स्टेट से भी जब भी मॉनिटरिंग टीम जाती है तो समय समय पर उसकी जांच की जाती है कि ये जो पैकेट के अंतर्गत जितनी मात्रा अंकित है वो उसमें उपलब्ध है या नहीं है। इसके लिए हम लोग यहाँ से इसकी क्वालिटी के लिए तो हम लोग लैब टेस्ट कराते हैं। उसके लिए फिक्स है कि जो 1% है टोटल मंथली पैकेट्स का, उसको हम लोग जो है लैब टेस्ट कराते हैं। इसके अलावा जो है भारत सरकार का जो भी इसमें गाइडलाइन है कि कैलोरी इतनी होनी चाहिए, प्रोटीन होनी चाहिए, उसका भी लैब टेस्ट में हम लोग रिपोर्ट लेते हैं। इसके अलावा माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट कितना है इसका भी रिपोर्ट्स में आते हैं। हम लोग ये हमेशा इंश्योर करते हैं कि जो हमारी ये क्वालिटी हो ये पूरी तरह से लाभार्थियों के अनुरूप और जितना इससे कैलोरी और प्रोटीन और माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट मिलना हो वो बच्चों को प्राप्त हो सके। ये हमारा सारे मानक को पूरा करने के लिए इतने तरह के स्टेप अपनाए जाते हैं। ये भी क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस एंड कंट्रोल प्रैक्टिसेस इन टीएचआर प्रोडक्शन पर ही आधारित है। ये हमारे यहाँ पे सीआरएम की टीम बनी हुई है जिसमें हमारे जो स्टेट ऑफिशियल्स हैं, यूनिसेफ हैं, एनजीओ हैं या फिर और भी लोकल ऑफिसर्स हैं, इनके द्वारा भी स्टेट के तरफ से हर 3 माह में या समय समय पे इसके बीच में भी विजिट किया जाता है। उसमें देखा जाता है कि आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों पे इसका संधारण या रख रखाव ठीक से है या नहीं, इसके लिए इसका वितरण सही से हो रहा है कि नहीं। और हमारे इसके अलावा भी हमारे जिला स्तर पे जो हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट सोशल वेलफेयर अफसर हैं, सीडीपीओज हैं और महिला पर्यवेक्षिकाएं, ये नियमित रूप से इनका पर्यवेक्षण करती हैं। और जहाँ पे अगर इनके भंडारण में कठिनाई होती है तो सेविका को उसको अच्छे से रख रखाव के लिए जानकारी दी जाती है। और जो भी महिलाएं लोग आती हैं उनको भी बताया जाता है कि घर में इसका स्टोरेज किस प्रकार से करना है, जब खोलने के उपरांत उसको अच्छे से डब्बे में बंद करके रखना है और जितनी मात्रा में उसका उपयोग करना है प्रतिदिन उतना ही उपयोग किया जाना है। इन सब सारे चीजों के बाद जब ये हम लोग निरीक्षण करते हैं तो उसके अलावा जिला में जो भी पाया जाता है उसके लिए स्टेट पे कमेटी बैठक की जाती है और उसमें जो भी कमियां होती है या सुझाव होता है यहाँ से उनको दिया जाता है। इसमें हम लोग नॉर्म्स, कॉस्ट नॉर्म्स के बारे में बता रहे हैं जो सभी लोग सारे स्टेट से अवगत ही हैं। इसमें 50 जो है भारत सरकार का रहता है, 50 झारखंड से रहता है, या जो भी स्टेट के रहते हैं 50-50 शेयर में ये होता है। परंतु हम लोग ये भी देख रहे हैं कि सारे सभी स्टेट को भी ये पता चल रहा होगा कि इसमें काफी चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, काफी कॉस्ट कम हो रहा है, जो हमारे सामान जा रहे हैं तो इसमें हमारे इस कॉस्ट में पूरा नहीं हो पा रहा। तो इसके अभी तो टीएचआर में हमारे द्वारा कुछ भी एडिशनल स्टेट के द्वारा नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पर एचसीएम में 3 रुपया 33 पैसा स्टेट के द्वारा अपने 8 रुपया के अलावा अपने फंड से दिया जा रहा है, जिससे यह देखा जा रहा है कि वो जो है बच्चों को पर्याप्त रूप से जितनी आवश्यकता वो प्राप्त हो सके और बच्चे उसके अंडा देने का भी इसलिए निर्णय लिया गया कि बच्चे आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र पे अट्रैक्ट होकर आ सके। अब पूर्व में हमारे द्वारा ये बताया ही गया था कि THR पर भी वर्क किया जा रहा है कि हम इसमें सैम चिल्ड्रन के जो एज अनुरूप हो उसके अनुसार एक पायलट कर रहे हैं, उसी को यहाँ पे डाला गया है। और इसके हम लोग इसमें देख रहे हैं कि कॉस्ट नॉर्म्स भी जो इसमें अगर हमारे पास क्या आता है इस पर भी बात किया जा रहा है। इस संबंध में 12 रुपया कॉस्ट में हम लोग ये अनुमान कर रहे हैं कि ये हमारा इसमें अंतर्गत आ जाए। THR के दौरान सभी स्टेट को कुछ ना कुछ चैलेंजेस आ रहे होंगे और इसमें हमारे राज्य में जो भी समस्याएं या चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं इसके संबंध में यहाँ पे संक्षिप्त रूप से बताया गया। ऐसे तो काफी चैलेंजेस है लेकिन हम 2-3 पॉइंट को यहाँ पर रख रहे हैं कि ये अभी पूर्व में भी मेरे द्वारा पिछले स्लाइड में भी बात किया गया था कि पैसा काफी कम है जो पर बच्चे होने चाहिए। काफी दिनों से इस पे रिवाइज भी नहीं हुआ है, तो एक हम लोग रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं भारत सरकार से कि इसको रिवाइज किया जाए। इसके अलावा हमारे जो रिमोट एरिया है, हार्ड टू रीच एरिया है, उसमें पोषाहार पहुंचाने में काफी कठिनाई होती है। और इसके अलावा सबसे बड़ी कठिनाई हमारे समक्ष ये आती है कि हम लोगों ने यहाँ से निर्धारित कर दिया है अपने THR के लिए कि वो 100 बच्चों के लिए 110 से 115 ग्राम प्रतिदिन उसका उपयोग करें। उसके लिए यहाँ से स्कूप भी हमारे द्वारा दिया जाता है, परंतु ये बातें जो लाभार्थी हैं, जो उनकी माता है, उनको समझाना काफी कठिन होता है। हम लोग उसको सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज हमारे पास आ रहा है कि ऐसा विजिट में देखा जाता है कि ये जो सामग्री महीने भर की है वो 20 दिन में भी खत्म हो जाता है या फिर जो मात्रा होती है उतना में नहीं देके कम या ज्यादा बच्चों को खिलाया जाता है। ये हमारे चैलेंजेस, मुख्य चैलेंजेस है। इसके लिए हमारे THR कमेटी है या हमारे जो स्टेट ऑफिशियल्स हैं इनके द्वारा इस पे वर्क किया जा रहा है और इनको दूर करने पे भी काफी कम काम किए जा रहे हैं। भारत सरकार से हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि हमारा जो कॉस्ट नॉर्म है इसको थोड़ा बढ़ाया जाए। इसके अलावा जो जरूरत पड़ी है तो स्टेट अपना फंड इसमें यूज कर रही है। रिमोट एरिया को देखने के लिए हमारा GPS ट्रैकिंग किया जा रहा है, QR कोड लगाया गया, हर पैकेट पे QR कोड है और उसको देखा जाता है यहाँ से भी कि वो ट्रैक हो रहा है कि सामान सही से वहां तक पहुंच रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है। इससे उसके बाद THR कमेटी के द्वारा समय समय पे जो इसका समीक्षा की जाती है कि ये जो रेसिपी है, जो भी सामग्री है, यह बच्चों के लिए सही है या नहीं है, जरूरत है तो इसमें क्या चेंज करना है। और अभी वर्तमान में उसी के तहत जो सैम चिल्ड्रन है उसके लिए ये परिवर्तन करने की बात आ रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात है इस स्टेट में हम लोग बच्चों का बात करते हैं कि हम उसको 180 ग्राम दे रहे हैं कुपोषित बच्चों को खाने के लिए, लेकिन वो खा रहे या नहीं खा रहे इस पर एक हमारे यहाँ सुपोषण कार्ड बनाया गया है और उसके लिए एक पूरे 16 सप्ताह के लिए एक चार्ट तैयार किया गया जिसमें प्रति सप्ताह के लिए लिखा हुआ है। इसमें वो माताओं जो या उसके देखभाल करने वाले हैं सैम बच्चों के, उनको यह निर्देश दिया गया है कि वो जो इसमें 3 प्रकार के हैं जो THR उनको हम दे रहे हैं या जो घर का वो खाना खा रहे हैं और यदि उनको सप्लीमेंट्री फूड या कोई मेडिसिन दिया जा रहा है तो वो प्रतिदिन खिलाने के बाद उसके बगल में उनको सही का निशान या टिक करना है, जिससे सेविकाएं जब गृह भ्रमण करें या महिला पर्यवेक्षिकाएं आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र पर या गृह भ्रमण के दौरान जाएं तो यह ट्रैकिंग होता है कि उन्होंने बच्चों को प्रतिदिन वो खिलाया है या नहीं खिलाया है। इसके अलावा वो 15 दिनों में जो फॉलोअप के लिए आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र पर वो आती हैं तो उनको भी ये कार्ड लेके आना रहता है। उसके दौरान भी यह देखा जाता है कि इन्होंने उसको रेगुलरली बच्चों को खिला रहा है या नहीं खिला रहा है और खिलाने के दौरान अगर उनका कोई कठिनाई है, कोई समस्या आ रही है उसको तैयार करने में तो उसको भी उनका कठिनाई को दूर किया जाता है। THR के लिए अभी भारत सरकार का जो है उसके अनुसार हम लोग जो पोषण ट्रैकर में जितने भी आधार वेरिफाइड बेनिफिशरीज हैं अभी उसी को हम लोग उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा बेनिफिशरीज का मॉनिटरिंग भी किया जाता है यहाँ से मोबाइल ऐप और जो पोषण ट्रैकर पे भी देखा जाता है कि वो प्रतिदिन उनकी एंट्री हो रही है या नहीं हो रही है, और खिला रहे तो उसमें डाल रहे हैं कि नहीं। GIS मैपिंग जो डिलीवरी रूट्स है उस पर GIS मैपिंग करके देखा जाता है कि वो सामान सही से पहुंच रहा है या नहीं पहुंच रहा है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट सोशल वेलफेयर अफसर के द्वारा 1% का फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन किया जाता है। इसी प्रकार जो ब्लॉक ऑफिशियल्स हैं, CDPO हैं या फिर हमारे ब्लॉक और भी ऑफिशियल्स उपलब्ध हैं, सुपरवाइजर है, उनके द्वारा भी फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन किया जाता है। इसके अलावा जो स्टेट की टीम है, स्टेट वो लोग भी समय समय पे जाते हैं और सपोर्टिव सुपरविजन करते हैं और इसमें जो आवश्यक उसके सुझाव होता है उनको हम लोग यहाँ से उपलब्ध कराते हैं। और उनकी जो कठिनाइयां उनको दूर करने का हर संभव प्रयास करते हैं। झारखंड में जो भी THR दिया जा रहा है उसमें जो कुछ नए हमारे द्वारा कुछ किए जा रहे हैं, जिसके चलते ये इसका बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के रूप में हम लोग इसको मानते हैं। हमारे जैसे बच्चों के लिए, गर्भवती के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए अलग अलग कलर कोड दिया गया है। जैसे कि अगर किसी घर में कोई बच्चे भी हैं और गर्भवती माता भी हैं, गर्भवती महिला भी है, तो ऐसा नहीं हो कि पैकेट का इधर मतलब वो बदलाव हो जाए। तो उसके लिए बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारी महिलाएं पढ़ी भी नहीं रहती हैं, उनके लिए फोटो भी लगाया गया है और इसके अलावा रंग भी किया गया है। हर बच्चों के लिए अलग रंग दिया गया है, गर्भवती के लिए अलग रंग दिया गया है, धात्री माता का अलग रंग है और इस तरह जो कुपोषित बच्चे उनका अलग रंग में पैकेट तैयार किया गया और उसके ऊपर उनकी तस्वीर भी लगी हुई है। स्टेट के द्वारा हमेशा इसका रिव्यू भी किया जाता है कि ये जो रेसिपी है ये इसमें क्या चेंजेस की जरूरत है। इसके अलावा यह देखा जाता है कि THR का प्रॉपर यूज हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है। इसके लिए रेगुलर वर्कशॉप बेनिफिशरीज का किया जाता है, सेविकाओं का भी कराया जाता है और उनके जो आंगनबाड़ी केंद्रों पे जो भी टीम जाती है उनके द्वारा भी बताया जाता है बार बार कि वो उसका किस तरह से इस्तेमाल करें, उसको खुलाना छोड़े या फिर उसको बनाने में बहुत देर तक नहीं पकाए जिससे उसका न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू खत्म हो जाए। इस तरह के बहुत सारे चीजों का सुझाव उनको समय समय पर दिया जाता है। धन्यवाद। मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन जो था ये संक्षिप्त रूप से यहीं तक प्रस्तुत था। हो सकता है कुछ बातें छूट गई हो, लेकिन अगर इस संबंध में जो भी क्वेश्चंस है किसी भी स्टेट से तो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है मैडम आपका, बहुत ही विस्तार रूप से आपने प्रेजेंट किया है। अभी हम सवाल ले सकते हैं। इफ आपको आवाज़ यहाँ पे सुनाई दे रही है अच्छे से तो आप प्लीज़ बोलिएगा।
आवाज़ आ रही है, इधर से आवाज़ आ रही है।
ओके मैम, सो द फ्लोर इज ओपन फॉर क्वेश्चंस लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। कुछ सवाल है या सजेशंस हैं तो प्लीज़ माइक्स प्लीज़ पास करें। We have a question with madam there on my right.
Thank you, ma'am, for a nice presentation. I just have one question. This is with regards to the costing for the अच्छा हिंदी में बोलती हूँ। जो कॉस्ट आप बता रहे थे ₹3.33 जो है वो आपने कहा था कि अंडे के लिए अतिरिक्त जो व्यय है वो स्टेट फंड से आ रहा है। इसके अलावा जो THR है उसमें भी आप जैसे हम MP भी स्ट्रगल कर रहा है कि जो कॉस्ट नॉर्म्स हैं उसमें उस क्वालिटी का THR देना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है, तो आप लोग क्या स्टेट फंड से उसमें भी कुछ एडिशनल पैसा व्यय कर रहे हैं क्या?
THR में एक्चुअली WBNPA के तहत हम लोग को गेहूं चूंकि मिल जाता है भारत सरकार से कम राशि में ₹2 kg के लिए वो प्राप्त हो जा रहा है, तो इसमें अभी तक उसकी आवश्यकता महसूस नहीं हुई है, इसलिए उसमें कोई एडिशनल कॉस्ट हमारे यहाँ से नहीं किया गया टॉपअप। लेकिन SCM के अंतर्गत चूंकि अंडा ₹3.33 में नहीं मिलेगा, ₹6 कम से कम मिलता, तो उसमें हमारा ये पैसा चूंकि नहीं पर्याप्त था, इसलिए ₹3.33 स्टेट से टॉपअप किया जा रहा है।
थैंक यू मैम।
मैम ये ऑगमेंटेड THR जो आप कर रहे हैं उसके लिए क्या वो भी ₹12 में हो रहा है या उसके लिए कुछ एडिशनल कॉस्ट लग रहा है?
जो सामग्री हमारे द्वारा पहले से दी जा रही थी उसके अंतर्गत लगभग वही चीज इसमें शामिल है, केवल हमारे द्वारा।
मैम आपकी आवाज़ कट रही है, थोड़ा माइक सही से देख लें तो।
आवाज नहीं जा रही है?
अभी आया, बताइए।
इसमें जो हमारा रेसिपी है वो लगभग पूर्व के ही तरह है। इसमें हमारा शुगर को कम किया गया है, ग्राउंड नट को शामिल किया गया है, तो ये हमारा ये अनुमान है कि हमारे जो कॉस्ट है ₹12 में ये पर्याप्त है। अगर लगेगा मार्केट रेट से कि अगर कुछ अंतर आएंगे तो स्टेट इस पे विचार।
ओके, थैंक यू।
कुछ और सवाल हैं तो ले सकते हैं प्लीज। ओके, थैंक यू एवरीवन। मैम सवाल इतने ही थे, थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ लाइव कनेक्ट करने के लिए और इतने सुंदर सहज साथे प्रेजेंट करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. एंड एवरीबडी इज गिविंग यू अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एज वेल. अ ग्रेट बिग थैंक्स. थैंक यू सो मच मैडम. नमस्ते. जी. So that was team Jharkhand. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to state Karnataka. From Karnataka, may I invite to the stage Shrimati Rosaline Satya, Senior Assistant Director, DWCD, Karnataka. Yes, with a round of applause, please. Ma'am, welcome on the dais, and I would request Ms. Monisa Banerjee to kindly greet and felicitate our representative, the speaker from Karnataka. A very, very good afternoon, madam. A warm welcome to the dais. Thank you, Ms. Banerjee. And I would request Srimati Rosaline Satya to kindly get started with the presentation.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all. On behalf of Karnataka government, I'm here to give you some highlights regarding the innovations that we have done in the field of ICDS, SNP, etc. At the outset, let me start with a brief note on the profile, ICDS profile of Karnataka. Yeah? You can start. Karnataka has 31 districts, 176 talukas, and 204 total projects, ICDS projects. And we have 181 rural projects, 12 tribal projects, 11 urban projects. And the total number of Anganwadi centers are 69,919. And the specialty with Karnataka is that apart from these centrally sponsored centers, Anganwadi centers, we do have state-initiated Anganwadi centers too. And coming to the state-initiated Anganwadi centers, we totally have 3,988 Anganwadi centers, which are independently run by the state government. So our achievement with the state-initiated Anganwadi centers is that recently we have onboarded all these Anganwadi centers on the portion tracker. And of course, we have even achieved getting food allocations for the Aadhaar verified of these Anganwadi centers. And coming to the breakup of Anganwadi centers, main Anganwadi centers are 62,580. Mini Anganwadi centers, 3,331, out of which 1,002 Anganwadi centers have already been upgraded to the main. And then we have state-initiated creches also, creche cum Anganwadi centers, which has been initiated recently. And total beneficiary count is around 46,44,713. And then, yeah, coming to the part of this take-home ration. For the 6 months to 3 years category, we have Pushti Nutrimix, and the composition is given here. We have wheat flour, Bengal gram dal flour, edible vegetable oil, jaggery, soya bean flour, vitamins and minerals, fortified with vitamins and minerals. And the nutritive content per 100 grams is also given below. And coming to the categories, different categories, and the take-home ration that has been distributed. For 6 months to 3 years, that is 6 to 36 months category, we have the amount being distributed, that is each serving, 25 days, and the each serving, how much the each serving has, that energy and the protein content in each serving is given in this, this one slide. Apart from this, we have state initiated. This is within what we are showing here. The Pushti mix is within the unit cost prescribed by the Government of India. Apart from this, Karnataka government has state initiated schemes like Srishti. Srishti is egg, distributing egg for all age groups, and Shirabhagya is milk. Under Srishti scheme, we have per unit of the thing, we have 6 rupees allocated per egg, and which is being locally procured by the Anganwadi worker. So when it comes to this age group, the SAM and MAM children are given 3 eggs per week. And Shirabhagya, under Shirabhagya, all children get 150 ml milk. When it comes to SAM children are given an addition of 200 ml milk 3 days in a week. This is in addition as a THR. And then coming to the next category, that is 3 to 6 years category. As usual, we give 25 days of this one, rationing, and each serving is given in the next column, and the composition of the serving, that is also displayed in this slide. And for this age group, under Srishti scheme, that is egg, is provided, 2 eggs is provided for all children.
WCD Karnataka. Yes, with a round of applause, please. Ma'am, welcome on the dais, and I would request Ms. Monisa Banerjee to kindly greet and felicitate our representative, the speaker from Karnataka. A very, very good afternoon, madam. A warm welcome to the dais. Thank you, Ms. Banerjee. And I would request Srimati Rosaline Satya to kindly get started with the presentation.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all. On behalf of Karnataka government, I'm here to give you some highlights regarding the innovations that we have done in the field of ICDS, SNP, etc. At the outset, let me start with a brief note on the profile, ICDS profile of Karnataka. Yeah? Let's start. Karnataka has 31 districts, 176 talukas, and 204 total projects, ICDS projects. And we have 181 rural projects, 12 tribal projects, 11 urban projects. And the total number of Anganwadi centers are 69,919. And the specialty with Karnataka is that apart from these centrally sponsored centers, Anganwadi centers, we do have state-initiated Anganwadi centers too. And coming to the state-initiated Anganwadi centers, we totally have 3,988 Anganwadi centers, which are independently run by the state government. So our achievement with the state initiated Anganwadi centers is that recently we have onboarded all these Anganwadi centers on the Portion Tracker. And of course, we have even achieved getting food allocations for the Aadhaar verified of these Anganwadi centers. And coming to the breakup of Anganwadi centers, main Anganwadi centers are 62,580. Mini Anganwadi centers, 3,331, out of which 1,002 Anganwadi centers have already been upgraded to the main. And then we have state-initiated creches also, creche cum Anganwadi centers, which has been initiated recently. And total beneficiary count is around 46,44,713. And then, yeah, coming to the part of this take-home ration. For the 6 months to 3 years category, we have Pushti Nutrimix, and the composition is given here. We have wheat flour, Bengal gram dal flour, edible vegetable oil, jaggery, soya bean flour, vitamins and minerals, fortified with vitamins and minerals. And the nutritive content per 100 grams is also given below. And coming to the categories, different categories, and the take-home ration that has been distributed. For 6 months to 3 years, that is 6 to 36 months category, we have the amount being distributed, that is each serving, 25 days, and the each serving, how much the each serving has, that energy and the protein content in each serving is given in this, this one slide. Apart from this, we have state initiated. This is within what we are showing here. The Pushti mix is within the unit cost prescribed by the Government of India. Apart from this, Karnataka government has state initiated schemes like Srishti. Srishti is egg, distributing egg for all age groups, and Shirabhagya is milk. Under Srishti scheme, we have per unit of the thing, we have 6 rupees allocated per egg, and which is being locally procured by the Anganwadi worker. So when it comes to this age group, the Sam and Mam children are given 3 eggs per week. And Shirabhagya, under Shirabhagya, all children get 150 ml milk. When it comes to Sam children are given an addition of 200 ml milk 3 days in a week. This is in addition as a THR. And then coming to the next category, that is 3 to 6 years category. As usual, we give 25 days of this one, rationing, and each serving is given in the next column, and the composition of the serving, that is also displayed in this slide. And for this age group, under Srishti scheme, that is egg, is provided, 2 eggs is provided for all children. And coming to Sam and Mam children, we provide 5 eggs a week. And then under Shirabhagya, we have been giving 115 ml or say 15 grams of milk for all children. When it comes to Sam and Mam children, we have 200 ml addition given to these children 3 days a week. And then coming to the next category, that is the pregnant women and the lactating mothers. Here, Karnataka government has a special program called Matrupurna. Central government GO is this one, unit cost of 9 rupees 50 paise. In addition to that, that is central government share of 4 rupees 75 paise. Apart from that, Karnataka government is providing 16 rupees 25 paise, totally adding up to 21 rupees per this one, beneficiary under this category. So when it, that is sorry. Yeah, this slide. This is the initiative. Total the unit cost under this Matrupurna is 21, inclusive of the Government of India provision, what has been given. Okay, 21 rupees. That means 16 rupees 25 paise is borne by the state government. So apart from this, we have Srishti and Shirbhagya for the pregnant and lactating category. All women are provided eggs for 25 days, all feeding days in a month, every day, and 150 ml or 15 grams, what I say, of milk is provided. And coming to the, there's another recent innovative scheme that has been launched by Karnataka government, especially for the eligible married women, so to say a pre-conception group of women are provided meals, take-home ration 21 rupees at 21 rupees, same as Matrupurna. We are providing to this pre-conception group too. This is the one, Arogya Pushti scheme. This is the pre-consumption group, which are provided with a ration of 21 rupees per day, same as Matrupurna scheme. So this is only for the pre-conception category, the eligible married women. And this rationing is provided for 6 months. 6 months once in lifetime. Only for 6 months, the rationing. And this is being implemented right now presently on a pilot basis in 102 talukas of aspirational districts. Okay, coming to the other category where THR is applicable, it's the adolescent girls. Adolescent girls program again is being implemented only in aspirational districts of Raichur and Yadgiri. That is 14 to 18-year-old girls are provided with wheat, rice, jaggery, green grams, tur dal, and 20 grams of THR per day. Then this is the costing and leveraging. As you all know, the Government of India share and the state share for the different categories of beneficiaries are given here. Then when it comes to the production of these THRs, Karnataka has 137 MSPCs, that is Mahila Supplementary Nutrition Production Centers. Earlier, they were independently supplying, the indents used to be placed to the MSPCs and they were supplying. And recent development is that we have identified 3 BIS registered MSPCs with whom the rest of the MSPCs have come into an MOU for handholding for 3 years for technical support and training. So presently these 3 BIS registered MSPCs are producing the THR, the powdered this one, Nutrimixes, and the rest of the things are being processed at the 137 MSPCs, the other raw materials and the other raw rationing, except for the powder production, which is being done by the 3 BIS registered MSPCs right now. So this MOU period is still not over. It has just started. So we have to wait for another 3 years to see how the hand-holding will happen and whether they can produce independently. So this is another new concept which has come into the SNP, this one, production. And we have high-level committees in Karnataka, which has DFRL, Food, Health, FSSI, CFTRI, and WCD as members of it. And the committee has recommended for the upgradation of all the MSPCs, that is 137 MSPCs, based on their recommendation. Based on their recommendation, this BIS concept has been taken up. BIS registered. Yeah. So all the menus that has been recommended for the recommended under SNP are DFRL approved. We have DFRL approved formulas. All the menus have been this one. Earlier, we had premixes, which was not well accepted by the beneficiaries, and we have withdrawn. And recently, from last month or so, we are back to the old method of providing raw materials and cooking hot cooked meals according to the beneficiaries' taste, the local taste. So the premixes which we tried, it was a failure. So we have come back to the local, this one. Just it's not a month or so, we have started this. Yeah. And this is the supply chain. Earlier we had a system called Commodity Management System, which was developed by NIC. Currently, the portal is undergoing maintenance, so we have stopped that, and the intent is placed manually to the MSPCs by CDPO, and the MSPCs procure the raw materials from the open market, and they process it. Processing, packaging, cleaning, everything is done by the MSPCs. And later, even the transportation is done by the MSPC. The last point, delivery, is also taken up by the MSPC. So this is this one, supply chain of the Karnataka system. And finally, coming to the quality assurance, as usual, we are having a pre-dispatch and post-dispatch that's it. We have pre-dispatch and post-dispatch testing being done by NABL accredited laboratories. And pre-dispatch, any this one, what to say, discrepancies found in the processed, this one we totally withdraw the whole batch, and we see that it is replaced by a fresh one. And post-dispatch, that is after the THR reaches the Anganwadi center, ready to be distributed to the beneficiaries, again randomly, sample is picked up and sent to the NABL accredited laboratories. And we see that the quality is maintained. Not only, this is a second checking, what we do after the dispatch from the MSPCs. And then we have, Karnataka government has a very high level committee which has been headed by Chief Justice of Karnataka, who reviews our SNP distribution and the SMP implementation time to time. So we are regularly monitored by the judiciary as well as the system very stringently. Then, of course, as other states mentioned, we do have challenges in implementing THR effectively because, the sharing that happens once it reaches the beneficiary, it gets shared among the family members, and we don't have any system to restrict this and see that it is only utilized by the target person. So for this, we have developed our own system, like we have Bal Vikas Samitis. Bal Vikas Samiti comprises of 10 members, and this Samiti has the local panchayat members and beneficiary parents, and the grandparents of the beneficiaries, and the Anganwadi worker, and the local teacher. Everybody are part of this Bal Vikas Samiti. So we create awareness among them as to just go make house visits and see that, motivate the beneficiary to, to consume whatever is being provided to them, etc. And then we have all the committees at the state level, which is also monitoring time to time, making this one surprise visits to the villages and making home visits, etc. And again, this high-level committee, what I said of the judiciary, and here when we talk about judiciary, in Karnataka we have the Legal Services Authority playing a very important role. We have district legal services authorities and taluk legal services authorities making visits and reporting to this one, government. And we do have, from time to time, we have meetings by Legal Services Authority on the effective implementation of the THR and the SNP component of the this one. And we do have reviews on the developments that are taking place in the thing, that is changes that are taking place when we look at the statistical figures of SAM and MAM children. And here I would like to point out that in the month of June, Karnataka was having 74,000 SAM children. But with all the efforts of judiciary and other things, and we have brought down the numbers to 11,000. So right now, the present statistics is 0.36% of SAM children are there. So we have successfully reduced the number. And this is because of intensive monitoring and intensive involvement of judiciary and other convergent departments. So this is one of the best example for me to give here for having effectively implemented the SNP and the THR, hot cooked meal, everything together. And then apart from this, when we talk about THR, we have Anemia Mukta Paushtik Karnataka. This has been implemented. This is a scheme of health department which was launched last year. And under this scheme, we have around 6 pillars. And 4th pillar talks about the take-home ration. That is the Nutri Basket, what I spoke about, for the pre-conception group. That is eligible married women. And the second one is about the CMAM program. Then providing enhanced nutritious food for the these are the 6 pillars. And the 4th and the 5th pillar, 5th, 6th, is something to do with the ICDS. And we are also part of this, and so we are trying to see that it is effectively implemented. And lastly, before concluding, I would like to bring another innovative program which has been recently implemented by Karnataka government. Karnataka, we are trying to rename Anganwadi to government Montessori's. It has already happened, and we have started LKG and UKG in the Anganwadi. And already we have upgraded around 2,000 Anganwadis to this government Montessori's. The reason is the beneficiary count was dwindling, and children were moving towards the private nurseries. So we didn't have beneficiaries coming to Anganwadi centers. So to attract beneficiaries towards Anganwadis, we renamed, and we are very much successful. And we had even Government of India Principal Secretary visiting one of our nurseries and got very good appreciation for that. And so this is another measure what we have taken to draw the beneficiaries towards the Anganwadi centers. So with this note, I just conclude my this one. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for the presentation. The floor is open now. Yes. Can we please pass the mics? We see many questions now, many hands. Happy to see. Ma'am, please.
I'm Principal Secretary from UP. I would like to understand this special scheme that you had mentioned to the eligible married women. So that is run by your state fund?
Yes.
Totally.
That's purely state innovation. Yes, initiative. State initiative. And we have currently implemented the scheme in 102 talukas, aspirational talukas. And it has been well taken by the beneficiaries, ma'am. We are giving a Nutri kit. The kit has 1 kg of millet laddu mix, 1 kg of jaggery, and 1 kg salt, and the pulses, half kg of green gram, half kg tur dal, and half a kg ragi. So all this this one stuff is put into one kit and we give it to them in a kit form.
So this you give for 6 months, as you said?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is only for 6 months in lifetime.
And once, so what is the driving force behind this? Because you said it is in a limited number of talukas?
Yeah, 102 aspirational talukas.
Aspirational.
Yeah, as a pilot we have started in 102 talukas. In future we will be expanding the program to the rest of the districts.
Okay, so the next one I want to understand that you said you have this Montessori thing in your Anganwadi. Yes. Is it driven by the NEP of the circular of Government of India, Department of Education?
No, ma'am. No, actually we are not. We are not implementing the NEP of the central government. We have our own state NEP now being formulated, and this Montessori, which we have implemented already, we have launched already, is just to draw the beneficiaries towards the Anganwadi, so that it will be benefiting the beneficiaries nutritionally plus education-wise. And this concept we took up because the Karnataka public schools were starting nurseries very close to Anganwadis, and all the Anganwadi beneficiaries, all the children were migrating to the Karnataka public school nurseries. So in order to avoid that, we just started our own, and this is in most of the places. In most of the places, it is co-located with the this one schools.
Co-located with the schools.
Co-located with the schools, and where there are one or more Anganwadis in close proximity, because we want to identify one center as LKG and the other one as UKG. So that is how. And we have this one, Adarshila syllabus. And we have our own typically this one, preschool syllabus, which have been upgraded. And this is a new concept which is working very well in the urban set of Bangalore. We have started in the urban Bangalore.
Okay, so this is urban centric, and have you hired other people, or it is part and parcel of the early childhood care education, which is part and parcel of Anganwadi center?
We have not engaged additional this one, ma'am. Right now, what the priority, how we have prioritized is that we are selecting centers where we are having postgraduate Anganwadi teachers and graduates. So we have, and the building criteria. So we have taken all the criteria into consideration for selecting the centers to be for the accreditation. And plus, we have the central government has come forward to upgrade 20,000 Anganwadis into Saksham Anganwadis for this purpose.
Okay. So it is a selected few. It's an
yes, selected few to begin with, and later it will be expanded.
Okay. And your THR is within the cost norms of Government of India, whatever it is giving, or the state is topping up for?
State is topping up. For pregnant women in the lactating mothers category, state is topping up.
The egg and milk.
Egg and milk also is a state-initiated program. Yeah, that is the egg is at the cost of 6 per unit, and milk 50 ml. That is 15 grams of milk. We have it works around 5 rupees 12 paise. So that is borne by state government completely.
I just want to ask that jaggery is part of your THR.
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't the heat changes the constituent? It becomes gooey in the summer season?
But right now, that is after we started giving this nutrient for the pre-conception group, we came up with the idea of giving jaggery powder, that is organic powder,
okay,
and not this one. Okay. So this is being, it is well accepted by the beneficiaries. Yes. Yes.
Ma'am, good evening. Sharad from the SPMU team. Ma'am, the part of, I think ma'am also asked about the Kshira Bhagya scheme. Yeah. Ma'am, does that come within the ration cost, or are you topping it up entirely?
No, this is completely topping.
Okay.
Shirbhagya and that is Srishti.
Okay.
It is completely state initiative.
Yeah. Ma'am, I also saw that for pregnant women and lactating mothers, you're providing HCM. So are they also attending the Anganwadi centers?
Yeah. Here I would like to include a very good question. I forgot to mention it earlier. For pregnant women and lactating mothers, we have choice. They can either take HCM or THR. Yeah, because some of them do come to the center for the hot cooked meal. And for various reasons like a geographical condition, or let it be high risk pregnancies, and if during the last trimester and post delivery also they prefer taking THR. Okay. They don't come to the Anganwadi center. So in such cases we have given choice to them. Okay. They can either come for HCM or take THR.
So ma'am, the HCM is given as dry ration?
No. HCM is hot cooked meal. They have to come to the center.
Yeah.
So when they are preferring THR, they take dry ration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it that when you are converting to Montessori school or Montessori nurseries, is there an additional budget, or as you mentioned, you identified the graduate worker with Saksham Anganwadi and also where the building norms were met?
Yes.
So, is there any other budgetary addition to this?
No, right now we are managing within the
these three.
Yeah, these three.
And I also want to know your overall budgetary implication on the state budget with all the per head costs at 21 rupees for all the categories. So what is the additional load on the state government budget?
Additional load, it depends on the say around for the state initiated this one itself. Around it works at around 500 crore or so. Yeah, and it is the budget is released on demand, so it is again
And the third question, the last one. changed from the pre-mix approach to a more local approach. Can you just elaborate that a little bit more? What was your experience with pre-mix and how are you managing your local or local recipes or whatever it is? I just need to elaborate.
Earlier we tried with, it was a short period, not a long experiment. We just went in for Dhal Khichdi premix and the Upma premix and even the Bisibele Bath premix. Initially, the number of beneficiaries dropped and they didn't want to, and especially during the meal time, they would get back home. They would never sit in the centers to have this premixes because they didn't want this, so to say, they preferred hot cooked meat and they were used to it. So what we had to do is, as per the demand, they demanded that the rationing, raw ration be given as earlier, and again this one menu changed over to Anna Sambar, the local Anna Sambar, then Uppitu with the raw ingredients given, not the premix. That they accepted, well accepted, and the premix they refused to have a premix, and now after reverting back to the old system, giving them the raw materials and cooking the fresh food there and having, the acceptance is very well this one appreciated.
This is for the pregnant women and lactating mothers?
Everybody. Pregnant and lactating women who come to the centers to consume the hot cooked meal. Otherwise, they are given the dry ration. Yeah, dry ration.
Just one question, huh?
Yeah.
Premix was a sort of a mixture type of thing. You put hot water and just prepare, or why was it unacceptable? You said that the dry ration, so that they could prepare according to their own taste.
Their own taste, yes.
More
yes, ma'am. These premixes also were actually DFRL approved. This is products what we started distributing, but it was the thing, putting it in the hot water and consuming it. It was something like the Maggi noodles, something like that.
Okay.
That was not accepted by the local this one.
Okay.
So we had very few beneficiaries coming to the center to have this premix food, and there was a rebel against this system. So we had to revert back to the ration and the hot cooked meals.
Ma'am, I just have one follow-up question.
Yeah.
Ma'am, the Ksheera Bhagya scheme again, are you giving like a packet of that? What's the supply chain of it, ma'am? How are you reaching it to the Anganwadi workers, or the Anganwadi workers are procuring on their own and you...
No, Ksheera Bhagya is through the Karnataka Milk Federation.
Okay.
Yeah, they are supplying the full cream milk powder.
Okay.
Right now. And it is again through the supply chain is through the MSPCs. MSPCs again, according to the indent, it reaches the Anganwadi center, and from the centers it goes to the beneficiaries. Yes.
So this water is added to the powder and then...
Yeah, water is 15 grams of milk powder. When they reconstitute it with water, it becomes 150 ml. So that's how it is. And for SAM children, we give addition take-home milk powder of 20 grams. That is 200 ml. That is for 3 days in a week.
That is on top of the...
On top of
the 150 that you're giving?
Yeah, 150. Okay. 150 is for all children and for all women,
pregnant
and lactating mothers. On to this is a topping for the SAM children. What we give. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm Dr. Aparna, nutrition specialist with UNICEF from Raipur. Just would like to understand, why did state feel the need to have state-owned Anganwadi centers around 3988 that you have shared?
Yeah.
And second question is, when we are distributing eggs, and for those who are not taking it as hot cooked meal, if they are distributed, so what is the frequency of the distribution? And do pregnant women come regularly to take it at the center? And also for similar question for all the other categories also where we are giving take-home ration. Thank you.
Okay, your first part is why we had to start the state-initiated Anganwadis. On demand. This was on demand. We had to give the thing. We still do have many non-ICDS areas in the urban, metropolitan and urban areas. So this was as part of the Amrit Mahotsav. We initiated 450 at first, and later we saw that it was working fine with the this one, a public demand. So we had to extend the thing, and right now we have over this one, 3,359. Yeah. And coming to your next, this one, what was your next question?
So how frequently, like, you know, for post-take-home ration, like eggs and all, how frequently do they come and...
Yeah, for this one, since Anganwadi worker procures egg locally, there's no problem. Even actually we recommend distributing the eggs once in a week, because during the summer the eggs go back very soon. So we advise them not to give it for a long period. So we ask them to break it up as short as possible, and she procures it locally. And the billing method is also through the Bal Vikas Samiti. Only after procuring, she produces a bill through the Bal Vikas Samiti, and the payment goes to the Bal Vikas Samiti account. So there's no problem. Locally, they procure the eggs and distribute as and when required. So when it, milk, of course, I have answered this question and the same this one. Through the Anganwadi worker, it reaches the beneficiaries. And the take-home part, the 200 ml that is given to the SAM children, that is given in the powder form, and that is also frequency is once in 15 days. We don't recommend more than that, because once they open the packet, it may go this one, it may get spoiled. So we ask them to give it once in 15 days or so, that's it. Any more questions? Hope I've answered.
Hi, Sharika Yunus with the World Food Program. I just wanted to understand a bit more about these Mahila SN production centers. You said there are about 137 of them.
Yes.
So these 137 cater to the whole state. That's the first question. The second question is that in setting up these centers, how much time did it take for you to start with like the first center and to reach 137? The second is you talked about a BIS model and how do these centers interface with the BIS model. And lastly, you said that this entire thing was set up with no cost to the exchequer. So what exactly did you mean by that?
Actually, these Mahila Supplementary Nutrition Centers are run by the self-help groups. They form the thing, and they setting up is not our thing, responsibility. They set up, and they are all registered under the Societies Act. Full-fledged registered the groups, they form the MSPCs. They are already well established, 137. We don't have any necessity to establish anymore. And these 137 MSPCs are being trained by 3 BIS registered MSPCs. So BIS registered MSPCs are providing technical support, and all processing and the machinery, everything, upgradation of machinery, everything is taken up by these 3 BIS registered MSPCs. So in future, this handholding is only for 3 years, the MOU between the BIS registered MSPCs and the 137 MSPCs. So for 3 years they'll be trained, upgraded, and then they'll be functioning independently. The 137. They are already well established, but they do not have BIS registration. Only 3 have BIS registration.
What's the mechanism of quality assurance? Pardon? The mechanism of quality assurance?
Quality assurance? Quality assurance is NABL accredited. We do a post dispatch and pre-dispatch testing. So that is the thing. And plus we have FSSAI visiting the MSPCs for and conducting inspections to give them the license. So that is again mandatory for them to be a part of this government supply chain. And again, FSSAI is visiting the Anganwadi centers surprisingly and giving us feedbacks too. So this is in addition to the NABL this one accredited laboratories testing system. We do have this FSSAI visits too.
How much time does it take for the NABL certification?
We get it within a week's time. Yeah. Once the production is complete, they take the sample for testing, and within a week's time we get the test report. And after obtaining the test report, the supply starts. Yes. Three labs are there. Yes, yes. I can't hear you.
Sorry, the microphone is here, but if I may ask.
It's not.
Ma'am, I'm DSW Jajpur from Odisha. You told about 3 BIS registered MSPCs.
Yes.
Were they promoted by the state, or they formed themselves and got enhanced, or they acquired the quality?
They formed themselves and they enhanced. They procured the BIS registrations. So they are guiding the rest of the 137 MSPCs in this process. Process of upgradation.
Yes, if I may ask one question about the additional rations for the eggs and milk, etc. During the lunchtime, we have a very vibrant discussion about how Indian women traditionally are very responsible for the entire household. And so when you target certain members of the household within the household, right, and then the 1 egg per certain days a week, wasn't there any concern or questions, among yourselves that if the eggs will be actually consumed by the women or it's going to be shared among the household? Do you have any means to monitor, or do you have any sense of, yes, it is being consumed by the targeted people?
Yeah, you're perfectly correct. This is a major concern, the egg especially, as you mentioned, when it is given as a take-home ration. There is every possibility that it gets shared among the family members. Okay, that is, what to say, a mother and a woman being caring, sharing and loving, she shares that too with her family members. Okay, so just all that we can do is, that is the reason why in Karnataka we have given a choice between hot cooked meal and THR. And most of the time we see that the woman comes to the Anganwadi center to have her hot cooked meal. Only in cases where the geographical condition, the hilly regions where she cannot come to the Anganwadi center for the HCM, or her medical condition does not allow her to come to the center. Only in such cases we do give a THR, and we see that the Anganwadi worker makes a home visit and see that things are in place, and that too it has to be done with utmost care in this one, because nobody will accept this kind of this one, saying, asking her not to share it among the family members. That's a major challenge which is there in this one.
Thank you very much. And because one of the 6 pillars you have is actually FCC, so I guess it's also part of your messaging to the households.
Yes.
Thank you.
One more question. Hello. Your Kasai teams are visiting the Anganwadi centers. Your Kasai teams are visiting the Anganwadi centers.
Pardon?
FSSAI.
Yeah.
They visit the Anganwadi centers.
Yeah.
Your food is being cooked over there. It is the Eat Right campus, or is it the cooking that they are looking into? And what is
don't have any accreditation, like Tamil Nadu has that system, what I came to know. They have the system of grading, FSSAI certification, but we don't have grading or certification being done. But this is purely as a food facility. They have every right to visit and see whether the food hygienically prepared. So they are conducting the inspections, surprise inspections, just to see whether the food is being prepared in a hygienic condition. That's all. And any discrepancies found is being reported back to the department. We don't have any grading system. We don't have grading.
It's just the oversight mechanism?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes.
So because of the time constraint, let's make that the last question and then we will move on for Madhya Pradesh, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am, in continuation to the ma'am, what she said about the egg, I have just one concern. Karnataka Milk Federation is very good, procuring very good milk. So have you ever considered giving fresh milk, fresh flavored milk targeted towards the beneficiary rather than giving them the powders? Because powders has the same concern that it may be used by the other than the intended beneficiary.
Yes, sir.
Whereas if you give the fresh flavored milk every day, so it will go to the intended beneficiaries.
Yes, sir. Your point, in fact, I was discussing with my colleague also. Most of the rural population, they don't prefer this powdered milk because the rural area they have accessibility to the fresh milk. When fresh milk is available, they don't prefer powder milk. But yet, as a policy matter, this has been put up actually. This suggestion, I don't know how far this suggestion will be taken up by the government. It's a policy matter. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shrimati Rosaline Satya, for the presentation, and I think you took equal time in answering all the questions as well. So thank you so much. Thank you. Please have your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we would like to skip the tea break. To stick to the schedule, we have two more presentations to go for. Let us start with Madhya Pradesh, and I would invite to the stage Ms. Sufia Farooqi Wali, IAS, Commissioner BWCD, to the podium. And I would request our Director, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, to kindly greet and felicitate first. A very, very good afternoon to you. A warm welcome to the conclave, and I would request you, ma'am, to kindly get started with the presentation. And thank you, Madam Banerjee.
Good afternoon, respected PS ma'am from Odisha, all the other PS ma'am and sir from Assam and Uttar Pradesh, the UNICEF and UNFPA heads, and all my team members and colleagues, and especially my team from MP who's there to support me all along, and I think whatever little work we've done, I'd like to present that. Can you please have the PPT? So to set a context to what we are doing in MP, we have our own nutrition policy which is in alignment with the SDG goals, and also it incorporates the food security provisions of the Government of India Act. It is under this entire context that we proceed with our approach. In terms of financial outlays, we are still, we don't really add much from the state government, apart from adding the efficiency or execution parameters. We stick to what is the ICDS or the Saksham Anganwadi Poshan Mission budget, broadly. Of late, in the the last 6-7 months, the entire focus of the ICDS program or the SAP mission has been to improve its efficiency with the help of the IT tools that we can deploy along with Portion Tracker and our own MIS system, which is called the Sampark app. Alright. Ma'am.
We face a lot of difficulty with the data captured in the Portion Tracker.
Yes.
Sometimes our field functionaries make errors in measurement. Do you also face similar issues?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in fact, we suffered a major blip in our figures in the month of June and July, and that created a lot of political, noise at the Government of India level also, because I completely agree that there's a lot of data correction that we need to do in the collection process. And there tends to be, because the moment our figures dip further, so there tends to be a lot of negative highlighting, and therefore there's always a tendency and resistance to kind of underreport. So I'm not saying that we are majorly underreporting, but to put this again in a broad context, our census projections and what the number of, the coverage percentage of our Anganwadis, there's a difference of almost 50%. So I have a huge challenge that we don't have exact census figures, but we have projection figures. So we do need to enroll. I can presume, we compare it with the health department's Dastak Abhiyan figures also. I have about 60 lakh children with me. The Dastak Abhiyan has 80 lakh. According to the projection, this should be somewhere like 90 lakhs. So I am presuming some of the children would be above poverty line, which is why they are not part of the ICDS program. Then Dastak 2 does extend to the not so poor children. So there is a data discrepancy in all the applications that we handle, more so on the health department's end. So there are challenges, but yes, there's no other way about it, ma'am. We have to face the fact that Odisha is doing the Ojan THR or Ojan Abhiyan, we also need to do something like that. We have monthly exercises, but unless there's a lot of focus and a lot of emphasis on correct reporting of weight, height and other parameters, this would always be a problem.
The validation is not happening.
Sorry?
Validation is not happening.
No, it's not a question of validation. It is a question of the validation capacity of the Anganwadi workers to make the correct height and weight measurement. And once you enter the wrong data, then it is very difficult to...
Yes, ma'am. So correction on Portion Tracker is also difficult, and that is something a lot of states have been asking for from Government of India, but somehow, ma'am, on that end, I refuse to ask for that permission because I would want that the Anganwadi worker kind of owns up her data and feels empowered and safe enough to report whatever data she actually has.
So we didn't mean it that way. Saying if we measure somebody's height as higher, let us say, and then the next month they want to make it lesser, Portion Tracker obviously doesn't allow height.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So we have been asking that to give an edit option every 2 to 3 months.
Yes,
so that's saying if somebody has gone and they are able to validate, can it correct the data?
So ma'am, that option, as you already rightly said, it's not there. Yes, ma'am, once.
And I think last year also in December once they were open for a few.
Ma'am, I can have an idea like a quarterly correction option is a very good one, as you
So I was wondering if at the end of this conclave, because Ganesh was supposed to come but he's not able to make it, what if we come out with a list of recommendations or something and send it up on with our joint?
Yes, ma'am. So this was the introductory slide, which I think I have broadly discussed that we have our own nutrition policy, which is in alignment with the SDG goals and the NFSA provisions. Then we are also focused on improving the implementation with the help of IT tools, Portion Tracker and our own Sampark app included. And of course, the best practices, whatever can be learned from other states and some local practices from which happen at a district level, they should be incorporated into the system, depending upon what kind of budgetary costs they would have an implication for the state. These are the basic details in Madhya Pradesh. To summarize it very quickly, we have 78 lakh beneficiaries under all the categories. They're spread across almost 1 lakh Anganwadis. And we haven't mentioned the mini and main, but all our mini Anganwadis have been converted to the main as per the directives of the Government of India. Next, please. regarding take-home ration, again in a very small summary, I would say we follow the decentralized system. We have 7 plants across the state which manufacture or produce 6 different varieties of recipes. So all our 7 plants are making 6 different varieties of recipes which are supplied in their, I would say, jurisdiction or in their geographical locations. Here, one point that is notable is that MP is using whole milk powder as its one of its components in the recipes, and definitely whole milk powder is slightly difficult to handle. Even our oil content is decently high. So in terms of our recipes, we follow what the NIN has prescribed. They are our regular partners and supporters. However, the way oil is mixed in our recipes, though it has a very high acceptance, then there are issues also around the way the oil is mixed, or the natural palate not being so friendly to accepting so much of oil in the diet. So we do need to relook at our recipes, whether we want to pack the oil separately as a separate additive in our recipes, or whatever other best options can be kind of come up with. In terms of fortification, MP was one of the first states that started with fortifications, and we're doing 7 fortifications. However, according to the WHO and also what are the minimum, minimum guidelines for fortification, this number should be somewhere between 17 to 27 micronutrients. And when we talk of DSS, PBPB, ECC, we're talking about delayed development, its extension entirely in the Anganwadis and the Anganwadi worker being able to build. So all the micronutrients become very, very important in this perspective, that a balanced baby's growth or a pregnant mother's balanced development of the fetus and the mother involves all the micronutrients to be balanced appropriately, but this comes at a cost, and therefore for no other reason but for this reason the cost norms of the Government of India should be revisited. Next. Yeah, so these are again the other 3 recipes. The first page had I kind of summarized all of them. Most of the content, most of the ingredients are similar, however their percentages vary as per the taste and norm requirements. These are the way our packets have been packed for some last 4-5 years. This design is also under revision. And a very good suggestion had come regarding QR codes, so I think that is also something that would be quite worthwhile copying or kind of emulating in Madhya Pradesh also. Next. Yeah. Regarding SAM children without medical complication, we do not have a separate THR recipe for them. We use the routine THR for them. However, we also do a CSAM program, and in fact CSAM program was initiated in Madhya Pradesh, and then after it was taken up by Government of India, and we call it by our own name. We call it MMBAS, or Mukhyamantri Bal Arogya Samvardhan Karyakram. This is just community mobilization and a comprehensive way of managing the SAM children. Next. This is SAM without medical complication in the age group of 3 to 6. So this is not the THR category. These children are under the hot cooked meal category. Here, of course, I mean, though hot cooked meal is not the mandate of today's conclave, but in hot cooked meal we are very particular that the attendance of the children, each child who comes to the Anganwadi, is to be measured with facial recognition. So the module is already live and we are already doing it. It has come from the government it was the Chief Secretary's instruction soon after he joined last month, and we have brought this application, we rolled it out through MPSCDC, which is our own NIC, like the state government's NIC kind of an agency. And we are already taking the attendance of children in some 20,000 Anganwadis, though the application has been rolled out for the entire 1 lakh Anganwadis. There's a little bit of training that needs to be done. So the point is that I think all of us across the country, if I may safely project, are facing a problem with the attendance of children in Anganwadis, whether it is happening because of the private schools opening up in urban areas or whatever other factors. One other state did here suggest that they are giving hot cooked meal to children from 1.5 year to 3-year category also. So that is also a very surprising number. We are not doing that officially as yet, but our observation also on the field is that in urban areas or where schools are close by, much younger children are going to these nursery schools. So they come to Anganwadis to get their tiffins packed as hot cooked meal, and then they take the hot cooked meal in their tiffins and then go to the nearby schools. So this entire, shifting of dynamics, and I am very sure it's happening everywhere. Just like Madam mentioned from Karnataka also, we do need to really focus and think and understand whether we want our children to go to good schools, or do we want to stop them from going to good schools and only because we want to focus on nutrition, or do we want to shift the entire nutrition component to the school Shiksha Vibhags? So this is quite a debatable point. It is not a fight of jurisdictions between two departments, but rather what would be the most apt way of resolving the nutrition and education need of the children or the future HR of our country. Next, please. Provisions for the other THR beneficiaries. We have a weekly THR system of 5 days because the 6th day is part of the VHSND, which happens every Tuesday in MP. So the mothers, the children all come to the Anganwadi centers where they are monitored. Their subsequent 5 days take-home ration is also distributed to them. If any vaccination or any other scheme like PMMVY or anything else is required, so it's like a contact day exercise. So therefore we provide for only 5 days. However, this is also something which we are re-looking into, whether we want to do a 5-day THR and keep 1 day for hot food meal, or we want to distribute the entire 6 days ration and then do a separate kind of contact program. The contact program again could be home visit based, and again an app based biometric verified kind of a home based contact program. Next. Regarding the supply chain management in the THR, we have an entirely online module for monitoring it. However, the data or the THR requirement is got from the portion tracker. MP again is one of those few states which has an API from the portion tracker app to receive the data. We use the portion tracker app data for monitoring the attendance payments of HCM also and for THR orders also. So that way I think it's a good move forward, because we are kind of trying to rationalize between the actual consumption and what is being otherwise generally reported at large. However, the shortcoming of this is that portion tracker data comes to us with a delay of 1 month. So there has to be a more real-time data sharing rather than an API base which is time cycled at 1 month's gap. So every time we get the data, if suppose I am going to draw the data here in November, then I will get the data for the month of September, 1st to 30th of September. So this kind of a delay causes an entire delay in the system. Next. This is the flow for how our THR moves. As I said, once we have the data from Portion Tracker, we give the orders to MP SRLM, which is the Rural Livelihood Mission. It is placed with the RD department, like all other departments. Here, SRLM runs 7 different plants, which are owned and run by the cluster level federations. These cluster level federations hire teams to run, or managerial teams to run their plants, and then they do the production of the THR as per our recipe and our requirements. Then from here, the THR moves to the ICDS project office. Our distribution point is the project office. At the project office, like others, there are small godowns or local facilities which have been made into godowns. From here, through the supervisors and through the CDPOs, it is distributed to the Anganwadi level, and from the Anganwadi workers, it is distributed to the beneficiaries. With regard to quality assurance, we have a system of sampling through the NABL labs. So we do NABL lab sampling at before the production in terms of what are the ingredients or raw materials that are going into the production. production, after the production also at the plant, and subsequently we also do sampling at the project level. We also like, because Potion Tracker provides for a grievance redressal mechanism and a complaint mechanism, we are also using the Potion Tracker grievance redressal mechanism. Next please. This is just the cost chart. In short, again, we are not supplementing anything from the state budget, though that is also under consideration. If certain components could be efficiently brought into, then the government is quite agreeable to the idea of expanding its own budget. Right now, collectively, we are spending, this includes the center and state share, both put together. In THR, we are spending about some 700 crores, and for hot pot meal, we are spending about 600 crores annually. Next. These are some of the challenges and obstacles. I have mentioned that current cost norms of all beneficiaries, for all beneficiaries are not sufficient as per the consumer price index or the wholesale price index. However, to be fair, this argument would very often get shot down by Government of India, because if you look at the collective average of the WPI or CPI, we have, it's not such a bad skewing as it was in the immediate post-COVID year. So, post-COVID, after a long gap of 4 to 5 years, there has been a major kind of leveling or lowering of the CPI or the WPI. What has happened is, in those 2 years, during the COVID, our plants suffered losses majorly. And those losses have led them into seeking loans. And then loans build up their interest. So now we've been caught in that cycle, which is about only 100 crores. However, I feel honestly, as I said, to be fair with Government of India, that we may not be able to get the prices revised on the argument of WPI CPI purely. We will have to look at how to make the recipe more viable with a longer shelf life, better fortification, all multi-nutrient or micronutrient fortification, and then see how the cost norms need to be improved. The second point that I mentioned is that Government of India and we also at MP government level want to include the SUW or the severely underweight children. These are children which are just on the border or the margin of, being, one illness, and they will convert into severely malnourished children. So SUW is a very critical group. It is not as large a group as the MAN group, but it is somewhere in between and overlaps the SAM group. So if we could do something like supplement with fresh whole milk, or supplement with something in the morning snacks, which could be like sprouts atta or something nutrition protein based, then maybe this kind of a group would be targeted better. And our calculations in Madhya Pradesh are that this is not a very expensive proposition. It normally takes only 100 to 120 crores per year annually to address the SUW group with one supplement. Like if it's milk, then one supplement would be 100 and 120 crores. Another supplement, another addition to diet would be another 100 crores. Potion Tracker, Potion Tracker data I have already, because ma'am had mentioned it, and I also discussed it, that there's a delay of almost a month in getting the Potion Tracker data. It has to be more live. All its modules have to be really live and have to be live quick. Because if our Anganwadi workers are constantly made to be punching into a system which is not giving them information in return, which is very, very relevant, real, time real and useful, then they may find it as like an additional burden of work. Mandatory Aadhaar validation for supplementary nutrition practices in Potion Tracker. This is, yes, this is a problem, but only for a very small population which is migrant or kind of which keeps moving every 6 months from one state border to another. So it is this population which probably needs something like the EPOS solution in terms of Anganwadi services also. Next is monitoring and evaluation. So we have, as I said, we have come up with almost 34 applications, IT-based solutions, almost 34 IT-based solutions through our own state application, which is called the Samvarth app. And all of these include when is each and every Anganwadi opening? When is it closing? What time do they serve the first meal? What time do they serve the second meal? And we all have a sense of things that are happening on the field, but the advantage of these kind of applications is that we have real data to support whatever policy decisions we want to take. Like we all understand that morning snacks is a big challenge for everybody on the field. Yet now with our Sampark app, we can clearly point out to our government at the policy making level that yes, morning snacks need a different kind of an approach. It cannot be presumed that our MDN groups would actually give them morning snacks and then give them also the hot cooked meal located at a distance, because I think Chhattisgarh is still and MP are following the Sambar Chula patterns in hot cooked meal. We have also come up with guidance teams like in Karnataka. These guidance teams we are in the process of developing as the best of the trainers, because this is a very technical department, as was said by Principal Secretary Sir from Assam, that it is a very technical department where we actually recruit all the officers through the MPPSC system. So they come with very diverse backgrounds and they need some specialized inputs every now and then, with theories being updated, with scientific data getting updated. So this team, which is the guidance team for the district, is again monitored through the application. They are given 2 random Anganwadis to visit. They visit and report in detail what is it that they saw and what kind of a guidance that they actually did give to the Anganwadi center which they visited. And we also have to follow it up with further strengthening and training of these teams. Next. This is just a screenshot of how our THR distribution is managed online, real time, every day. Next. Then there are certain traditional best practices, like we do local recipe festivals or competitions for every district, so that there is an option of multiple recipes available to the mothers also, and this is basically an IC activity in terms of how to best cook food and how to have good nutrition-dense food. I think in this we have already included, I have already discussed all the points. So we have a lot of cross-learning from other organizations. We have, through our Sampark app, built an entire network of putting all the technical and data information and online information and IC all together on the same platform, which is accessible not just to the Anganwadi worker, but also to those mothers who are probably on social media. So if we want to share something, we have experiments. And we have been pushing through all our Anganwadis, through some NGO partners like Rocket Learning, whatever educational information, nutritional information, information regarding mental health or menstrual health or the first 1000 days into the phones of the mothers also who are using smartphones these days. So there are such solutions that we are doing. Challenges also, I think I have mostly mentioned. We need to have real-time data if we really want to monitor THR properly. Government of India is in the process of doing a biometric verification of THR delivery, which is something that we are looking forward to in Madhya Pradesh also. Otherwise, our own biometric verification process was on the go. We have put it on hold, hoping that by probably January, February, we would have something like that from GOI. We do our social audits using our local organizations available with us, monitoring at panchayat level and making it the main agenda of the Gram Sabhas, or kind of mainstreaming the agenda is still a challenge. Mainstreaming the agenda even at the district level remains quite a challenge. But this is something we are working on, because among the many applications, we also now have a district nutritional committee meeting application whereby the Chief Secretary can directly see who are the collectors who have been regularly conducting the DLC meetings and what are the outcomes of the district, whether they have taken a specific action regarding the severely malnourished children in their district, how many are put in the NRC. So this is again a cross-talking application which is visible on the dashboard of the Chief Minister also and the Chief Secretary also. So the idea of all these things is to kind of mainstream the malnutrition agenda along with our usual agendas of infrastructure development, roads, which somehow going to take the bigger share of the time and highlight. Supervised feeding is one thing which our experiment is in Madhya Pradesh. We've learned that IYCF is a much hackneyed, much talked about, much understood concept. However, there's still a lot that needs to be done in IYCF because the information dissemination that should happen to the young mother who has become a mother for the first time in a rural area, which may or may not be a very conservative area. IYCF practices, breastfeeding practices still need a lot more empowerment and a lot more understanding, and is one of the best interventions in attaining good weight gain for the children soon after birth in the first 3 months. So all this intervention, when we talk of THR, SCM is subsequent. It is the first 3 months or the first 1 month where very good, very sound feeding practices still need to be I think, the center focus of our entire nutritional 1000 days exercise approach. Budget constraints I've already discussed and given my view also on it. Yes, in our state, SRLM is facing financial crunches and is finding it difficult to run the THR recipes. And I do think the way NIN has designed our recipes, they are fairly good. So all that we need to do is kind of, again resolve the sugar versus jaggery issue, and also how sugar and jaggery both could be substituted by something more wholesome in terms of fat-based or oil-based or whole milk-based kind of protein and fat energy. So that remains one of the constraints. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I have been instructed to tell you this, that can we go back to back with the presentation, and could you write down the question for this presentation? We can take all the questions together at the end of the last presentation. If I get a thumbs up from everyone. We have the presentation on innovations in THR production, distribution and monitoring suggestions and offered solutions. From Amul, we are going to have this presentation, and I would request Mr. HP Rathod, Head CS and HR, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. Please welcome him on the stage with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, please join us. And may I invite our esteemed director, Ms. Monisha Banerjee, to greet and felicitate Shri HP Rathod, sir, please. Very, very good evening, sir. Welcome on the dais. Thank you, Madam Banerjee, and sir, I would request you to kindly start the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I do understand that it is a fag end of the presentation and everyone is looking for something different. I'll try to make it very brief, very short. Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the respected dignitaries present in the august audience, I'd like to begin with just saying that what Amul is and why Amul and how Amul is linked to the THR and what are the innovations which we have made. I'll make it very quick. It's okay. We'll go with the what Amul is. Please next, please. So it is GCMMF, and we are celebrating our 50th year, whereas Amul is already celebrating 78th year of the existence. Next, please. So what our Honorable Prime Minister has to say about Amul. So उन्होंने ऐसा कहा कि भारत में आज़ादी के बाद बहुत सारे ब्रांड बने, लेकिन अमूल जैसा कोई नहीं. This is what our Honorable Prime Minister has said about Amul. So we are an organization of having turnover of 80,000 crore rupees. We are the 8th largest dairy cooperatives and 8th largest food organization, and our milk procurement is 1100 crore liters. So what we do in the market, we have got around 3.4 crore packs of fresh products sold every year across the India, and it is manufactured in 107 plants. We have got around 25 lakh ton of metric ton of cattle feed sold. We have got 50 products, more than 1050 SKUs, and more than 1 million retail outlets. That is what is our expansion on the other side. So when we say what Amul is, then it is the strongest dairy brand globally and second strongest food brand in the world. That's what Amul is. When we say about say market leader, so GSM is the market leader. We have got, could I have a separate, yeah, I think that would be better. Hello. I'll just get down on the dash. I hope you all are comfortable. Okay. So when we say we have got the India's largest food product marketing organization, and our turnover is $7.2 billion US. Okay. Our unduplicated group turnover is 80,000 crore, and we procure milk from 36 lakh milk producers. Now when we say 36 lakh milk producers, that means even if we consider a 5% household, we are in contact with 1.25 crore milk producers family every day. And we are covering 18,600 village dairy cooperatives, villages. That means entire Gujarat we are covering. We are meeting each and every milk producers twice in a day. So basically it is what Amul is. It is for the empowering of the milk producers. It is owned by the milk producers. It is not owned by a single person or single individual. It's a cooperative. It symbolizes the faith the cooperative system which has placed instrument of development in the hands of the milk producers. It is a brand owned by 36 lakhs farmer, and it is Asia's largest milk brand. So basically it is a farmer's determination to manage their own resources, vehicle for economic and social transformation, and it's a glorious legacy and tradition. And what Amul model is. So when we see what Amul model is basically elimination of the middleman. Starting from say, if we say milk producers, then it goes up to say village dairy cooperative society. Milk producers come together, they form a village dairy cooperative society. Village dairy cooperative society come together, they form a district level milk union. District level milk unions come together and they form a state level milk marketing federation. And they directly reach to the consumer. So all this tier, all 4 tiers are owned by the milk producers. No other than milk producers. Entire structure is owned by the milk producers themselves. And they, to run the day-to-day show, they employ professional managers. So this is the Amul model is. So when we say in Gujarat, I already explained, but same model was replicated under Operation Flood by National Dairy Development Board. And when we say in all over India, there are more than 170 lakh farmers who are associated to dairy cooperatives through 1,90,000 village dairy cooperative societies, 245 district unions, and more than 28 state federations. So almost most of the states have state federation. Like say in Karnataka, there is a Karnataka Milk Federation. Like that, there are many milk federations. If we say about the milk production, say then world has got around 93 crore metric ton of milk productions, out of which India has got 23.5 crore metric ton of the milk productions, which is 25% of the world. Out of that, our organized sector has got almost 21% of the milk production, and out of that, Amul has got 1.1 crore metric ton of milk production, which is 23% of the organized sector. So that is again largest in India. And if you see the milk procurement since the beginning, Amul has always gone up, and up. That is the milk procurement of Amul. And our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has said that double the income of farmer. Amul has quadrupled the income of the farmer. Milk production has more than doubled. Milk procurement price has more than doubled in last 10 years. So milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. More than combined together, if we put wheat, rice and oilseeds together, milk is the largest crop. And one more important thing is that whatever consumer pays for the milk, more than 80% goes to the farmer, which is much high. If you go to the developed countries like even USA or Europe, only 35% of the consumer rupee goes to the farmer. Here, more than 80% goes to the farmer. And more than 12 lakh women are associated with the Amul, and they are the member, they are earning the money is directly going to their bank account. So it's one of the largest eco-socio upliftment of women, and it's a women empowerment example. So we have got use capacity 107 plants, more than 5 crore liter capacity, having total milk drying capacity is 1100 metric ton per day, average milk procurement 3.1 crore liters per day, pig milk procurement 3.7 crore liter per day, and our cattle manufacturing capacity is more than 10,000 metric tons per day. Okay. And when we see market presence, we are the largest exporter of the milk and milk products. We are exporting to more than 50 countries under Amul brand name. It is just to show that our qualities are at par in the world level. And our entire supply chain is digitally integrated, starting from milk producer to the consumer. We are totally digitally oriented. Sometimes we are called IT company in the food business. So that's how people say us. And what our philosophy is, value for many, value for money. Value for many means our milk producers must get the highest return what they are giving for the milk, and our consumer should not feel cheated or squeezed at any point of time. They should get quality products for the money which they are paying. So that's why value for money. So milk, it's maniform, it's leading by the innovations. We have got various products. I'll not go into the detail, but depending on the year, depending on the requirement, starting with just the butter and powder, now we have got thousands of the products depending on the requirement. Now latest our trend is we are now in the protein products. We have got even age-wise product, different product range, and we are launching 2 new products every month. So you can understand what innovation and creativity is going on in the Amul. Why I am saying this, that we will come in my next slides. Okay. And we also launched our Amul milk under Amul brand name in USA also. And we are going to launch it in Europe soon. So that's what is the span of Amul. So now I am coming to that what is our currency. Amul's currency is not milk, it's trust. And that trust has led to development of this model in different countries. They are asking, like say Kenya, Sri Lanka, they are asking for this model, and we are supporting them. So how then we came into the take-home ration? All the products which I have shown, there is no take-home ration anywhere. Okay, no cereal base, nothing, we don't have anything like this. But because when I say that our currency is trust and not milk, government of Gujarat had that trust on us. And they asked us that you should come into the take-home ration. And because of insistence of the government of Gujarat, we thought that okay, let us get into this field also. So what is the Gujarat model for the THR supply? So our government of Gujarat has already made the presentation, so you know I am not going to repeat all these things, though there will be something in the few slides, but we will discuss more about it. Okay, so yes, this is. So government of Gujarat, we had a tripartite agreement with the government of Gujarat, and accordingly we started supply. So why Amul? I have said trust. People have trust on us, farmers have trust on us, more than 1.25 crore Gujarati people have trust on us. Okay, we are meeting them twice every day, so that is one of the things. We always ensure that quality in our any product. We ensure that whatever we start from scratch, even for milk, we start from the same, accepting milk from the farmers. We have a quality check at each and every stage. Even for the consumers, whenever we supply, we have got a quality check each and every stage. And same quality check we have applied for the take-home ration also. That's why quality at all level. We have got huge institutional structure. In one of the presentations, it was clearly mentioned that institutional structure are the base which helps in developing so many success stories. And this is what we also have. Whether it is at the farmer level, whether it is at the rural level, or whether it is at the urban level. And last but not the least, We do not have any motive for the profit. We are a cooperative, we are working for the farmers, we are working for the consumers. So we do not have such motive. And that is one of the strength. So what pillars we have for THR supply in Gujarat? That is product, production, quality and supply chain. These are the pillars. So when I say about product, so we were not aware. We didn't know what THR is. So Government of Gujarat, criteria of the Government of India, support from the UNICEF regarding nutritional requirement, we formulated a product. And whenever we formulate any product in say Amul, we test it out. We test it out with the consumer, we take the feedback, we refine it, we further improve it, and accordingly once we get into such a state that okay, now consumer has accepted that product, then only we launch those product. Similar thing we did in take-home ration. So this product, you all know, it's made from grain, pulses, oil, etc. And we are fortified with the micronutrients. And each product is designed to meet specific calorie and protein requirement as specified by the government. And product pack and communication is designed in such a way that it is targeted towards the intended beneficiary. Even, I'll tell you in one more, I'll just tell you in advance, we have got cooperative development programs, and even in cooperative development programs, we promote take-home ration. And when we promote this, we ensure that we give message in such a way that if it is meant for mother, then male counterpart do not eat it. We will say that it is for increasing milk for the kid, and suddenly then male counterpart will go away that okay, this product is not for me. Okay, so we made such a subtle communication that product goes to the intended beneficiary only. These are the product Bal Shakti, meeting the standards. Similarly, I'll go for the Matru Shakti. This product you already seen, so I'll not go into that. We have got Purna Shakti for adults and girls, so I'll also not go into that. So this is the thing. Now there are concerns in the presentation. I've seen that okay, that's the right concern that everyone do not like to eat same thing every day. Okay, so therefore we made a product in such a way that you can make different products out of that, and our beneficiaries have made more than 70 products out of the same base material which we are providing to them. Different 70 products. These are the few examples, and we also made recipes, and based on that we also circulated those recipes. What are the changes we are making? With the Ayush Mantralaya, we are adding, as per the suggestions from the nutrition team also, we have added Ayurvedic ingredients into the take-home ration, and we have made Ayush product. This is Bal Shakti Plus, and it has got Vidang and Trikatu, and Matru Shakti Plus, which has got Jeera and Mushta. And these products are liked very much by the beneficiaries. Because when we use Bal Shakti, anyway, mothers are giving Ayurvedic ingredients to their children. So we have directly added into this. In addition, we have also made millet THR. And we are also supplying this millet THR with Ragi and Jowar. And now we are experimenting with flavored Bal Shakti. Now different types of flavor which is, so child can eat directly. It's like ice cream. We have added few of the ice cream flavor into this, the likes Alfonso Mango, cookie and cream, caramel and orange. So we keep on experimenting with product also, we will keep on testing it. While production, basically we understand what the requirement, then we did have technical derivation because we did not know what this product is. So for 6 months, we operated a plant, produced only 200 metric ton per month. Not more than that. 200 metric ton per month. We ran different plants, different methods, different type of products. Every month we tried something different, and we experimented and found out what product is liked by the beneficiaries. And then we installed that plant, carried out trial production, and then after we had some successful product testing by the beneficiaries and liking, then we installed 200 metric ton of plant. 200 metric ton per day production capacity. We installed 3 such plants in entire Gujarat. So it is production capacity is 600 metric ton per day, and our Honorable Prime Minister had inaugurated this plant. There is a photograph of the plant also above, and Honorable Prime Minister is there. Similarly, other our plants were inaugurated by our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, and this is the plant at Surat, this is the plant at Banaras. So we have got 3 such plants. Quality, we always ensure that quality starting from the raw material quality. Whenever we purchase, we check each and every ingredient of the raw material. We select, we also ensure that our best manufacturing practices are adopted in these plants. Testing at different levels starting from the incoming raw material in the process as we test for the milk, because we have got that habit. So we have every checking of each and every batch and each and every raw material at different locations from the plant, at different stages of the product also we keep on checking the material. We have got enough checking for each and every batch, as well as we ourselves give this product to the third party for the NABL accreditation, as well as the government of Gujarat also testing on their government approved laboratories. And of course, regular audit, because we are FSI having organization. So as per ISO norms and as per FSI, our regular audit is also being conducted. So as I said already about the quality check, supply chain, coverage, distribution, delivery and monitoring. As we are IT company in food business, so when we started with the paper, voucher, signature. So we were also feeling uncomfortable and government was also feeling uncomfortable, because then everyone can go sign and you all know what happens. So that's why we thought that we need to have something which is digital and system has to be smooth and no man-hour or any resources should be spent on such activities. That's why we developed an entire digital system. Our coverage, we are covering 53,000 Anganwadis and delivering 12,000 metric ton every month. Beneficiaries are covered around 35 lakhs and around 600 metric ton is delivered. So these are the 3 plants coverage. So this is covered by Surat plant, this is covered by the Kheda Amul plant, and this is covered by the. This is how we have set up the distribution. So this process is already explained that it is online. Government of Gujarat gives indent online. Then we receive that indent online. We convert it into our systems. We ensure dispatch is online. Whenever any truck is dispatched, immediately everyone knows that where the truck is, where the product is. Everything is online. And delivery is either OTP based. You can track delivery. We have got a mobile app. So each and like say when our Mr. Vinay Bhai has already shown that they can track live. Everyone in the system can track live as per the dashboard. They know where the THR is reached, where not reached, and as well as certification that whether all the delivery is completed by that certification is done by PO and that is also online. It's a digitally signed, so no paper movement. Monitoring is at overall level. Government of Gujarat also monitors it. We also monitors it. We have got our own system. We have got our own cross check. We have got our entire team placed in almost all villages. So any team member can cross check it at any time and we can ask anyone and we get our regular feedbacks. And these real-time tracking, online trackings are already there. We are also planning for, in collaboration with Government of Gujarat, we are planning for going for QR code for each and every packet. Separate QR code will be there. As well as there will be secondary QR code on the secondary packing. And we will have a knowledge that which packet has gone into which secondary pack and that secondary pack has gone to the which Anganwadi. So any pack, if we get it from the anywhere, we will know that this product was manufactured at which location, transferred to which location. So basically, traceability of each and every pack. That's what is in the pipeline. We supplied even during COVID-19, as per the government required, we supplied additional 16,000 metric ton of cattle feed. 16,000 THR. We supplied 16,600 ton of take-home ration. There was no disruption in the activity during COVID. There were many lockdowns, but neither our dairy plant had a shutdown for a day, nor our THR plant. We worked double the capacity during those periods. We carry out various awareness activity according with the Government of Gujarat. We have got our own supervisors, our team. Then we do various presentations regarding our THR in our various different corporate development programs. And we also arrange visit of our Anganwadi workers to our plant to show them that look what we are manufacturing. You can come, you can see it is Amul's plant and this is being, quality products are being supplied to each and everyone, and once they see, they believe it. And then they further transmit it to the beneficiaries that this is our Amul's product. In addition to that also, I already said that we are supporting government in various campaigning, and we keep on educating beneficiaries through our even milk pouches, various messages we keep on giving to them, like World Breastfeeding Week or Poshan Ma or Spread Sahi Poshan, Desh Poshan, various messages we keep on passing to even consumers. So it is working both the ways. And even in nutrition project like say Poshan Mandna, also we are participating, and whatever is the focus area of the project, we keep on adding to this. Like say critical 1,000 is already, my predecessor has discussed about such things, so I'm not getting into that. We are also supplying fortified wheat flour, branded as Sato fortified atta to government as per that requirement. We have got around 60 metric ton plant, 20 metric ton, 3 plants for the fortified atta. In addition, there was said that milk is also one of the animal protein which is required, and as you know in Gujarat, most of the people are vegetarian. So they would not prefer idea of having something like say egg or fish meal or something like that. But government of Gujarat has taken the initiative and they are supplying milk, and we are supplying fresh flavored milk to each and every child who are associated with the ICDS every day. And advantage of supplying fresh flavored milk is that once that milk goes, it has to be consumed on the same day. When it is flavored milk, children will like it very much. But the father, they will not like to drink tea of the flavored milk. So that is the biggest advantage, that it will go into for the intended beneficiary only. Even if some teacher, anyone will drink that pouch, 1 pouch, 2 pouch, how many days they are going to drink? And even if they drink it, doesn't matter, because they cannot sell it back to the city. They cannot store it. So, and it's a fresh milk, so everyone likes it. So we are supplying around 3 lakh litre of milk under Dudh Sanjeevani Yojana of Government of Gujarat, and children, women, everyone are happy with that scheme. These are the few photographs, and I would like to end what our founder, chairman, Dr. Kurian has said, that we have traversed a path that few have dared to. We are continuing on a path that still few have courage to follow. We must pursue the path that even fewer can dream to pursue. Yet we must, because we hold in trust, aims and aspirations of millions of our countrymen. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much, sir, for the very lively presentation. It was the last presentation of the day, but it did not feel like it. Thank you very much for keeping it so lively. So would you take a seat on the dais? And can we continue with the same order as we went with the presentation? So can we first take the questions for Madam? Would you all agree, or how do you want to do? First Madam and then sir? Okay. I would request the questions for State Madhya Pradesh, Ms. Sufia Farooqi Wali, IAS, Commissioner DWCD will be answering. Okay. So yeah, we can keep it open as well. So whoever you want to ask the question to, you could please. Thank you. Over to the speakers and everyone in the forum.
This is regarding Amul presentation. So what is there in your presentation for a state like Assam? So can you implement similar things, similar products for Assam?
Sir, we need support of government. Whatever we did in Gujarat, that is because we got blanket support from the government of the Gujarat. That's how we could do it. Because we are not in that business. Number one, we do not sell those products in the market. We do wholly, it's for the government of Gujarat, and we had a long-term agreement with the government of Gujarat. Government of Gujarat supported us that, okay, please come, please do. And we did it. So similarly, if we get such support from government, then we can see, understand the system, and we can explore it.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for both the presentations. My question is for the representative from Amul. First of all, congratulations for entering the global market and being so successful. Over a lot of presentations today, what we've heard over and over again is that children lose interest in consuming the same kind of THR. Now, you have a social marketing model and you've maintained that kind of rigor with all your other products that Amul manufactures. What are some of the lessons that we can take away for the THR models that we have in the various states? How can we continue to maintain that interest and that rigor for children and for families who are consuming this THR? And my second question is that whether it's a decentralized or a centralized unit, wherever we have in the states, Telangana has Telangana Foods, but somewhere there is always a restriction that people have in terms of marketing the products that they are manufacturing. Do we have any learnings, suggestions that Amul may want to give to the states in order to make these units more sustained? It started small and then it grew big. Do we have any such learnings that other states can follow in order to make these units more self-sustained and do beyond what they're already doing? Thank you.
I understand there are two questions. One thing is that monotony of the product. So same problems because see, we also have a small constraint that because there are rigid standards that rigid specific standard has to meet. Okay, fine. We can make with the different recipes. Only constraint which we also fail is budget. We can make wonderful products provided budget is there. And now we have to play within that given budget, and that's one of the constraints. But still we try to work out different things, and luckily state government has given us that free and that okay, in case there is any budget constraint, government of Gujarat may chip in. So that advantage we have, and that same I think other governments can look into, that if they want to improve the nutritional level of the children, mother, then they may like to share some budget. That's one thing. And second thing, we also, if you see, we also keep on changing the product. We also keep on adding something different. We started with the ice, then we have got millet, we have now got flavor. So if you keep on improving the same product with minor modification, I think it may work.
I had a question which was linked to what Principal Secretary Assam asked. So in Gujarat you had a definite advantage because your cooperative society is based there. You know the system, you have identified, okay, if this is the task given to me, this is where I can quickly move in. And so for a new state, what are the things which would be crucial in, apart from government support, that is important definitely?
Ma'am, it is just like a replication of a model. We have developed one model in Gujarat. We can replicate it. We started with milk procurement in Gujarat. Now we are replicated and we are procuring around 80 to 20% of our milk from the other states. So it's just replication of the model.
One question from Sophia. You are also supplying THR through SRLM run plants, and the CLFs are 7-8 plants which you have. So you mentioned the issues which you faced during COVID and the debts which those plants accumulated, and now it's very difficult to get out of this cycle. So how are you able to maintain the timeliness of supply of THR, or there is a lag which one is trying to struggle and cope up with?
Man, there is a lag, but the lag is not so much due to the payments. And a lag more often or other, I mean there's a pattern. If I look at the last year, there's an average lag of 1.5 months. That happens more because of the way we place our orders and the way we draw the data, and because we've moved on to portion trackers, so there's a certain small but definitely a decline in numbers because that data is Aadhaar validated, or maybe we were kind of if I dare say, we were kind of oversupplying. So now as by and by our Aadhaar verification is improving, so there's a small decline. And we are now, because we moved completely to portion tracker data, so there is a time lag. I won't say it is because of the losses, because there is one intermediary between me and the suppliers. Most of the losses have got passed on to the suppliers. And because the suppliers which supply to the plants are one of the major players, because if we are talking about oil, or if we are also talking about micronutrients, then these are a whole milk product, a whole milk powder, then these are usually a few players, a group of 4 to 5 players who have their financial elasticity. Nonetheless, they also come and complain that these losses are building into their books. So there is no delay, but somebody is bearing the losses, which needs to be addressed in a systemic way. There has to be a solution. So the SRNF and the RD department is now planning to move for a one-time settlement of the losses, and then again readjust the entire scheme so that no further losses build up.
Sophia, I also have a question for you. You mentioned that you have 6 recipes. Maybe you mentioned and I missed it, but is it like a daily thing, or is 1 month you give 1 recipe?
Ma'am, we distribute 4 packets each month to each category of our beneficiary. So it is an overlap of like 2 plus 1 plus 1. So a variety of recipe is given for 2 weeks each month. So it becomes actually 4 packets as per the quantity required. 2 packets are of the same recipe and 2 are different. So it's like 3 recipes each month. For every category, there's a combination of 2 plus 1 plus 1.
So do you also get feedback from the stakeholders that they prefer A or B or C, and
But the feedback mechanism is something we are working on. It's not very strong. So it's still the traditional pattern where people go on tours, officers and the remaining teams go on tours, and then they come back. And because this is slightly conventional, it's not, as I said, completely based on data analytics as yet. So there are conflicting views. There are some who say our recipes are over oily, whereas there are others who say they are quite palatable. And as I mentioned, that the NFHS data says that the acceptability is somewhere between 70 to 80% for the THR. But we are again developing a data analytics. In the Sampark app, we have built in quality of morning snacks, quality of THR, and quality of hot cooked meal on a daily basis. So that means a lot of punching happens. It is requiring a new server space. All those issues are resolved. But the number of people reporting into the system Anganwadi wise, if it should be 97,000 Anganwadis, the reporting is still around 60,000 Anganwadis. So it is a system which we've just started from June 2024.
And last question to you, you also showed that you were giving a 3rd meal.
Yes.
Yeah. So where are you managing to find funds for that? Because you are not topping up from the state government.
Yes, ma'am. So the 3rd meal is usually, ma'am, if you look at the recipe, if I could once again share the slide, it is, it moves from 1 day's morning snack to the next day's hot cooked meal. So it is like a zigzag pattern. We don't give a 3rd meal prepared separately. It is part of the hot cooked meal portion itself, and a small portion of it becomes a tiffin-based 3rd meal for the special requirement for SAN children. So that way it is cost-wise effective. It only goes into counting of the portions. But at the same time, giving the same food twice over in the day is not the best option. And moreover, when we practically understand that the food must have been cooked sometime between 10 to 11 or 12 o'clock, then once served around 12:31, and then again by the time the child is leaving the Anganwadi packed into the tiffin at 3 or 4 o'clock. So that's slightly idealistic, and that is why there are few portions that actually get taken up, and the billing is for a very small portion.
Mr. Rathore from Amul, I think you made a very brilliant presentation, excellent marketing strategy. Just curious to understand that, in fact, I'm curious to understand 2 things. One is that, all of us have this question that apart from government support, we realize that Amul is the only institution which is of its kind in the entire country, right? So there must be something more that needs to be done, because we've all, she mentioned, my colleague sitting next to you, that they are running cluster level foundations and running their plants there. How do we convert them into, if not as good as Amul, something touching close to it. So I'd like you to answer that. And second, you mentioned that you have used innovative IEC strategies. So if you can share them with us subsequently also, that will be, I think, useful for all of us on how you dissuade fathers from eating their children, or anybody in the family. Like if you give khichdi, the whole family might eat that khichdi, no? So उसको कैसे आप रोक सकते हैं?
मैम दो चीज़ है. One thing which you said that we can see, it is basically system which we follow. Amul, see, plant anyone can build. We can build world-class plant, okay, for production of any product. But it is not the only plant. It is the system which we implement and how we monitor it. I think that plays the crucial role. We have got our inbuilt system that for anything which we do, we have got our standard operating procedures. And then it is being ensured from the top that those SOPs are followed. No one is messing up with those SOPs, not for anything. And our quality control person has got a right to reject entire production. Though it has, say, crores of rupees loss, but that quality control person, even if he's a junior and the production person is very, very senior, but the junior fellow has the right that if there is anything problem with the quality, entire batch is gone. And without his signature, that product cannot move to the market. Such systems we need to implement, and that's how you better know how the system, other systems works, even in the system governments work. But our system is like this. We go in this way, and that has given us results all the time. So that is one thing. And for other things, plants, again I will say that if you can design SOPs for whatever small plants you have, and you have some good implementation mechanism, a strong monitoring, that's the key. That no ifs and buts, no compromise with the quality in any case, and I think that is the key. That will gain the trust also, and slowly, even beneficiaries will come to know that, okay, product is meeting the quality standards. Lapses anywhere in the quality, beneficiaries will lose the trust. That's the key. Thank you.
So do we have, yes, we have a question there, please. Ma'am, please take it.
Thank you. So since you're manufacturer of THR, would like to know from your perspective about the cost implication of production of THR and the supplies till the Anganwadi, like the way you're supplying. So how do you see from the manufacturer point of view?
I'm with you all, madam. Budget constraints.
So is Amul in loss?
Amul is not in profit, ma'am. And sometimes you can say in loss, but see, here there is one advantage of the cooperative being a cooperative. When we went to our board, now our board is comprising of all the farmer representatives. So what they say to us, that this is a thing to listen, that whom are you giving? Then we say children and mothers. Who are they? They are part of our Gujarat. Okay. They are in say rural area, so anyway you are giving it to our own people. We can tolerate something. Please continue. And this is what our board is saying. And that's how we are continuing. Otherwise, we are sailing in the same boat if you just look at the professional point of view.
Thank you so much. And one question for you, Subhadra. You said you are giving currently 5 days a week SLBTH and 6 days VHS day. If I recollect correctly, are you providing hot cooked meal on 6th day? Now for VHSND, we have selected beneficiaries who come every time. So that is not all are covered on that day. So how is it happening, like the 6th day?
So precisely there are implementation problems in it, and that is why, as I said, we are considering moving on to a 6-day system. But at the same time, because we have 4 different activities lined up for the VHSNT. One is a Bal Divas, so children would come, very small children, young children would come with their mothers. Then is a vaccination day, because vaccination doesn't happen on all the 4 Tuesdays. It happens just once a month. Similarly, we have other, then there's a Kishori Balika Divas, which also happens on a Tuesday. So we have these kind of 4 different activities. So the idea was that basically women and children in one form or the other do get engaged. So if you look at the Venn diagram, you'll find that everybody gets involved. So, I mean, in theory we are not wrong, but again in practice it doesn't work out. So, and it also reflects exactly like that on our quotient tracker data. So, which is why we have now, we are now trying to move. But then, as I said, it comes with more costs. And when it will come with more costs, it will also build into the losses also. So, anything that means we are expanding the THR system would mean increased losses.
I think this is not a question for you only. I think this is a question for all of us to sort of reflect, because the over-reliance on quotient tracker, because you just said that we are relying on quotient tracker, we are looking at Aadhaar CD. So the exclusion and non-inclusion which is happening, can we also look at it from an equity point of view? That those who are not included or excluded are from the most marginalized, and therefore the malnutrition rates are actually not going down. Even if the quotient tracker suggests something otherwise, that yes, it is going down and down, but the surveys will probably reveal that it has not gone down or it has gone very marginally down. So can some kind of exercise, I am putting it to all states including my principal secretary who is also participating from Uttar Pradesh, that can we also look at these issues, because this is something which is an equity issue and the worst sufferer are most marginalized. So can we think of this as a group, maybe taking THR as an example of entitlement and how this entitlement is not reaching to the intended, the most intended right holders. I think that is something that I wanted to say. Yeah.
Since I have the mic in my hand, I think I'll choose to respond. I did have this discussion with Shubha Sharma ma'am also a little while back, and I think ma'am did ask the same question. So all the states should be comparing their census projection data with their actual ICDS coverage. It applies to all the states. It applies more so to states which have difficult geography. MD also, it might not look like a particularly difficult geography area, but it is a very spread out and sparsely populated kind of a state, where we have not villages or cluster villages, but we have too many majras, tolas, and every small hillock or dungaria, dongar has 2 or 3 families. So coverage becomes a major issue. So population projection should be compared to your ICDS coverage, and I'm sure there will be a huge gap. We are not relying on quotient tracker alone. Precisely that is why we are very, very aggressive on our Sampark application and developing all its modules, even when we know that quotient tracker has some sleeping modules which will become active in a year or so, because we can't base this time. So Sampark app is more, I would say, robust. It has a larger number of people on it than has quotient tracker, but the quotient tracker being a uniform application pan-India, and ICDS being a Government of India scheme, it's always good to be on the same platform. So once quotient tracker becomes strong enough, it would be good. And yes, I did mention the point that some populations, earlier the PVDG were majorly missing on it, whether it was Aadhaar enrollment, but with the Janman exercise, Aadhaar enrollments have improved. Therefore, their presence on quotient tracker and all the other such Government of India apps will also improve. So by I think expansion and inclusion will happen. And the only population group which I feel is as such missing is the migrant population. So the migrants will have to be thought of in the quotient tracker. Otherwise, it's an issue of registration and coverage at our end, mostly at the state level.
So is that it, everyone? Okay. Alright, thank you so much. So here we come to the end of the first day of our conclave. I hope you have enjoyed the day. I would like to thank all the esteemed dignitaries, every single invitee, all the state teams, participants. Thank you so much for making the first day very, very engaging, very, very active. Thank you to all the chairing dignitaries who have been here patiently. Monisha ma'am and Mary ma'am, and also our Principal Secretary Mrs. Shubha Sharma ma'am. She has also chaired all the sessions in front of the stage. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the Principal Secretaries of the states and every single senior officer present over here by saying that it's not the end of it. Tomorrow we are going to meet. 10 o'clock sharp we start the session, so we expect you to be here by 9:45 so we can start it smooth. I really hope you have some plans today. We are a good city, we are a clean and beautiful city. Just that 6 to 8 o'clock you might have to face some traffic in some of the major squares because people are coming back home from office. So just be a bit, roam around, feel free to book a cab or take a cab and go every place you feel like. Thank you so much everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming to Bhubaneswar, Odisha, making the first day very much successful. We will see you tomorrow. I am Shobna Mishra, your host. Wishing you have a very good evening, have a good night as well. Namaskar. Thank you.